Chapter 41:27. Success. The Black Tortoise Divine Body had finally broken through to the 8th level Emperor realm. This meant that his body's strength was now comparable to an early Heavenly Core warrior's. Yi Chen drank a mouthful of the blood wine. Ling Xiao smiled as he looked at Yuan Yi and said, "I really have to thank you. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to survive. If it weren't for you, I might not have been able to make such great progress." Not only could the blood wine increase one's qi and blood, it could also heal injuries. Qi and blood were the essence of a human being. Replenishing qi and blood was the same as healing injuries. Impossible. How could this be? Yuan Yi was obviously shocked. The limitless ghost claw was his most powerful attack, and it consumed a lot of true yuan. In the past, he could definitely kill his opponent with this attack, but today, he had failed. He quickly swallowed the qi replenishing pill. This was the benefit of being from the Red Robe sect. As long as one was from a big power, they would usually bring a lot of pills and medicines with them. Not to mention, Yuan Yi was the deacon of the Red Robe sect. Since he couldn't kill Ling Xiao with his ultimate attack, then, this battle could only be a battle of attrition. He didn't believe that he couldn't kill Ling Xiao with the help of his pills. Even if you can block my attack, you must be seriously injured. Humph, I don't believe you can last long. Yuan Yi let out a cold snort, then he attacked Ling Xiao again. Ling Xiao knew what Yuan Yi was thinking, but he just sneered. Battle of attrition? His potential was comparable to a peak core warrior. Even if he didn't use any pills, he could still kill his opponent. Not to mention, he still had the true yuan wine. With just a sip, he could replenish half of his true yuan. How could Yuan Yi fight with him? With a cold sneer, Ling Xiao was ready to end the battle. He didn't draw his sword. Instead, when Yuan Yi was charging towards him, he reached out his right hand and grabbed Yuan Yi's chain claw. Seeing this, Yuan Yi sneered. His chain claw was made with a special material. Grabbing it with his bare hands, he was just courting death. But in the next moment, he was stunned. Crack! Ling Xiao had actually used his bare hands to crush the chain claw. At the same time, he threw a punch towards Yuan Yi, trying to kill him on the spot. Stop! It was at this critical moment that a figure suddenly rushed out from the dense forest. He threw a palm at Ling Xiao's back. The palm wind was extremely terrifying. He felt like a heavenly core warrior. Ling Xiao was very clear that if he wanted to kill Yuan Yi, he would definitely be struck by this guy's palm. It was really not worth it. Helpless. His figure flashed as he dodged the attack from behind. He looked up and saw a familiar face. Yu Zhangzong. She was the bitch who abandoned her own people in the poisonous miasma forest and ran away alone. An early heavenly core warrior. But so what? Yuan Yi was dead for sure today. Heaven covering palm. No one would have thought that Ling Xiao's palm might not be able to kill Yu Zhangzong. But Yuan Yi was dead for sure. What? Seeing Ling Xiao's horrifying palm strike coming towards them, they were shocked. Yu Zhangzong hurriedly circulated his true essence to resist. At this moment, Yuan Yi was in trouble. Facing the terrifying palm wind, there was nothing he could do. Boom! A terrifying explosion rang out. Yuan Yi was smashed into pieces. Yu Zhangzong was also in a difficult situation. The power of the heaven-covering palm was too strong. With just a single strike, Yu Zhangzong was injured. He was an early 8th level divine core warrior. Kill. Ling Xiao took out his golden sword and charged towards Yu Zhangzong. This guy sneak attacked him while he was fighting. This was shameless. Even if he couldn't kill him, he would still have to collect some interest. Innate celestial fiend seal slaughterhouse. Countless sword energies were shot towards Yu Zhangzong. This made Yu Zhangzong's expression turn ugly. He had no choice but to dodge. He was a heavenly core warrior, but he was forced to run for his life by a mortal core warrior. What a shame. Slash. It sounded like paper being torn apart. The sword energies tore through Yu Zhangzong's protective true essence and left bloody wounds on his body. Damn it. How dare you hurt me? I'll cripple you. Yu Zhangzong was furious. Since the beginning of the fight with the heaven-covering palm, he had been completely suppressed by Ling Xiao, and the reason was because he had underestimated his opponent. Once he underestimated his opponent, it would be extremely difficult for him to turn the tables around. Not to mention, This opponent was extremely ferocious. Behind his back, a martial soul emerged. It was the same martial soul as most of the warriors in the Yu family. It was a black, heavenly demon phantom. However, his heavenly demon phantom looked more like a fox that was as cunning as he was. The moment the black fox was unleashed, Yu Zhangzong's combat strength skyrocketed. A long blade appeared in his hand. The blade sliced through the air, and a black blade energy was unleashed towards Ling Xiao. It was extremely fast, and the angle was extremely tricky. Falling plumb clear shadow steps. Ling Xiao could tell how scary this black blade energy was, so he didn't want to face it head-on. He only managed to dodge it by unleashing the falling plumb clear shadow steps. Now, his falling plumb clear shadow steps was much more powerful than before, whether it was the degree of strangeness or the speed. It wouldn't be easy for Yu Zhangzong to hit him. Damn it, why is this guy so hard to deal with? Originally, I wanted Yuan Yi to owe me a favor. Who knew that I would almost get myself into trouble? Yu Zhangzong's mind was in a mess, even though he knew it wouldn't be easy for his opponent to kill him. However, he really couldn't do anything to Ling Xiao now. Just you wait, kid. Yu Zhangzong frantically fled towards Puppet City in the east. Ling Xiao didn't chase after him. With Yu Zhangzong's speed, even if he caught up, he would be near Puppet City in the east. There would definitely be a large number of Yu family warriors there. If he was surrounded, he would be in trouble. Since he had already killed Yuan Yi, he might as well keep this debt for now. The heavenly demon Dutchman's flower was more important. He had already finished searching around Puppet City in the east. There was no need to waste any more time. Thus, he headed towards Puppet City in the south. Ling Xiao, can you not do something so exciting in the future? If you feel like you can't win, let me out. I can kill Yuan Yi in one move. Qi Yaoguang said unhappily. That won't do. You're my trump card, so you should hide it first. You can only be of great use at critical moments. Ling Xiao's identity was unknown, so the Yu family wouldn't join forces to attack him. However, Qi Yaoguang was different. Once his whereabouts were exposed, it would definitely attract trouble. It would be extremely disadvantageous for finding the demonic epiphyllum. When he was not far from Puppet City in the south, Ling Xiao suddenly felt an extremely powerful demonic aura. He looked up and saw that the sky was filled with flying demonic beasts. He was shocked. He had encountered such a situation before. It was called a beast tide. However, he had never seen such a large-scale one. It seemed like the city built by the demon emperor had definitely caused the demonic beasts to be dissatisfied. That was why they gathered to attack Puppet City. This was definitely an accident. Even the demon emperor didn't expect this. With such a large-scale beast tide, if the hundreds of thousands of geniuses who entered Fengdu Demon Forest couldn't unite, they would probably all die here. The clear sky became obscure. A strange gust of wind began to blow. A large patch of dark clouds covered the sky. That terrifying aura shocked Ling Xiao like never before. End of chapter. Chapter 41-28. Southern Puppet City. Brother Ghost Sword, what do you think? More and more people are gathering in Southern Puppet City. I think they are all here because of the Demon Beast Horde. Puppet City's capacity is limited. We need to make a decision. The man who spoke was the strongest genius sent by the Yu family, Yu Qiong, early 9th level Divine Core Realm. Only he had the right to discuss such matters with Ghost Sword. Obviously, Ghost Sword's injuries had fully recovered. He lightly shook his head and said, "Right now, the more people we have, the better. You shouldn't be worried about the number of warriors in Southern Puppet City. Instead, you should be worried about how many warriors will arrive before the Demon Beast Horde arrives." Hearing this, Yu Qiong furrowed his brows. Although Ghost Sword's words didn't give him any face, he had to admit that what Ghost Sword said made sense. There was strength in numbers. Just like the Demon Beast Horde, the reason why it was scary was because there were so many of them. All right, we'll do as Brother Ghost Sword said. Try to take in as many warriors as possible. Otherwise, we won't be able to defend Southern Puppet City. Yu Qiong ordered the warriors from the Yu family. The Yu family had a high status in the Fengdu Devil Kingdom. They naturally had the right to give orders. In this aspect, even Ghost Sword couldn't compare with him. Senior disciple Yu Qiong, I'm worried that a demon beast of the extreme core realm will appear this time. Among all the warriors who entered Fengdu Devil Forest, Senior Disciple Yu Qiong and Senior Disciple Ghost Sword are the only two who have reached the extreme core realm. If a demon beast of the extreme core realm really appears, do you think we can escape? The one who spoke was Yuna. Yuna was scared out of her wits when she was in the poisonous miasma forest. She was lucky enough to survive, but she was still a coward. I don't think so. Even in Fengdu Devil Forest, there aren't many demon beasts of the extreme core realm. The Devil Emperor won't let us die here. All the powerful demon beasts have been temporarily sealed away. Yu Qiong thought for a moment and said, I hope so. Obviously, Yu Qiong's words couldn't make everyone feel at ease. When Ling Xiao arrived at Puppet City in the south, the people there were already on standby. Ghost Sword and Yu Qiong were standing on top of the city wall, looking at the dark clouds and dust clouds far away. Demon beasts from the sky and the ground were attacking at the same time. It was as if the heavens and earth were shaking. Both of them had serious expressions on their faces. And, seeing Ling Xiao, Ghost Sword was stunned. However, he didn't say anything. The fact that Ling Xiao was able to take it out of the poisonous miasma forest was enough to prove his strength. With the help of such a person, it would be more likely that the southern puppet city would be defended. Roar! Ling Xiao stood in the crowd, waiting for the arrival of the attack. To him, this beast horde was a good opportunity to hone his combat skills. He wouldn't miss it. Moreover, if the beast tide could not be stopped, then everyone would die in the end, and he would not be able to escape the calamity. At this time, he really couldn't afford to be distracted. We have to stick together. Luckily, there are a lot of 5th level divine core demon beasts, 6th and 7th level divine core demon beasts, and only a few 8th level demon beasts. For now, no 9th level divine core demon beasts had appeared. This is undoubtedly good news. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. If a demon beast of the extreme realm of core came, he could only run. There was no way he could fight it. Kill! Yu Qiong roared with her long sword in hand. The battle between man and beast began. At this moment, there were no schemes or tricks. Everyone was fighting for their lives, and they didn't have the time to think about anything else. The advantage the warriors had was the defensive and offensive formations in Puppet City. They kept unleashing powerful formation cannons. The demon beasts suffered a great loss. Together with Yu Qiong and Ghost Sword, 2 powerful extreme realm divine core warriors. The beast tide couldn't attack the southern Puppet City for now. The warriors were extremely confident. Suddenly, right at this moment, a huge figure appeared in the sky. It was a gigantic demon beast in the shape of a lion. It was 12 meters tall, and its body was nearly 20 meters long. It also had a pair of flaming wings on its back. Following its appearance, the situation seemed to have gone out of control. The gigantic demon beast opened its mouth and spat out demonic energy bombs. The demonic energy bombs landed on the defensive formation. With just 2 attacks, the defensive formation was on the verge of collapse. Damn it, it's a demon beast of the extreme realm of core. And it's a perfect extreme realm of core. It's even more terrifying than the shadowless Spider Queen. Ling Xiao's expression turned ugly. Not only him, everyone else had the same expression. Flying Flaming Lion. Many people recognized the identity of this demonic beast. It's too scary. Why would such a terrifying demon beast appear here? The warriors began to feel despair. Even if Ghost Sword and Yu Qiong worked together, they might not be able to kill such a terrifying demon beast. Let's run. Run my ass. We're already surrounded. If we can't defeat the beast tide today, we'll all die. None of us will be able to escape. Although many people had already lost hope and thought of running away. However, the current situation didn't allow them to escape. They couldn't escape. The entire southern Puppet City was surrounded by the beast tide. If they stayed in the city, they could still use the sturdy city as a barrier. Even if they lost the protection of the formation, they could still resist the demon beasts. Once they left, the situation would be very different. At that time, they might be torn apart by countless demon beasts. Use all your strength to maintain the formation. If you have spiritual stones, use them. This is a battle of life and death. I hope everyone won't be stingy. Yu Qiong shouted. The formation needed spiritual stones to maintain. Otherwise, it would definitely be destroyed by the flying flaming lion. There was a huge difference between having a formation and not having one. Ling Xiao took the initiative to take out 10 million high-grade spiritual stones. He was usually very stingy, but in this situation, 10 million spiritual stones were nothing. As long as they could block the terrifying demon beast's attack, it was worth it. After all, spiritual stones were just worldly possessions. The others also generously contributed. Even those who were usually stingy didn't dare to be stingy now. They all took out their spiritual stones. The formation relied on spiritual stones to regain its power. It blocked the flying flaming lion's attack. Brother Ghost Sword, the spiritual stones we collected can only last for 3 days. This is under the condition that no more powerful demon beasts appear. If we don't take the initiative to attack, I'm afraid we'll be trapped here. Yu Qiong said. Yes, we have to kill that flying flaming lion. As long as that guy is killed, the beast tide will definitely retreat. Ghost Sword believed that the flying flaming lion was definitely the strongest existence in this beast tide. At the same time, it was also the commander. As long as they could kill the flying flaming lion, they would win. Among these people, the only ones who can pose a threat to the flying flaming lion are you and me. I'm afraid the two of us are not its match. Yu Qiong frowned. Even if we're not its match, we have to fight. It just so happens that I got some good stuff in the southern puppet city. This time, we can test its power. Yu Qiong, do you dare to come with me? Ghost Sword looked at Yu Qiong and said, Of course. Yu Qiong felt a little helpless. He didn't want to go out. But if he didn't go out, the southern puppet city would be destroyed in 3 days. At that time, he would still die. It was better to go out with a bang. Chapter 41:29. All right, come with me. Ghost Sword sped through the air. In midair, the dark demon sword was unsheathed. A frightening sword beam slashed towards the flying flaming lion. The flying flaming lion was attacking the city, and it didn't expect anyone to challenge it. It was surprised. However, it was hit by the sword, and the flames on its body fell off. But it wasn't injured. So hard. Ghost Sword furrowed his brows. Although the attack just now was just a test, the strength of the flying flaming lion had exceeded his expectations. Roar! The flying flaming lion leapt towards Ghost Sword. Perhaps it knew that Ghost Sword was the backbone of these people. Once Ghost Sword was killed, these humans would be nothing. Right at this moment, Yu Qiong also joined the fight. She joined forces with Ghost Sword. Both of them started a fierce battle with the flying flaming lion in the sky. We can't let them face the demon beasts alone. Who wants to fight with me? At least, you have to help them block off the surrounding demon beasts. On top of the city wall, another man flew into the sky. He was in his 30s. A peak 8th Heavenly Core warrior. He was the other elite warrior from the Yu family, Yu Feng. Yu Feng flew into the sky, and right behind him was Yu Qin, a late Heavenly Core warrior. The Yu family is indeed the #1 family in the Fengdu Devil Kingdom. With them here, we don't have to worry anymore. Focus, fight with all your might. We will definitely win this battle. Cheers sounded out from the crowd. The actions of these young warriors made everyone excited. The Yu family isn't the only one in the Fengdu Devil Kingdom. Suddenly, a cold shout sounded out. A man flew into the sky from the crowd. Isn't that Qi Yaoguang? How did she get in here? Aya, don't worry about it. We should focus on the demon beasts now. As for the Qi family, let's wait until the demon beast invasion is over. Qi Yaoguang was the one who strongly requested to fight. Ling Xiao felt that it was all right too. Everyone's target was the demon beasts. They weren't stupid enough to attack Qi Yaoguang. At most, when the danger was almost over, they would ask Qi Yaoguang to hide in the Dongsheng Emperor Ring. The Qi family has joined the battle. How can the Yang family fall behind? Another 2 men flew into the sky. One was an early 8th Divine Core warrior, and the other a peak warrior. They were Yang Chu and Yang Zhan. He was the most outstanding warrior under the age of 50 in the Yang family. After that, experts from the Red Robe sect, the Green Vine sect, and the Blood Spirit sect soared into the sky. They were here to help Guijian and Yu Qiong fended off those 8th and 7th divine core demon beasts. It could be said that they were united. I'll join in the fun too. Ling Xiao tore through the air and directly pounced on the beast horde. The fuck? Who is that guy? He's only at the 6th divine core realm. How dare he go out there? Is he courting death? At this moment, many people were paying attention to the battle in the sky. The sight of Ling Xiao soaring into the sky was simply too eye-catching. Therefore, everyone could see it clearly. I've never seen him before. I wonder which family he's from. He's really not afraid of death. Sai, even if you want to play the hero, you don't have to do this. You'll definitely be killed instantly. No matter what, your courage is commendable. Ha ha ha. Regarding Ling Xiao's sudden appearance, most people held a mocking tone. Obviously, he did not think that Ling Xiao would be able to do anything shocking. However, in the next moment, they were all slapped in the face. The one that suddenly pounced towards Ling Xiao was a demonic beast that resembled an eagle. Perfect 7th divine core realm. Demonic beasts of this level, dealing with martial artists of the same cultivation, that was absolutely a piece of cake. Killing a 6th divine core warrior like Ling Xiao was even easier. Everyone was looking at Ling Xiao. Right now, no one was going to help him. Before he attacked, he had warned Qi Yaoguang not to have any intimate contact with him. He didn't want anyone to see through their relationship. Actually, Qi Yaoguang had long forgotten about Ling Xiao's warning. However, it was already too late for her to help. There were too many demon beasts, and she was surrounded by them as well. Die. Just when everyone thought that Ling Xiao was going to die, Ling Xiao's expression changed. Ling Xiao's performance shocked everyone. He suddenly disappeared. Using the falling plum clear shadow steps, he arrived at the demon beast's head. A demon beast was still a demon beast. Its brain wasn't as smart as a human's. Dealing with a demon beast like this was nothing to Ling Xiao. He aimed at the demon beast's head and punched it with all his might. The strength of his current body was extremely frightening. With a single punch, the demon beast let out a miserable shriek as it was smashed onto the ground. Ling Xiao chased after it and punched it a few more times. The poor perfect earth core demon beast was beaten so badly that even its own father couldn't recognize it. He was deader than dead. Many people on top of the city wall were dumbfounded by what they saw. Damn it, they had seen tough guys before, but they had never seen someone as tough as him. His body was even tougher than a demon beast's. How did he cultivate? At this point, no one dared to look down on Ling Xiao anymore. Those who originally thought that he was going to throw his life away also felt a sense of admiration for him. Brothers, let's kill. There's no point in hiding in the city. Who's going to follow me? Maybe it was because Ling Xiao's battle had made the men's blood boil. Or maybe it was because all the other geniuses had given them the courage to fight. Anyway, some warriors had started to rush towards the city wall. Kill the demon beast horde. Actually, the demon beast horde wasn't as scary as they had imagined. It was just that there were more demon beasts. But there were still a lot of warriors in Puppet City. There were at least a few 100,000 of them. They were all rushing towards the city wall. Those demon beasts couldn't handle it either. All sorts of martial skills and secret skills were unleashed. The warriors' morale was instantly boosted. Seeing so many warriors rushing towards the city wall, the geniuses who were the first to rush out couldn't hold back their excitement. The first one to act was Yu Feng. As a perfect heavenly core warrior, he was second only to Yu Qiong and Go Sword. He unleashed the heavenly devil phantom behind his back. It was a huge black sword shadow. The sword shadow slashed towards the demon beast horde. The demon beast horde let out a miserable roar. In an instant, dozens of demon beasts were killed. One of them was a heavenly core demon beast. Everyone was trying to compete with each other. Yu Feng attacked. Qi Yaoguang sneered. Then a silver-colored jasper lake appeared behind him. The jasper lake fell. The water flowed backwards. A lot of demon beasts were drowned. The water in the jasper lake wasn't ordinary water. Even those powerful heavenly core demon beasts couldn't withstand it. They were all killed. Only Yu Chun, Yang Chu, and Yang Zhan joined the battle. All of them unleashed their abilities. At this moment, the human warriors had gained the upper hand. But Ling Xiao knew one thing. Amongst all the demon beasts, The flying flaming lion was the hardest to deal with. As long as the flying flaming lion didn't lose, the demon beasts would keep charging towards the city wall. He punched away a demon beast that was charging towards him. Then he raised his head. Ghost Sword and Yu Qiong were at a disadvantage. This wasn't a good thing, but his abilities were limited. He wanted to help, but he didn't have the strength to do so. But he really wanted the flying flaming lion's demon beast core. This was because it could become a necessary item for the cultivation of the 12 divine beasts technique. Chapter 41:30. The flying flaming lion is at its peak right now. I'll just be a burden to it if I go and help. I might as well kill all the demon beasts around here as soon as possible. Ling Xiao resisted the urge to attack the flying flaming lion. Instead, he looked at the crowd of demon beasts. The only way he could help Yu Qiong and Ghost Sword right now was to let them focus on fighting the flying flaming lion. With this thought in mind, he once again charged into the crowd of demon beasts. Charging into a crowd of demon beasts alone was something that even a peak heavenly core warrior like Yu Feng wouldn't dare do. But Ling Xiao did it. His speed was incredibly fast. Every time he attacked, a demon beast would be killed. He didn't use any martial skills. He just used his body to attack. Everyone was dumbfounded by what they saw. The falling plum clear shadow steps would occasionally create falling plum shadows, and when they attacked together, the effect would be even better. Fighting in a crowd of demon beasts was the best opportunity to train one's martial skills. The pressure on the city wall was reduced, and many warriors were staring at Ling Xiao in shock. It wasn't just because Ling Xiao's body was so strong that it was suffocating. It was also because Ling Xiao's attacks seemed to be able to hit the demon beast's weak points. It was as if he had done some precise calculations. Who is this guy? His body is so strong. He can kill a demon beast with a single punch, and his speed is so fast, it's terrifying. My cultivation is the same as his, but I don't have the confidence to block a single attack from him. Everyone sighed. After the battle had gone on for a while, most of the warriors were injured. But Ling Xiao wasn't injured at all. This made everyone even more shocked. Who would have thought that a guy they had never heard of would become the center of attention today? Even those demon beasts who were charging at Ling Xiao felt depressed. Normally, demon beasts were feared by humans because of their powerful bodies. But today, most of the demon beasts were no match for Ling Xiao in terms of body strength. Their attacks were useless against Ling Xiao. But with a single punch from Ling Xiao, they would be killed on the spot. The most depressing thing was that he had finally found a demonic beast that was stronger than Ling Xiao. However, he was not as fast as Ling Xiao, so he could not touch Ling Xiao. That was really depressing. The battle lasted for 7 hours. At the very least, millions of demonic beasts had died. Many cultivators had died as well, at least 10,000. However, in comparison, the cultivators had the upper hand in this battle. 10,000 against 1,000,000. This was a huge advantage. Of course, this was all thanks to Puppet City. Warriors who were injured or tired could return to Puppet City to rest. However, demonic beasts couldn't. These demonic beasts charged forward as if they had no brains. They did not know fear, let alone exhaustion. However, their physical strength was ultimately limited. Blood had already dyed the ground red. Even the sky was dyed red. The blood had already converged into a river, flowing on the ground. The scene was simply too shocking. If Ling Xiao felt tired, he would drink a mouthful of vitality wine and continue fighting. It was as if he was a warrior who did not know fatigue at all. As the battle progressed, he felt that the energy in his cultivation sea was constantly increasing. The black tortoise divine body was also continuously strengthening. Of course, more importantly, he was more proficient in using the falling plum clear shadow step. Others were getting weaker, but he was constantly getting stronger. That guy is really in the limelight today. How can we let him steal our limelight? The one who spoke was Yu Feng of the Yu family. If I make a move, it will be a bit of a bully. You nah, you go. Yu Feng looked at Yu Na and said, but senior brother Yu Feng, the beast tide hasn't retreated yet. It's not good to have internal strife, right? Yu Na frowned and said, are you going or not? Yu Feng said coldly, I'll go. Yuna was scared out of her wits by the poisonous miasma forest last time. She really didn't want to take the risk again. However, since Yufeng was forcing her, she couldn't refuse. Although Ling Xiao was powerful, he was surrounded by beasts at this time. As long as she was careful, she would definitely succeed in a sneak attack. She would kill Ling Xiao without anyone noticing. Thinking of this, she braced herself and soared into the air. Ling Xiao was at the front of everyone at this time. There were beasts all around. It took Yuna a lot of time to get to his side. "You can make your move now." Feeling that the distance was about right, Yuna suddenly turned into an afterimage and pounced at Ling Xiao. Snake Shadow Slash. When she was less than 10 meters away from Ling Xiao, Yuna suddenly stabbed out with her sword. The sword shadow was like a long snake, stabbing at Ling Xiao at a strange angle. Wherever the long snake passed, the air seemed to be distorted and deformed. Strange ripples appeared on the surface of the water. This sword was extremely fast. The distance of 10 meters was covered almost in an instant. In the distance, Yufeng revealed a contemptuous sneer. This was the result of daring to steal the Yu family's limelight. In his opinion, the beast tide was gradually losing. Victory was only a matter of time. There was no need to be polite with others. Once Yuna killed Ling Xiao, he was also prepared to make a move on Qi Yaoguang. However, in the next moment, his eyes revealed a look of shock. Yuna's sword did indeed stab Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao did not even pay attention to it. This sword did not cause the slightest bit of damage to Ling Xiao. How can it be? Yuna was taken aback, and her face immediately revealed an angry expression. Wild Snake Shadow. This time, she used her most powerful sword skill. The terrifying sword Qi turned into a huge snake shadow and pounced on Ling Xiao's body. In an instant, the area where Ling Xiao was at exploded, and more than 10 beasts were killed by the explosion. The ground was also blown up into potholes. "Humph, serves you right." Yuna snorted coldly. "Yuna, be careful." Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from afar. "Kid, you dare." By the time Yuna realized the danger, her body had already been grabbed by a huge devil hand. The owner of that hand was Ling Xiao. "I ignored the first attack. Do you think I'm easy to bully?" A cold voice came out of Ling Xiao's mouth. Obviously, he had already made up his mind to kill, although he was extremely unwilling to kill a member of the Yu family in front of them. However, others had already gone this far. If he still did not dare to fight back, it would not be Ling Xiao's character. A sound was heard. Yuna's entire body was crushed by that devil hand. When Yufeng rushed over, Yuna had already been killed. At this time, Qi Yaoguang also breathed a sigh of relief and gave up the idea of interfering. If Ling Xiao was really in danger, then she would definitely make a move without hesitation. It did not matter even if her relationship with Ling Xiao was exposed. After all, it was a matter of life and death. "You killed her?" Yufeng looked coldly at Ling Xiao, his eyes full of hatred. "That's right, I killed her. If I didn't kill her, she would have to kill me. Now that everyone is united to deal with the beast tide, she sneaked an attack from behind. Don't tell me you ordered her to do this?" Ling Xiao looked at Yufeng without showing any weakness and said indifferently. Yufeng was much stronger than him. However, this was the center of the beast tide. If he used the beasts, Yufeng could not do anything to him. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 4131. Yufeng, what the hell are you doing? If you have the time, come and help. Suddenly, Yu Qiong roared. The flying flaming lion was simply too powerful. As a result, he was seriously injured at this moment. If this continued, both he and Ghost Sword would die. Consider yourself lucky, kid. Yufeng glared fiercely at Ling Xiao and soared into the air. He and Yang Zhan took over Yu Qiong's position, giving her a chance to recover. "No matter what, you shouldn't have killed her." After Yufeng left, Yu Chun walked over and said with a frown, "Then according to you, I should have been killed by her?" Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully and once again rushed into the beast horde. The total number of beast horde this time reached 10 million. He had only killed 1 million now. There were still quite a lot left. In the process of killing beasts, not only could he hone his combat skills, but a large number of beast crystal cores could also replenish his lost potential. It allowed him to continue to become stronger. Watching Ling Xiao leave, Yu Chen's gaze became cold. Senior brother Yu Chen, that kid is openly provoking your Yu family. Are you really going to sit back and do nothing? Yang Chu asked with a smile. There's no need to care for the time being. Since he can kill so much, let's make use of him for a while. Wait until the battle is over. Yu Chen said coldly and once again threw himself into the battle. After all, their Yu family was the leader of this battle. If they took the initiative to cause internal strife, it would definitely arouse the dissatisfaction of many cultivators. The Yu family wanted to unify the Fengdu Devil Kingdom, so it was impossible without prestige. Yu Qiong retreated to the city wall to heal her injuries. At this time, she also looked at Ling Xiao. From beginning to end, Ling Xiao only used his movement technique. The rest of the battle was resolved with his physical body. Under the punches and kicks, the beasts were unable to get close. What exactly is this kid's background? Roar. Just as Yu Qiong was puzzled. Suddenly, the flying flaming lion in the sky sent Yu Feng and Yang Zhan flying with a claw. It abandoned Ghost Sword and actually pounced towards Ling Xiao. F***CK. Ling Xiao had already sensed this terrifying aura. He had killed the most beasts this time. He had probably pissed off the flying flame lion. The flying flame lion spat out a mouthful of flames. Within a radius of 1 mile, not even a blade of grass grew. Many demonic beasts and warriors had died. This was an attack that did not differentiate between friend and foe. From this, one could see just how much the flying flaming lion hated Ling Xiao. Luckily, I can outrun him. Ling Xiao's advantage in speed was very strong. After all, the flying flaming lion's body was too large, so it lacked agility. This gave Ling Xiao an opportunity. But Ling Xiao was clear in his heart. He was no match for this big guy. Even though the flying flaming lion had been injured by Ghost Sword and Yu Qiong, the flying flaming lion had been injured. His strength had decreased by at least 20%. But what was the use of a mere 20% drop? To Ling Xiao, he was still an opponent that he could not defeat. Let me help. Qi Yaoguang charged over. At this time, dealing with the flying flame lion became the main task. The other demonic beasts were afraid of being affected by their boss attack, so they had all retreated. Therefore, as long as they could kill the flying flame lion, the beast tide should be retreating soon. Qi Yaoguang had a good reason to attack the flying flame lion. He was not afraid of being misunderstood by others. Bang! But too bad. The perfect heavenly core Qi Yaoguang was like a toy in front of the flying flame lion. He was sent flying away. What are you all looking at? Go help. Everyone, activate your attacks and attack the flying flaming lion. Ghost Sword had also suffered a serious injury, so he could only stay there and recover. Right now, it was the most dangerous moment. Hearing his shout, countless attacks were thrown towards the flying flame lion. No matter if it was useful or not, at least they could buy some time. Are you all right, girl? Ling Xiao walked over and helped Qi Yaoguang up. I'm not dead yet. Qi Yaoguang let out a bitter laugh. Her performance was worse than Ling Xiao's. This was really embarrassing. If it was one-on-one, she would definitely be able to kill Ling Xiao. But her survivability was not comparable to Ling Xiao's. This guy was too fast, and his movement skill was strange. The flying flame lion could not attack him at all. Rumble. Countless attacks landed on the flying flame lion's body, but it was useless. Instead, it angered the flying flame lion, causing it to spit out another demonic energy bomb. In an instant, a few thousand people were killed. Get the hell back! Ling Xiao shouted out. I'll hold this guy back. Ghost Sword and Yu Qiong, recover as soon as possible. The rest of you, don't come out. Just hide behind the city wall and attack. Use talismans to attack. Don't use any other attacks. It's a waste of time. At that moment, Ling Xiao even put Qi Yaoguang into the Dongshang Emperor ring. In front of the flying flame lion, unless it was an extreme realm core warrior, everyone else was just cannon fodder. Of course, he was an exception. With his movement skill and speed, he could still fight the flying flame lion. Listen to him, Yu Qiong ordered. At this moment, the flying flame lion's only target was Ling Xiao, and Ling Xiao did not dare to be careless. With this opponent's attack, as long as it touched him, he would die. The only thing he could do now was dodge. Bloodthirsty plague. In the process of dodging, he released the bloodthirsty plague. He would try to weaken this guy as much as possible. 9-snake poison region. Whether it was the bloodthirsty plague or the 9-snake poison region, they were all to weaken the flying flame lion. For the time being, Ling Xiao did not dare to launch a direct attack, unless he wanted to die. 1,000 Beasts Blood Refining Array. Plague Bone Dissolving Array. Lesser 1,000 Lightning Immortal Punishment Array. The 1,000 Beasts Blood Refining Array could gather all the power of the dead demon beast. It was brewing a terrifying attack. Ling Xiao would release this attack with the help of the Lesser 1,000 Lightning Immortal Punishment Array. But not now. The longer it was, the more energy it accumulated, and the more powerful the effect would be. As for the Plague Bone Dissolving Array, it was needless to say. This thing was the same as the Bloodthirsty Plague and the 9-snake poison region, purely to weaken the flying flame lion. Except for the Sky Tyrant martial spirit, Ling Xiao could be considered to have used all his skills today. There was no other way. If he did not stand out, today's beast tide would completely drown the entire Fengdu Devil Forest. At that time, he would not be able to escape death. The Black Pearl would also die. He did not want such an outcome to happen. That kid is really good. Yeah, although he can't fight back, he can stall the flying flame lion. This is something that even Yu Feng and Yang Zhan can't do. I have to admire him. When the crowd saw Ling Xiao's performance, they all secretly praised him. He held on for more than 20 minutes. Yu Qiongxian recovered first. She rushed out. Kid, let's work together. He could also see that although Ling Xiao's cultivation was not very good, he had many tricks up his sleeve, and he could attract the flying flame lion's attention. This was definitely a very good helper. Ling Xiao did not speak. At this moment, he did not have the time to speak, because being distracted could lead to his death. The opponent was too strong. He was already risking his life. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 4132. Qi. Yu Qiong had already launched an attack. A sword qi pierced through the flying flame lion's protective demonic aura. However, all it could do was leave a shallow mark on the flying flame lion's skin. It couldn't cause any substantial damage. In terms of damage to the flying flame lion, it depended on Ghost Sword. Yu Qiong couldn't do it either. However, this wound gave the bloodthirsty plague an opportunity to spread through the wound into the flying flame lion's body. It continued to weaken the opponent. Demonic Dragon Slash. Yu Qiong saw that her attack didn't work. She was furious. If her performance wasn't as good as Ling Xiao's, then she would really be laughed at. She stabbed out, and the sky demon phantom behind her turned into a demonic dragon and merged into the sword qi. It crazily pounced on the flying flame lion. The effect of this attack was indeed quite powerful. It knocked the flying flame lion to the side by an inch. The injury seemed to have worsened, but compared to the flying flame lion's huge body, it was still nothing. Roar. The flying flame lion was obviously angry, even though it was just some insignificant injuries. As a proud existence of the extreme realm of Dan, how could it tolerate a human daring to hurt it? Its huge wings flapped. A gust of wind enveloped Ling Xiao and Yu Qiong at the same time. Blazing flames burned in the gust of wind. The scene was quite shocking. If it weren't for the surrounding warriors retreating to the puppet city, this time, tens of thousands of people would have been killed. Ling Xiao cursed. He hurriedly used the falling plum clear shadow step to escape the attack range. As for Yu Qiong's side, even if he wanted to, he couldn't. At this moment, he was like a clay bodhisattva crossing the river. He couldn't even protect himself. The flames on the ground were rolling, and a burnt smell kept coming. Obviously, the corpses and blood from before were burned by the flames. Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of fire, but this fire contained a tearing power. If he really dared to stay there, he would definitely be torn to pieces. Finally, he escaped the range of the flaming wind. He stole a glance at Yu Qiong. At this moment, Yu Qiong was wrapped in a ball of white light. Obviously, she had used the power of the talisman. Yu Qiong spat out a mouthful of blood. Her complexion was not very good. Although he managed to block the attack, he suffered another internal injury. He had no choice but to swallow another healing pill. This flying flaming lion is too terrifying, isn't it? Not only is its fleshly body's defense abnormal to the extreme, but it's also extremely powerful. Furthermore, it possessed such a terrifying flame attack. With just Ling Xiao and Yu Qiong, it's impossible for them to be its match. That's right. If this continues, the two of them will definitely die. What is that Ling Xiao doing? He didn't even attack once. What's the use of just running away? Yu Feng said disdainfully. Although the bystanders didn't agree in their hearts, they couldn't say anything. Yu Feng was too strong, and they couldn't afford to offend him. In fact, if Ling Xiao had not attracted most of the flying flaming lion's attack, Yu Qiong might not have been able to block it this time. The Yu family was too arrogant. He was looking down on others too much. Whoosh! Suddenly, a beam of sword light shot towards the flying flaming lion. Blood splattered everywhere. Everyone looked over and saw that Ghost's sword had already risen into the air. His attack was indeed effective. With just one strike, he had injured the flying flame lion. That's great. Ghost's sword has recovered. Only his attack can pose a real threat to the flying flame lion. If the three of them work together, they might really win. At this time, the other battles had already stopped. What was left was the battle between kings. Whoever won would be the victor of this war. The flying flame lion saw Ghost's sword. It pounced again. Ghost's sword was the only opponent it was wary of. Ling Xiao was the opponent it was most angry with. Yu Qiong was a little neglected. It opened its mouth and spat out a ball of intense flame. It roared and charged towards Ghost's sword. Whoosh! Ghost's sword didn't dare to fight it head-on. He leaped and held the dark demon sword with both hands. He slashed down. Sword of the Ghost God. He released the dark demon sword in his hand. It turned into countless sword chi and enveloped the flying flame lion like a hurricane. It wreaked havoc over and over again. The flames spat out by the flying flame lion were completely torn apart. This ghost sword seemed to have become stronger in the previous battle. After the sword chi disappeared, the flying flame lion was covered in wounds. Countless tiny cracks appeared on the surface of his skin. It was dripping with blood. Although the injuries weren't serious, the effect of this attack was better than before. Good. Everyone cheered, thinking that victory was imminent. That's not right. This flying flame lion seems to have weakened? Ghost Sword was a little puzzled. Then he glanced at Ling Xiao. He could confirm that this was Ling Xiao's doing. However, he had no way of knowing what exactly Ling Xiao had done. Stop looking, continue attacking. Ling Xiao naturally knew that it was the combined effect of the bloodthirsty plague, nine-snake poison field, and plague bone dissolving formation. But at this time, there was no need to say it. Even if the flying flame lion was injured, its strength was still very strong. At this time, Yu Qiong also noticed that the flying flame lion had weakened. So she attacked again. Ninefold demonic dragon slash. With a furious roar, the ninefold demonic dragon tore through the air. It directly aimed at the wounds on the flying flame lion's body and forcefully attacked. Some of the wounds on the flying flame lion kept getting bigger. Blood flowed out, but that was all. With the existence of Ghost Sword and Yu Qiong, Ling Xiao felt a lot more relaxed. Therefore, he also began to make some appropriate counterattacks. Frost Dragon Breath, cold air gushed out, and the flying flame lion suddenly froze for a moment. It was at this moment that Ghost Sword and Yu Qiong seized the opportunity. They attacked at the same time. They actually blinded one of the flying flame lion's eyes. The flying flame lion was infuriated. In its fury, it swung its tail. Yu Qiong had no time to dodge and was directly hit in the body. Crack! The sound of bones breaking could be heard. Then Yu Qiong flew out. She crashed into Puppet City and smashed several buildings in a row before stopping. She had already fainted. The injured flying flame lion became even more ferocious. Yu Qiong had probably completely lost her fighting strength. The warriors of the Yu family had already hurried over to treat her injuries. Her injuries are very serious. It will take at least 3 days for her to wake up. Damn that Ling Xiao, it's all that guy's fault. If he hadn't dodged, the flying flame lion wouldn't have been able to attack senior brother Yu Qiong. Yu Feng gritted his teeth. His complaints were somewhat unreasonable. The others ignored him. However, there was a more serious matter at hand. The flying flame lion was still alive and kicking. It was true that it was injured, but with just Ghost Sword and Ling Xiao, they might not be able to take it down. The warriors of the southern puppet city were originally full of confidence, but now they were a little uncertain. Continue, Ghost Sword shouted. He could feel that Ling Xiao's support could make his attack damage even greater. Originally, the most terrifying thing about the flying flame lion was its physical defense and flames. Once it was frozen, these two attributes would be greatly weakened. Just now, one of the flying flame lion's eyes had been blinded because of this. End of this chapter. Chapter 41-33. Iceon. Ling Xiao didn't hold back at all. The divine ice dragon unleashed a dazzling silver light. The entire land became cold. The air became cold, and the flying flaming lion felt extremely uncomfortable. But once again, its body was frozen, although it only lasted for a blink of an eye. However, Ghost Sword was able to attack in the blink of an eye. Once again, the flying flaming lion's wings were injured. The flying flaming lion lost its balance and was forced to land on the ground to fight. This greatly reduced the threat. Roar! The flying flaming lion went completely mad. After being repeatedly injured, it felt an anger it had never felt before. A terrifying demonic energy soared into the sky. The flames on its body turned black. It was no longer releasing heat, but a bone-chilling cold. Ling Xiao felt like his body was about to be frozen, and he quickly ran away. He could only support Ghost Sword. After all, he was only a peak 6th Divine Core warrior. He couldn't fight like Ghost Sword. So scary. If I was any slower, I would have turned into a popsicle. Ling Xiao retreated all the way to the city wall, and with the help of Puppet City's formation, he was able to block the freezing cold. Ghost Sword wasn't having a good time either. He was forced to take dozens of steps back. He felt like his blood and chi was about to freeze. Swoosh! The flying flaming lion once again charged at Ghost Sword. Its injured wings were starting to heal, but Ling Xiao could sense that the flying flaming lion's healing process required a huge amount of demonic energy. This wasn't a bad thing for them. Ghost Sword couldn't stop the flying flaming lion alone, and he was forced to keep retreating. As he fought and retreated, he was forced into a corner by the flying flaming lion. I can't let him die, or else everything will be over. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth, and the canopy beast martial soul appeared behind his back. Water Giant. The Water Giant was formed from fresh blood. It stood in front of Ghost Sword. Although it was shattered by the flying flaming lion's attack, it was still able to block Ghost Sword. But it also created an opportunity for Ghost Sword to dodge. Not only that, Ghost Sword seized the opportunity and struck again. A wound was left on the flying flaming lion's neck, and blood splattered everywhere. Is it dead? How is this possible? Even if a divine core warrior had his head chopped off, he might not die, let alone a demon beast. Ghost Sword wanted to finish him off. Suddenly, the flying flaming lion's body released pitch-black flames. Even his eyes had turned dark. Not good. This is demonization. Inside the heavenly fiend ghost realm, not only would martial artists demonize, demonic beasts would demonize as well. The flying flaming lion, before it had been demonized, had already tormented everyone. Once it demonized, who would be able to stop it? The Ghost Sword was sent flying. The black flames on the flying flame lion's body continued to surge. A thunderous roar came from his mouth. As it roared, balls of black flames rapidly expanded with its body as the center. They blasted out in all directions. This time, Ling Xiao had no other choice. Ghost Sword tried his best to defend. However, his body was sent flying again. Large mouthfuls of blood spurted out from his mouth. His entire body was covered in blood. His aura had also become extremely weak. Everyone, run. There's no other way. Ghost Sword had done his best, but the difference in their cultivation was too great. Even though he had already injured the flying flaming lion, at this moment, he couldn't move. If no one came to save him, he would probably die too. Many people were in despair. However, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a bright light. The flying flaming lion's attack after demonizing had consumed a large amount of demonic aura. This caused the bloodthirsty plague to multiply crazily. The flying flaming lion's heart seemed to have gone crazy. However, it was also at its weakest. As long as he continued to fight for a while, he would definitely be able to kill it. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had the ability to fight. Otherwise, he would still not be able to escape death. The flying flaming lion wanted to kill Ghost Sword. However, when it rushed over, it lost its footing and fell to the ground. He was panting heavily. Its eyes were also filled with fear. Perhaps even it didn't know why it had become so weak. However, Ling Xiao knew. That guy is about to die. Kill him. Seeing this scene, many people felt that the opportunity to take advantage of him had come. A black mass of people rushed out. Don't go, Ling Xiao shouted. Humph, you don't want others to go. You want to take all the credit for yourself, right? No one listened to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was too lazy to say anything else. He rushed out and rescued Ghost Sword back to Puppet City. At this moment, a series of screams could be heard. As the saying goes, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Even though the flying flaming lion was extremely weak, it was still in existence at the extreme realm of Dan after all. Just the release of the black flames killed thousands of people. Corpses fell to the ground like red raindrops. Yu Feng, Yu Chun, Yang Chu, Yang Zhan, Yuan Ming, the woman in green, and Xue Feiqi survived by luck. However, they were all seriously injured. They didn't even have the strength to fight back. I told you not to go. Ling Xiao sighed. He flew to the front of the flying flaming lion. Someone had already rushed out and dragged those who couldn't move back to Puppet City. Next, watch me. Only he knew the flying flaming lion's condition the best. The bloodthirsty rat kept sending him information. How could he not know? We can only place our hopes on this mysterious young man. I wonder if he can do it. Even if he can't, he has to. Otherwise, we're all dead. No one had expected the current situation to occur. They thought even if the flying flaming lion died, it would be killed by Ghost Sword or Yu Qiong. But that possibility was no longer there. Both Ghost Sword and Yu Qiong had lost their ability to fight. All the warriors above the 7th Divine Core Realm were either dead or severely injured. There was no hope for them. Only Ling Xiao remained unscathed until now. The devilization can't last forever. It consumes devil energy. All the living beings in the heavenly demon and ghost region can absorb devil energy. But devil energy is limited. It's time. Ling Xiao's Tai Chi eye accurately captured the moment the flying flaming lion was demonized and disappeared. Myriad lightning, immortal execution. Ling Xiao raised his hands towards the sky and shouted. The pattern of a formation suddenly emerged on the ground. Only now did everyone realize what had happened. This young man had set up the formation a long time ago and had been accumulating energy. This terrifying energy came from the energy of millions of demon beasts. The energy came from tens of thousands of warriors. It fused with the formation. It unleashed an attack that was hundreds, or even tens of thousands of times stronger than what Ling Xiao could unleash. Bang! Myriad lightning bolts converged into one. It smashed onto the flying flaming lion's body. The flying flaming lion tried its best to defend. But too bad, it was useless. It had used up a huge amount of energy on the devilization. Its body was being tortured by the bloodthirsty rat. On top of that, Ghost Sword had injured it. Right now, in front of Ling Xiao, there was nothing it could do. End of chapter. Chapter 4134. The thunder fell, and the flying flaming lion was charred black by the electricity. It had completely lost its vitality. Ling Xiao pierced through the shattered shell and put the flying flaming lion's beast core into his Dongshang Emperor ring. This was the key to cultivating the 12 divine beasts technique. Naturally, he had to keep it for himself. No one could give it to him. If I have enough corpses and enough time, I can even kill a martial artist of the extreme realm in an instant. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and shook his head. Obviously, the probability of such a thing happening was too low. A martial artist of the extreme realm would not stand there and let you kill him. This time, it was obviously a special situation. The flying flaming lion was also exhausted to death. The power of this formation is really terrifying. Some of the martial artists exclaimed in surprise. We all thought that he only knew how to dodge. Who would have thought that he had already set a trap for the flying flaming lion from the beginning? Amazing, this person. People looked at Ling Xiao with admiration, jealousy, and envy. It retreated. The beasts retreated. The beast tide is over. Just as everyone had expected, the moment the flying flaming lion died in battle, the beast tide finally retreated. Ling Xiao smiled and did not stay in the southern puppet city. Instead, he headed towards the western puppet city. He knew very well that he had obtained the flying flaming lion's beast core. If he waited for Yufeng and the others to wake up, that would definitely be a lot of trouble. So leaving now was the most sensible thing to do. The hero who broke through the sky attracted the attention of many martial artists. Although they did not know Ling Xiao's name, they engraved this person's appearance in their minds. The western puppet city was located on top of a mountain. It was unknown how high this mountain was. The top of the mountain had long disappeared into the clouds, and nothing could be seen clearly. Even the Taiji eye could not do anything. If that was all, it would be fine. The most terrifying thing was that the mountain was surrounded by black clouds. Terrifying lightning bolts continued to fall. It was like a storm with lightning intertwined. This is really spectacular. Ling Xiao looked at the mountain with emotion. This mountain is called Thunder Mountain, and it is also very famous in Fengdu Devil Forest. The gravity on the Thunder Mountain was 100 times stronger than anywhere else. Once a martial artist approached, even walking would be strenuous, let alone flying. You have to be careful. In the Dongshang Emperor Ring, Qi Yaoguang reminded as he healed himself, there's heavenly lightning above and gravity below. This Thunder Mountain is truly a wonderful place. But no matter what it is, I have to take a look. There were no traces of the heavenly devil epiphyllum in the eastern and southern puppet cities. In that case, it could only be in the puppet city in the west. The puppet city in the north shouldn't have it either because the Black Pearl didn't send any notice. Ling Xiao speculated that this Thunder Mountain might be the key to this trip to Fengdu Devil Forest. Whether or not he could obtain the heavenly demon Dutchman's flower would depend on this. Ling Xiao transformed into his purple thunderbolt beast soul. Since the lightning mountain was right in front of him, he should be able to reduce the pressure on him by taking on this form. He noticed that many people were heading in that direction. Everyone had a difficult expression on their faces. The closer he got to the lightning mountain, the greater the pressure he felt from it. He didn't care what others did. But now, someone must have arrived at the puppet city in the west, which was on the Thunder Mountain. He wasn't sure if they had found the heavenly demon Dutchman's flower. But even if someone found it, he had to snatch it. In any case, the heavenly demon Dutchman's flower had not been brought out of Fengdu Devil Forest, so this battle was not over. Whoosh! His speed gradually increased. The closer he got to the Thunder Mountain, the more terrifying the gravity became. However, Ling Xiao's body was extremely strong, and he gradually adapted to the 100 times gravity. As for the lightning that kept falling from the sky, it was also directly absorbed by the purple thunderbolt and could not cause any harm to him. Along the way, he saw many people give up midway. He also saw some people being killed by the lost beasts after the beast tide retreated. But he did not meddle in other people's business, since he had chosen to come here to fight for the heavenly demon Dutchman's flower. Then he had to be responsible for his own life. If he died, it could only prove that he was not capable enough. He deserved it. Of course, the beast tide was an accident, so it was naturally another matter. After rushing for 3 hours, Ling Xiao finally arrived at the foot of the Thunder Mountain. From here, he couldn't see the top of the mountain. He couldn't even see the shape of the mountain. In front of him, there was only a huge mountain with strange rocks and the lightning that kept flashing in the sky. The lightning was about 200 meters above the ground, and it didn't directly hit the bottom. This could be considered a piece of good news. But what did 200 meters mean? 200 meters? He couldn't even see the middle of the mountain, let alone the peak. Climbing up the Thunder Mountain was an extremely difficult task. Even Ling Xiao, who was standing there, felt like giving up. But when he thought about his sister, Ling Jiaojiao, who was still suffering, when he thought about his great ambition of unifying the mystic world, he wouldn't allow himself to give up. Grabbing onto the rock, Ling Xiao started climbing. Even for divine core warriors, when climbing Thunder Mountain, they could only slowly climb up like an ordinary person. Movement skills and Qinggong were completely useless. A strong body was the foundation of everything. Another half an hour went by. Normally, he could climb 200 meters in less than a second, but he had just arrived. Ling Xiao jumped up. There was already a mountain path here. On top of the Thunder Mountain, there were all sorts of strange plants, and all of them were emitting electric sparks. It was as if they were born from the lightning. There are people in front. Ling Xiao started walking forward. He wasn't in a hurry, and he was walking carefully. The people in front of him were walking even slower, and some of them even suddenly stopped. Ling Xiao was curious. When he got close to those people, he immediately transformed into his shadow warrior form. He chose to hide. Although those people from the southern puppet city hadn't arrived yet, there shouldn't be many people here who knew him. But it was better to be careful. After walking for about 10 minutes, Jiang Chan caught sight of a dozen people with his Taiji eye. One of the silhouettes looked exceptionally familiar. Yu Zhangzong? Didn't this guy go to the eastern puppet city? Looks like when we were fighting against the demon beasts, this guy came to the Thunder Mountain from another route. When Ling Xiao saw Yu Zhangzong, his eyes turned red, as if he was meeting his enemy. Among the dozen people, Yu Zhangzong was the strongest. The rest of the warriors were from the Yu family, and some were from other families and powers. The oldest among them was 49 years old. But none of them were as strong as Yu Zhangzong. Everyone, listen to me. With me here, the Thunder Mountain is nothing. When we reach the western puppet city, we will be safe. Yu Zhangzong was giving his speech there. This guy, is he going to play the same trick again? Ling Xiao remembered what Yu Zhangzong did in the poisonous miasma forest. This guy escaped alone in the poisonous miasma forest. He left his companions behind. Even Ling Xiao, an outsider, felt that he was shameless enough. But if I go out rashly, those people will definitely not believe me. It's better to follow behind. Wait for an opportunity to act. End of this chapter. Chapter 41:35. Yu Zhangzong was not weak, but he was not easy to deal with. If he wanted to kill him as soon as possible, he had to grasp the conditions well. Otherwise, it would definitely not work. Therefore, Ling Xiao planned to follow first and then wait for an opportunity to make a move. Roar! At this moment, the roar of a demon beast suddenly came from the front. This demon beast was not big in size. It was the size of a wild cat. However, lightning flashed all over its body. There was also a strange color in its eyes. Is this being bedeviled? The heavenly devil ghost territory is really a terrifying place. Even the lightning contains terrifying demonic nature. This demon beast has been tempered by heavenly lightning for a long time, so it naturally became bedeviled. It's much stronger than what it looks like on the surface. What others could not see, Ling Xiao's Tai Chi eye could see everything clearly. In the beginning, the martial artists had clearly underestimated the enemy. In the end, one of them was killed by the bedeviled wild cat. Only at this time did they panic. A bunch of idiots. What are you all panicking for? Join forces. How can this wild cat be our match? One had to say that Yu Zhangzong was quite good at bewitching people. As he spoke, he suddenly struck out with his palm. The black palm wind instantly arrived in front of the wild cat. The wild cat screamed miserably and wanted to escape. It was obviously seriously injured. When everyone saw this scene, they all admired Yu Zhangzong and rushed forward to kill that wild cat. Yu Zhangzong followed behind, revealing a cold smile. A bunch of idiots. I'll let you guys scout the way for me. After he finished speaking, he followed her. He maintained a certain distance. You're also an idiot. Just scout the way for me. Not long after Yu Zhangzong left. Only then did Ling Xiao chase after him. Towards this unknown place, he himself also had no confidence in his heart. Since someone was scouting the way for him, why wouldn't he be happy? The higher they went, the more vegetation that flickered with lightning. And some of them were very tall. It was like a thunder demon in the darkness, giving people a very terrifying feeling. Violent lightning continued to fall, although it did not directly attack people's bodies. but they could still feel that kind of numbing pain. Suddenly, waves of whispers floated in the air. It was as if someone was hiding in the dark, spying on them and talking in a low voice. This sound gave everyone a huge pressure, including Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao only felt that this thing was strange and thought that there was someone inside the lightning. However, the people in front of him were different. Someone actually let out a miserable shriek and jumped down into the bottomless abyss like a madman. This place was close to 400 meters below the surface. He couldn't use the flight spell. If they were thrown down, they would basically be smashed into pieces. Even a divine core warrior couldn't escape from it. As expected, Yu Zhangzong suddenly stopped. He also felt fear. He quickly took out a talisman. Only then did he continue walking forward. This guy really came prepared. Looking at Yu Zhangzong, Ling Xiao smiled. At the same time, on the way to Thunder Mountain, Yu Feng, Yu Chun, Yang Chu, Yang Zhan, Yuan Ming, the green-clothed woman, and Xue Feiqi were rushing over. Their injuries were not as serious as Yu Qiong and Ghost Swords. Therefore, after a few hours, he had completely recovered. The reason why he had rushed over in such a hurry was because, in fact, there was only one reason. That was to catch up to Ling Xiao. That guy took the flying flaming lion's demon core. We have to get it back, Yu Feng said while gnashing his teeth. Not only that thing. I heard that Thunder Mountain has a lot of heavenly devil thunder jades. With enough heavenly devil thunder jades, you can cultivate the heavenly devil thunder body. That is the most frightening body cultivation method in the divine core realm. I reckon that this kid is a body-refining martial artist. That's why he will definitely fight for the heavenly devil thunder jades. We can't let him get it. Yang Zhan said, don't forget about the most important thing, the heavenly devil Dutchman's flower. If that guy gets it, we'll be in big trouble. Yang Chu reminded. All these people were in the same group. They were from the Yu family, Yang family, Red Robe sect, Green Vine sect, and Blood Spirit sect. Of course, they couldn't let Ling Xiao's dream come true. Far behind them, there was another group of warriors rushing over. However, those warriors were destined to be eliminated. Thunder Mountain wasn't a place where ordinary people could climb. If they weren't at the 7th Divine Core Realm, they wouldn't even have the chance to enter. Faster! Yu Feng increased his speed. He was chasing after Ling Xiao. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know that these men were chasing after him. After all, the distance between them was too far. His main target right now was Yu Zhangzong. He wanted to kill this guy before thinking about the Heavenly Devil Dutchman's flower. Heavenly Devil Thunder Jade. Suddenly, Yu Zhangzong paused for a second. Ling Xiao could clearly see that he was holding a round crystal in his hand. It looked like there were lightning bolts dancing within the crystal, and a dense, devilish energy. Ha 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 ha, looks like I was right. Heavenly Devil Thunder Jade. As long as I can get enough Heavenly Devil Thunder Jades, I will be able to cultivate the Heavenly Devil Thunder Body. Just the beginner level of the Heavenly Devil Thunder Body is equivalent to a peak 8th Order Emperor Realm defensive martial skill. At that time, that Ling Xiao will be no match for me. Yu Zhangzong let out a crazy laugh. He completely ignored the dead body lying next to him. The poor dead body was one of the warriors who were killed by the demon beasts after entering the Thunder Zone. Heavenly Devil Thunder Jade? Heavenly Devil Thunder Body? Hearing Yu Zhangzong's words, Ling Xiao suddenly became serious. His black tortoise divine physique was only at the early 8th Order Emperor realm. If he could cultivate the Heavenly Devil Thunder Body, if he could combine the two physiques, he would definitely become stronger. Senior brother Zhangzong, there's good stuff here. Excited shouts came from further away. Yu Zhangzong revealed an excited expression. What did you find? So many Heavenly Devil Thunder Jades, but there are demon beasts guarding. We are no match for them. The voices made Yu Zhangzong ecstatic. He wasn't too far away from the front. If it was too far, it would be easy to lose track. Therefore, he arrived at the place where the voices came from in an instant. Ling Xiao also followed. He could clearly see that there was a huge piece of Heavenly Devil Thunder Jade there. It was 1,000 times bigger than the one in Yu Zhangzong's hand. The energy it contained was terrifying to the extreme. Ling Xiao had reason to believe. If he merged with the Heavenly Devil Thunder Jade, his physical strength would improve even more. Therefore, he wouldn't give this thing to others. But now wasn't the best time to make a move. On top of the heavenly devil Thunderjade was a head. This demonic beast looked like a demon wolf. The difference was that its body was also shining with lightning, and its eyes were pitch black. It was obvious that it was possessed. This demon wolf strength has reached the perfection of the Earth Core realm, although it is not Yu Zhangzong's opponent. But because it is possessed, it will give Yu Zhangzong a headache. Let them fight for the time being. Later, I will reap the benefits of the fisherman. Ling Xiao sat down and waited to watch the show. Everyone, let's kill this demon wolf together and divide the heavenly devil Thunderjade equally. Such a big piece of heavenly devil Thunderjade. Even if the 16 of us divide it equally, each of us will get a lot. Yu Zhangzong suggested. Genius remembered this site's address in 1 second. Apex mobile version website. Chapter 4136. 16 men teamed up to fight a demon wolf. Under Yu Zhangzong's command, everything went smoothly. Even though 3 people had died in the process, Yu Zhangzong was also injured. But it didn't affect the result. As for the 3 people who had died, the remaining people were actually grateful because they would receive even more heavenly devil Thunderjades. But right at this moment, Yu Zhangzong did something that no one could understand. He suddenly attacked and killed the 4 men who were closest to him. He was an early heavenly core warrior. Those 4 men were just earth core warriors. Since they were caught off guard, it was easy to kill them. Senior disciple Zhangzong, what are you doing? When the others saw what happened, they quickly gathered together. Their eyes were filled with fear and confusion. What am I doing? Don't you know? This heavenly devil Thunderjade can only be mine. Don't even think about getting it. Yu Zhangzong sneered. Damn it. We're all from the Yu family. One of the warriors said. Idiots. In front of benefits, not to mention being from the Yu family, even blood brothers will turn against each other. While speaking, Yu Zhangzong attacked again. Although the remaining 9 men fought back with all their might, the gap between their strength was still huge. In just a few moments, only 4 men were left. Of course, Yu Zhangzong was also injured once. After all, when fighting the demon wolf just now, Yu Zhangzong had used up a lot of energy. He was also injured by the demon wolf. But even so, Yu Zhangzong had an obvious advantage. We don't want the heavenly devil Thunderjade anymore. Please, senior disciple Zhangzong, let us go. The remaining 4 men started begging for mercy. Let you go? Hee, no one can know about what happened today. If you leave, how am I going to return to the Yu family in the future? Yu Zhangzong sneered. He didn't show any mercy. This guy, he really doesn't change. He even dares to trick his own family. Is there anything else he won't do? In the dark, Ling Xiao watched Yu Zhangzong kill the men. But he didn't do anything. Why should he interfere with the internal strife of the Yu family? All he needed to do was wait for the battle to end. Then, he would reap the benefits. Very quickly, the remaining 4 people were also killed by Yu Zhangzong. However, one of them ended up exploding his Niden, severely injuring Yu Zhangzong. Damn it. Looks like I'll have to take the demonic Thunderjade away and hide it to recuperate. Yu Zhangzong sat on the ground and swallowed a healing pill. Then, he casually bandaged himself. Although he was injured this time, no matter what, he had obtained the heavenly devil Thunderjade. It wasn't a loss. Who? At this moment, Yu Zhangzong was horrified to discover that a figure had appeared in a place where there was no one. You don't know me anymore? A genius of the Yu family. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and walked out of the darkness, arriving in front of Yu Zhangzong. At that moment, Yu Zhangzong was scared out of his wits. Why? He couldn't understand. Didn't Ling Xiao go to Puppet City in the south? Wasn't there a beast tied there? How could this guy still be alive? This was too inconceivable. Are you talking about the beast tide? As for me, I was lucky enough to survive the beast tide. Did I scare you? Ling Xiao smiled and walked towards Yu Zhangzong step by step, his eyes flashing with cold killing intent. Outside Puppet City in the east, I was fighting with Yuan Yi, but you interfered. If I wasn't strong enough, I would have died at that time. You know what the consequences will be. Don't kill me. I'll give you the demonic Thunderjade. Yuan Yi hurriedly said. Do I need you to give it to me? Ling Xiao curled his lips in disdain and said, "If I kill you, I can also get the demonic thunder jade. If you kill me, the Yu family won't let you off." Yu Zhangzong's face was very ugly. The thing that he had worked so hard to get was actually snatched away by someone else, and he might even lose his life. This was really a little too depressing. Qi. Without any hesitation, Ling Xiao pierced a finger directly into Yu Zhangzong's forehead. On the finger, violent sword qi raged in Yu Zhangzong's body. It was just a short moment. Yu Zhangzong's entire body, including his inner core, turned into fragments. "Idiot, I've already killed people from the Yu family. Do you think I'll be afraid of killing one more?" After killing Yu Zhangzong, Ling Xiao walked to the side of the demonic thunder jade. The huge demonic thunder jade contained a terrifying amount of energy. Ling Xiao absolutely had enough reason to believe. As long as he completely absorbed the energy of the demonic thunder jade, his physical body would be upgraded to peak 8th Order Emperor realm. Keep. He put the item away, hidden in the mountain river world. As long as he fought, the energy would be absorbed by his body, tempering it. In this way, his physical body would continue to grow stronger. So there was no need to waste time in seclusion. Moreover, he didn't have time to go into seclusion now. The demonic epiphyllum had not been found. This was the key. Moving forward, about 1 li in front of Ling Xiao, there were about 20 cultivators resting there. One of them was a very familiar face. She was Black Pearl. Next to Black Pearl was an unfamiliar face. This man was also a powerful warrior from the Black Flame sect. His name was He Ming. He Ming was about 35 years old. Early Heavenly Core realm. Same level as Yu Zhangzong. The environment in the Thunder Mountain was too harsh. Every time they walked a certain distance, they would have to rest for a while. They climbed up the Thunder Mountain from the other side. Therefore, in the first half of the journey, they didn't run into Ling Xiao and the others. Therefore, they didn't see the huge demonic thunder jade. Some cultivators tore apart the cleansing water talisman and drank the clean water. These talismans weren't used for fighting. The cleansing water talisman could be used for drinking, bathing, and cleaning. It was very useful. Also, it had a long shelf life. It was much better than keeping it in a storage ring. Everyone was quietly doing their own thing, recovering their stamina, recovering their true yuan, waiting for the rest of the journey. I wonder how Ling Xiao is doing? Black Pearl looked towards the direction of Puppet City. There was a beast tied over there, and they could see it from afar. However, the distance was too far. It was impossible to send help. Plus, Ling Xiao didn't send out any distress signal. Therefore, she didn't go there. But, in her mind, she was still worried about Ling Xiao. After all, he was an important ally. Crack. Swoosh. Thunder continued to rumble, and strong winds blew. Everyone's mood was somewhat anxious. But, they were still cultivators, so they were able to stay calm. Something's happening. Suddenly, Black Pearl and another powerful warrior from the Yu family, Yuan, stood up. Yuan was a peak Heavenly Core warrior, and his strength was similar to Yu Feng's. But, one of them chose Puppet City in the south, while the other chose Puppet City in the north. They had split up. After a while, He Ming and a few other powerful warriors stood up, because everyone could feel the danger. End of chapter. Chapter 4137. There's an enemy. This isn't right. How could there be an enemy on Thunder Mountain? Could it be a demon beast? He Ming frowned. It's not a demon beast. The aura isn't right. It's a human martial artist. Black Pearl shook her head. Her cultivation was higher than He Ming's, so she could feel it more clearly. Yuan also nodded on the other side. Logically speaking, although the martial artists who entered Fengdu Devil Forest were definitely competitors, but under normal circumstances, it was impossible to release such a terrifying murderous aura. Not long after, the enemy was approaching. Everyone's expressions were not very good. These people numbered close to 1,000, and all of them were wearing armor, covered from head to toe, only revealing a pair of eyes. In his eyes, lightning incantations appeared. This is troublesome. The southern Puppet City encountered a beast tide. I originally thought it was strange. Generally speaking, the demon beasts of Fengdu Devil Forest would never attack Puppet City. Seeing these people, I can confirm it. Black Pearl frowned and said, "This is the legendary human devil army." Human devil? Hei Ming was stunned for a moment. In this world, there were two kinds of existences related to the extraterritorial devil race. One of them was the devil cultivator. The devil cultivator used the devil race as a tool to increase their own cultivation, but they did not obey the will of the devil race. The human devil was different. Most of the human devils were human martial artists controlled by the devil race. Even because of intermarriage with the devil race, a brand new race was born. They would worship the devil race from birth, treat humans as their enemy. Where there are human devils, there must be extraterritorial devils. Yulwan's brows also furrowed. This trip to the Fengdu demonic forest might be even more terrifying than everyone had imagined. Most of the human devils were savage by nature and ate human flesh as food. Human blood as water. What they liked the most was the flesh and blood of martial artists. Because the more they ate and drank, the stronger they would become. In the past, it was just a rumor. But today, they saw the eyes of these human devils. They were almost certain that the rumor was true. Those eyes revealed hunger and cruelty. They did not treat them as humans at all. Instead, they treated them as food. Fortunately, they were all devil cultivators and had been dealing with devils for a long time. So although they were surprised, they did not panic. If it were a martial artist from the Golden Sky domain, they would probably be scared out of their wits. Kill. A roar sounded out from among the human devils. It was using the human language. Soon after, a terrifying rain of arrows covered the sky and the earth like leeches. These arrows were all made with special methods. Even if a divine core warrior was hit by this arrow, he would definitely be injured. The demonic human walked out from the darkness and took revenge on the humans. The rain of arrows in the sky was illuminated by the lightning. It was a picture of a strange battle in the middle of the night. Black Pearl gritted her teeth. Activating his true essence, he formed a circular barrier around his body. The other martial artists also had spirit talismans to protect themselves. The effect of this volley of arrows was actually only to weaken and exhaust the enemy. As for killing these 20 martial artists, it was not that easy. "We, the Yu family, are not afraid of you." A cold snort sounded out from the crowd. Yulwan flew up into the sky. She held a spear in her hand. She thrust it through the air. A huge phantom of a heavenly devil appeared behind her. It looked like an eagle. Wherever the spear pointed, the eagle would fall. The ground suddenly exploded. It was as if a lightning bolt had struck down. The arrow rain in the air was swept away by the spear. The spear didn't lose any of its momentum. It simply crashed into the group of human devils. Dozens of human devils were impaled, and blood splashed into the sky. Their bodies were shattered. What a powerful person, Yulwan. Black Pearl sighed. Amongst all the geniuses from the Black Flame sect, she was the most outstanding one. But she was just a perfect heavenly core warrior. But this Yulwan was only ranked 5th or 6th amongst all the geniuses from the Yu family. But she was already so powerful. Interesting. The geniuses from the Yu family from the Fengdu Devil Kingdom are indeed different from ordinary people. That spear in your hand is also an immortal rank heavenly king weapon. With your strength and your weapon, I'll be able to defeat you. These human devils are no match for you. But you seem to have forgotten that we, the human devil clan, also have geniuses. Yulwan had killed dozens of human devil warriors with a single spear strike. But before anyone could celebrate, suddenly, a wild laughter came from the darkness. Then, a terrifying energy wave struck. It easily blocked Yulwan's second attack. Crack! The lightning bolt struck down, and a man could be seen standing in the sky. This man was wearing a white robe, and his face was also frighteningly pale. He wasn't wearing any armor. But, compared to those human devils who were wearing armor, he was even more frightening. Not good. It's the scholar in white from the human devil clan. Although this title sounded very elegant, it was still a very elegant title. Scholar in white? But, in fact, everyone who knew this man knew. The scholar in white was a very frightening existence. He was one of the absolute geniuses of the human devil clan. A few years ago, the human devil clan was single-handedly defeated by the Devil Emperor. Only a small number of them managed to escape into the wild mountains and forests. They were doing some shameful things. This scholar in white was a very arrogant human devil genius in recent years. He had sneaked into the human domain and killed many human warriors. On the Heavenly Demon Ghost Territory's bounty list, he was one of the top. On the bounty list, as long as you kill this scholar in white, you can get a supreme rank soul stone. You can also get a heaven-breaking pill. That's right, I've heard about it as well. But this guy is pretty strong. Can you kill him? Ha 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 ha, you guys seem to be interested in my bounty. The scholar in white laughed and said, actually, not only you guys, I'm interested as well. A heaven-breaking pill can give a heavenly core warrior a great chance of breaking through to the extreme core realm. A piece of supreme-grade spirit stone was equivalent to 10 million high-grade spirit stones. It's also very tempting. To be honest, if it's possible, I want to sell myself. Don't be so arrogant. Although you're strong, you'll die in my hands today. Yuan shook her spear and shouted at the scholar in white. Both of them were perfect heavenly core warriors. It was normal that Yuan wasn't afraid of the scholar in white. Ha 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 ha, Yuan. Oh Yuan, you're so stupid. Why did I look down on you guys? You and the Black Pearl are both existences that can threaten my life. Do you think I'll come alone? While laughing wildly, the scholar in white crushed the talisman in his hand. In an instant, 13 tall and mighty figures appeared in front of the human devil formation. They were all about 7 to 8 meters tall. They looked like humans, but they weren't puppets. They looked more like monsters that had been modified from the bodies of demon beasts. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 4138. The demon-human tribe had been defeated by the demon emperor. In order to revive the tribe, they had put in a lot of effort. Deep in the mountains and forests, they were researching the mutation of species. The 13 tall and mighty monsters unleashed by the scholar in white were the new species they had created, giant devils. They were about 7 to 8 meters tall. Human form. Their skin was thick, and they had incredible strength. These were their characteristics. What was even more surprising was that these giant devils could also cultivate martial skills and secret skills. Their combat strength was even more terrifying than ordinary warriors. Giant devils, they actually succeeded in their research. The Black Pearl's expression was ugly. All this while, the research of the demon-human tribe had never been a secret. But most of the time, humans had treated this research as a joke. They didn't really care. But today, these giant devils had appeared. They couldn't help but be surprised. Humans still didn't know much about these giant devils. But judging from the current situation, the combat strength of these giant devils, they were probably at the early heavenly core realm. Among these 20 men, there were only 3 who were at the heavenly core realm. Yuan, the Black Pearl, and Heiming. Their opponents were 13 giant devils, and there were so many other demon-human tribes. With the addition of the scholar in white, how are they going to fight this battle? Ha ha, ha. The scholar in white laughed out wildly. Giant devils, today is the day you'll be rewarded. Use your own hands and make these pathetic demon cultivators pay the price. They used the power of the heavenly devils, but they didn't pledge their loyalty to the demon race. What an ungrateful bunch. Humph, don't try to sound so righteous. This world doesn't belong to the demon race. If you're just here to stay, it's fine. But after the demon race arrived in the mystic world, they started massacring all living beings in the mystic world. That's why the human king killed all of you. Now, the real demon race no longer exists in the mystic world. All that's left are the remnants of the demon race's bloodline. How can we let you be so arrogant? Yuan, you're in charge of that scholar in white. The rest of you, focus on the demon-human tribe. As for those 13 giant devils, just leave them to me and Heiming. The Black Pearl suddenly sneered. What arrogance! 13 giant devils, you want to deal with them all by yourself? You think too highly of yourself, the scholar in white said with disdain. However, the Black Pearl ignored him. Suddenly, he took out a black ball. It looked like some kind of crystal that contained a strange energy. He casually threw it out towards the 13 giant demons. Yuan nodded slightly. With a flick of the spear in his hand, Zheng Yuan erupted from his body. The long spear turned into a phantom and stabbed directly at the scholar in white. Although he didn't know what the Black Pearl wanted to do, at present, the Black Pearl's arrangement was the most appropriate. Among the people who had come, the most troublesome ones were the scholar in white and the 13 giant demons. As long as the two of them could hold off the remaining human devils, it would be easy to deal with them. He Ming did not dare to be negligent. A black flame appeared behind him. The flames gradually condensed into a huge black wolf. The black wolf roared and charged at the enemy. The scene became very tense for a moment, and a battle was about to break out. Not good. That's the devil-suppressing black blood bead. At first, the scholar in white didn't pay much attention to the black sphere that Black Pearl had thrown out. But suddenly, the 13 trolls were kneeling on the ground. Their huge bodies seemed to be suppressed by something. At that moment, he understood what it was. But it was a bit too late. The black sphere enveloped the 13 giant demons. As if they had been cursed, the 13 giant demons were unable to move. They became useless. This devil-suppressing black blood bead was indeed terrifying. It contained the blood of ancient heavenly demons and was refined with many precious materials. It was specifically designed to deal with demons. Because the human devils had human blood, they were not greatly affected. But that troll was a pure troll. They were greatly affected. Even if it were 13 giant demons, once trapped, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to escape. And even if they did escape, their strength would be greatly weakened. One had to know that the devil-suppressing black blood bead was an extremely rare item. There was only one of it in the entire heavenly demon ghost region. It was personally refined by the former demon emperor. Because the human devil clan was basically wiped out, the demon emperor gave this item to a designated person for safekeeping. But how it ended up in the hands of the Black Pearl was unknown. Who are you? How could such a treasure be in the hands of a little girl like you? The scholar in white's expression was very ugly. These 13 giant demons were the demons that their human devil clan had painstakingly researched. Were they going to be killed before they were even put to use? He was just thinking. He Ming's flaming black wolf had already pounced into the black ball of light. Even though those giant demons were very powerful, but they were weakened by the devil-suppressing black blood bead. In addition, He Ming himself was not weak. In the end, several of them were burned to death in an instant. If he did not stop the Black Pearl, these 13 giant demons would all be finished. You don't need to care how this thing fell into my hands. You only need to understand that you are here to die today, and that is enough. The Black Pearl sneered. This treasure had been hidden by her for a long time. It turned out to be her mother's item. She didn't expect it to come in handy now. Hurry up and attack. The scholar in white was blocked by Yuan and had no way to deal with the Black Pearl. He could only give the order to the human devils under him. A group of human devils rushed forward, attempting to interrupt the Black Pearl's casting. Others quickly blocked them. The Black Pearl shouted. The remaining 17 warriors all went out to fight. One must know that Yuan and the Black Pearl had already blocked the most powerful enemy for them. Now it was time for them to show their strength. A confrontation between 17 people and hundreds of people. Actually, they were not necessarily at a disadvantage, because their overall strength was more powerful. The two armies faced each other. The slaughter began. Thunder and lightning intersected. The moon was dark and the wind was strong. Corpses, blood, blade light, everything seemed so cold and cruel. But this was the most realistic world of warriors. A bitter battle. This lasted for a full half an hour. Human devil corpses were all over the place. A few warriors also died on the side of the warriors. Only 12 of them were left. But it was obvious that they still had a huge advantage. Suddenly, at this time, a strange whistle sounded. The human devils suddenly retreated. From among them, a slender figure wearing a blood-red armor walked out. It should be a female devil. The long sword in her hand was also blood-red. The tip of the sword had an extra barb. Once it pierced and pulled out, even the internal organs would be pulled out. In this battle, more than half of the human devils were lost. That was why she suddenly appeared. In her cold eyes, there was a cruel glint. Devil cultivators are indeed powerful. It was the devil who gave you power. So today, you will return the power to the devil. This female devil's voice was very pleasant to hear, very tempting. The terrifying aura made everyone suffocate. End of chapter. Chapter 4139. Blood Turtle Dove. She is a blood turtle dove. Just like the scholar in white, she is a genius of the human demons. She is younger than the scholar in white, therefore, there is a slight gap between their strengths. But she is still an early 8th level divine core warrior. We are no match for her. The remaining 12 devil cultivators looked terrified. Facing a heavenly core warrior, there was nothing they could do. Hey Ming, you go and help them. I'll handle these 13 giant devils. Seeing this, Black Pearl had no choice but to say, understood. Hey Ming seemed to listen to Black Pearl. Obviously, he knew Black Pearl's identity. Kill. The blood turtle dove ignored Hey Ming. Her speed was incredibly fast. During the battle, she was like a blood-colored turtle dove as she flew into the crowd. She swung her cold blood hook sword. The heads of the 2 Shioma cultivators had already been removed. Hey Ming chased after her. Although he had the strength, he couldn't attack the blood turtle dove. He was extremely anxious. What was even more depressing was that those human demons who had retreated had once again unleashed arrows from afar. Their target was Black Pearl. Hey Ming had no choice but to protect Black Pearl. Their disadvantage in numbers had caused them to suffer greatly. Right at this moment, the battle in the sky was raging like a raging fire. Yuan and the scholar in white were locked in a fierce battle. Both of their strengths were on par with each other. Naturally, they were in a stalemate. Out of the original 13 giant devils, only 10 were left. 3 of them were burned to death by Hey Ming. Although the remaining 10 were weak, they were only under Black Pearl's control. Black Pearl had to control these 10 giant devils, so she couldn't attack them. He was caught in a dilemma. Actually, if Yuan could kill the scholar in white, this battle would be over. But the problem was, could Yuan really do it? The scholar in white was fighting with a folding fan. However, this folding fan was as tough as a heavenly metal. It was also a immortal rank heavenly king weapon. No matter how strong Yuan was, she couldn't hurt him. On the ground, the 10 cultivators were fighting the blood turtle dove together. They were at a disadvantage. But luckily, they didn't lose face, and none of them were dead. Hey Ming was protecting Black Pearl while attacking the human demons from afar. Both sides were in a stalemate. However, at this moment, the key factor that would determine the outcome of this battle appeared. The scholar in white holding the folding fan suddenly revealed a cold smile. A talisman appeared in his hand. It was a black talisman filled with strangeness and viciousness. This divine-grade Heavenly King artifact spiritual talisman is prepared for you. He didn't want to use it at first, but seeing the human demons being killed by Hey Ming one after another, he couldn't take Yuan down for the time being. With the battle in such a stalemate, it would be extremely disadvantageous for them if more Shioma cultivators came. Therefore, he took it out. Nine Gu Demon. The talisman exploded. Black smoke suddenly filled the entire space. If the human demons wanted to rise again, how could they only place their hopes on the trolls? Gu demons were also one of their research directions. Gu demons and trolls were 2 completely opposite research directions. Trolls were existences that could become a fighting force. As for Gu demons, they were purely used to disgust people. The 9 Gu demon was the most insidious and vicious existence among the Gu demons developed by the human demon. Once released, the Gu demon would turn into smoke and invade the human body. Not only would the body feel powerless, but the blood and chi would also be absorbed. The scariest thing was, even the soul would be affected by the Gu demon. For those with weaker soul strength, once they were affected by the Gu demon, they would wake up. They would become a walking corpse under the Gu demon's control. Of course, this was only a divine-grade, Heavenly King artifact spiritual talisman. If a Heavenly Core warrior circulated his true Yuan to defend himself, he could still defend himself. As for an extreme core warrior, he would only need to consume half of his true Yuan to defend himself. But it still couldn't stop the 9 Gu demon from being terrifying. Within the human demon tribe, Only those with extremely high status could have something like this. If the scholar in white didn't have a mission, he wouldn't have been able to get his hands on it. The moment the 9 demon exploded, Yuan, Black Pearl, Hei Ming, and the others all had terrified expressions. None of them expected that the enemy would have such a terrifying existence. A ferocious face even appeared in their souls. It was as if their souls were about to be devoured. That ferocious face was the true face of the 9 demon. Ah, ah, ah. Miserable screams kept ringing out. The few men who were still able to defend themselves against the blood-spotted dove instantly fell to the ground, tortured by the 9 demon. Even the blood-spotted dove didn't dare to stay within the range of the 9 demon. It scurried to the side. Blood-spotted dove, bring the other human demons and ambush the other warriors. Just leave the matters here to me. The scholar in white said in an indifferent tone. Yes, sir. The blood-spotted dove flew into the sky and soon disappeared from the misty Thunder Mountain. No one knew how many more demon cultivators would suffer from this. Hei Ming desperately resisted the 9 demon, not letting it hurt Black Pearl. Young master, don't hold on any longer. Let's run. This thing is too terrifying. In order to let Black Pearl escape, he let the 9 demon enter his body. His expression had become extremely ugly. But he was still a heavenly core warrior. He could still hold on. Black Pearl glanced at Hei Ming. Then she clenched her teeth and circulated her true yuan, forming a golden light around her body. She was going all out now. No matter what, she couldn't just leave Hei Ming behind and run away. The golden light enveloped her and Hei Ming. But she coughed up blood. Controlling the demon-suppressing Black Blood Pearl already consumed a lot of true yuan and energy. Now, she still had to resist the 9 demon. She was really close to dying. She couldn't release the demon-suppressing Black Blood Pearl. Once she released it, those 10 demon cultivators would be even more troublesome. Now, she could only hope that Yuan could kill the scholar in white. In the sky, Yuan's spear was madly thrusting out. A spear shadow was formed around his body. The 9 demon couldn't get close to him. He looked at the situation on the ground, then looked at the scholar in white. Suddenly, he clenched his teeth and rushed towards the scholar in white. If I kill you, the 9 demon won't work anymore. Humph, you think you can kill me? The scholar in white was actually a little depressed. After using the 9 demon's talisman, he also consumed a lot of energy. If Yuan really wanted to kill him, he would have to run away. In the end, all his previous efforts would be wasted. But he didn't expect that Yuan was just making a feint. Then he turned around and ran away. The scholar in white was stunned for a moment. Then he suddenly laughed wildly. Ha ha ha, this idiot. Cough. Although he was very happy, he was obviously injured in the battle with Yuan. It wasn't good. The reason why he said Yuan was an idiot was because his situation wasn't good. Although he's an idiot, his combat strength is very strong. In a one-on-one fight, I'm really not his opponent. I have no choice but to use the 9 demon. This guy let the blood turtle dove leave because he was injured. There was something that was hard to say. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 4140. Human devils were much crueler than what the outside world had imagined. Once you showed your injuries in front of your own people, you would be brutally killed and eaten. Your strength would become someone else's as well. If the blood turtle dove found out he was injured, it would never let him go. But luck was still on his side. Yuan had escaped, and so had the blood turtle dove. Only Black Pearl and Hei Ming were still struggling to defend against the 9 devils. Ha ha ha, Black Pearl, your demon-suppressing Black Blood Pearl is pretty good. Too bad. You brought some useless teammates with you. I'd like to see if you still have the ability to go against me. The scholar in white slowly walked towards Black Pearl. Right at this moment, Hei Ming had completely fainted. In order to protect Black Pearl, he had used up all of his true yuan. Right now, he was on the verge of death. He wasn't far from death. Swoosh! A black object suddenly shot out from Black Pearl's right hand. The scholar in white sneered and blocked it with his folding fan. Although I'm injured, A trick like this is nothing to me. He was proud of himself. However, Black Pearl sneered, I knew you would block it. Explode. It was a heavenly core warrior's core that Heiju had obtained from an unknown place. Suddenly, it exploded. The scholar in white was sent flying away. Blood splashed out from his body. Right at this moment, Black Pearl fell onto the ground. Only the demon-suppressing Black Blood Pearl was still controlling the 10 giant devils. Good move, Black Pearl. I didn't expect you to have such a trick up your sleeve. But, if you can't kill me, what else can you do? The scholar in white sneered and crawled up from the ground. His entire body was aching. He felt like many of his bones were broken. He was staggering as he walked. Obviously, he was severely injured. But even so, his condition was better than Black Pearl's. Black Pearl smiled bitterly. Right now, she had no strength left. She could only wait for death. But, for some reason, the young man's shadow kept flashing in front of her eyes. If he was here, would anything change? He was just a peak 6th divine core warrior. Hell Shadow Strike. Right when Black Pearl was in despair, a cold voice suddenly sounded out from the darkness. A sword wrapped in darkness pierced into the body of the scholar in white. The terrifying power directly sent the scholar in white flying. Pooh! The scholar in white spat out a mouthful of blood. They looked in horror at the figure walking out of the darkness. Who are you? He would never have thought that someone had been hiding in the darkness, waiting to stab him, although he didn't manage to kill him. However, this greatly weakened his strength. As a member of the human demon clan, his physical body was extremely strong. However, he was continuously injured by Yulwan, the Black Pearl, and this sword. He was also in a lot of pain. Ling Xiao. When Black Pearl opened her eyes, she saw Ling Xiao attacking the scholar in white. Ling Xiao did not dare to be careless when he failed to kill the scholar in white with a stab of his sword. He raised his sword and attacked again. Once again, he thrust his sword at the scholar in white's throat. The crimson gold sword, wrapped in mad killing intent, was only an inch away from the scholar in white's neck. Ling Xiao could even feel the crimson gold sword piercing the scholar in white's throat. Blood splattered everywhere. It was a success. As long as he killed the scholar in white, not only could he save the Black Pearl, but he could also get many good things. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. A pair of heavenly demon horns grew on the scholar in white's head. His body also became much stronger. His skin seemed to be made of steel. It became extremely hard. The crimson gold sword stabbed the scholar in white's throat, but it could not pierce through. Instead, he was sent flying. Brat, I was almost killed by your sneak attack just now. How can I be stabbed again this time? The scholar in white sneered. His body had completely changed. He had completely entered the form of a demon. A human demon was in 2 forms, human and demon. In human form, they could use many martial arts and secret techniques. In demon form, their physical body was even more terrifying, and they could use demon secret techniques. Of course, only human demons whose cultivation had reached the divine body realm could use demon form. The reason why the scholar in white had changed was because of the talisman. He knew that his talisman could only last for 3 minutes. Therefore, he had to end the battle as soon as possible. Otherwise, once the talisman's effect was over, he would be at the mercy of this human. Heavenly Demon Soul Voice. Suddenly, the white-robed scholar released waves of whispers from his mouth. This voice was the same one that Ling Xiao heard before. However, the voice was louder and more powerful. It was no wonder that people would die because of this voice. It was actually the Heavenly Demon Soul Voice. The human demon lineage had started to act long ago. It was just that it was a secret operation before, but now it was open and above board. However, while the Heavenly Demon Soul Voice was effective on others, it was ineffective on him. His Heavenly Demon Eye was of a higher level than the Heavenly Demon Soul Voice. Not to mention that his soul power was stronger than the other parties. Ling Xiao pretended to be affected by the Heavenly Demon Soul Voice and became crazy. His eyes were scarlet red. The scholar in white sneered and charged over, wanting to kill Ling Xiao with one palm strike. This abominable human brat had almost ruined his plan and almost killed him. He hated him very much. Wrath of the Black Soul. However, the moment the scholar in white pounced over, Ling Xiao smiled. The wrath of the Black Soul, which ignored defense, blasted out. The scholar in white had no way to block it. The distance was too close. The other party suddenly exploded again. In the end, he was hit head-on and his body was sent flying again, blood spurting out wildly. Damn it! How could this be? How could you resist my heavenly demon soul voice? The scholar in white was repeatedly injured by Ling Xiao and was about to go crazy with anger. Look here. Ling Xiao smiled slightly and opened the heavenly demon eye. What? The scholar in white foolishly went to look. The moment he saw that terrifying pupil, his mind instantly fell into a daze. The transformation was also cancelled because of this. Ling Xiao sneered and took advantage of this opportunity. He directly used the heaven-covering palm. A palm flew out from the void and directly slapped down, turning the scholar in white into meat paste. His inner core was smashed to pieces. Of course, even though it was a smashed inner core, some energy was still flowing into Ling Xiao's body. The energy in his cultivation sea had increased by 30%. Although it was slow, it was still increasing. Once he broke through to the 7th divine core realm, his combat strength would skyrocket. The scholar in white is dead? Black Pearl never expected that the one who killed the scholar in white would be Ling Xiao. When the scholar in white released the talisman and transformed into his devil form, she thought Ling Xiao was dead for sure. But now, it looked like she was worried for nothing. Ling Xiao was much stronger than she had imagined. Eat this. Ling Xiao fed the healing pill into Black Pearl and Heiming's mouth. At the same time, he activated the 9-headed hell serpent beast soul and absorbed the 9 Gu devil from their bodies. The 9 Gu devil was extremely powerful. If it was used at a critical moment, it would definitely have a miraculous effect. End of chapter. Chapter 41-41. This is for you. Black Pearl suddenly handed the demon-suppressing Black Blood Pearl over to Ling Xiao. For me. Ling Xiao was startled for a second. Such a treasure. He felt like it was a hot potato. That's right. Perhaps this item is only safe in your hands. Also, there are 10 giant devils in this demon-suppressing Black Blood Pearl. Roughly 10 days and 10 nights later, you'll be able to control all 10 giant devils. These are 10 early heavenly core giant devils. They will be very useful to you. Can't you just keep them for yourself? Ling Xiao was puzzled. Firstly, my survival skills are not as good as yours. Secondly, my total Jin Yuan is not as good as yours. No matter which one it is, you are more suitable than me. In order to control these 10 giant devils, you'll need a huge amount of Jin Yuan to refine them day and night. I can't handle it. If I keep them, I'll have to kill them all. What a waste. Black Pearl explained. All right then, I accept. Ling Xiao didn't reject anymore. He simply stored the demon-suppressing Black Blood Pearl into his mountain river world. Let's go. We can't stay here any longer. Ling Xiao knew that something big had happened here, even if no one knew about it. It might not be safe for them to stay here. Therefore, after Black Pearl could move again, she threw the unconscious He Ming into the Dongshang Emperor Ring. No matter what, He Ming had fainted because of Black Pearl. She had to help him. After that, both of them continued moving forward and quickly left the scene. About half an hour after they left, more people suddenly appeared at the scene. One of them was Yu Luan, who had escaped earlier. The other 3 were Yu Feng, Yu Chan, and Yang Zhan. Yu Feng, Yu Chen, and Yang Zhan were stronger, so they were faster. They left the others behind. They were chasing after Ling Xiao, but they didn't expect to bump into Yu Luan. When Yu Luan saw the reinforcements, she quickly returned. But who would have thought that when they arrived, what they saw was completely different from what they had imagined? The scholar in white is dead? Yu Luan stared at the scholar in white in shock. His storage ring was nowhere to be found. Black Pearl and He Ming were gone as well. What happened? Everyone was dumbfounded. Everything at the scene was too strange. Could it be that an expert made a move and saved He Jinju and He Ming? He killed Scholar in White again? Yu Luan frowned. Regardless of whether or not that is the case, that demon-suppressing Black Blood Pearl definitely cannot be held by a little girl. That thing should belong to our Yu family. Not to mention the power of the demon-suppressing black blood pearl. Just the symbolic meaning of it being something bestowed by the Devil Emperor means that it absolutely cannot fall into the hands of others. Yu Feng said coldly, "Let's go. We might find something unexpected along the way." At this moment, Ling Xiao naturally didn't know what was happening behind him. They continued on their way to Puppet City in the west. Along the way, he looked for opportunities to find the demonic Dutchman's flower. What powerful energy! The black pearl suddenly stopped. She had a strange treasure in her hand. It was a candle. When the candle neared a nearby cave, it suddenly burned wildly. This candle of mine is called the treasure hunting candle. Only when it sensed the aura of a treasure would it suddenly burst into flames. From the looks of it, there must be some treasure in this cave. It might even be the demonic epiphyllum. Do you want to go? The black pearl looked at Ling Xiao and asked. Of course. Ling Xiao nodded. The reason he entered Fengdu Devil Forest this time was for the demonic epiphyllum. Now that he had sensed the aura of the demonic epiphyllum, how could he let it go? Let's go. The black pearl walked in front, and the candle burned more and more fiercely. Both of them were very careful. Walala! Suddenly, a strange sound came from the front. Ling Xiao opened his Taiji eye and saw a black mass of things flying over. It's lightning bats. Let me do it. Ling Xiao rushed to the front and entered the undying bird-beast soul transformation. Flames wrapped around his body, illuminating the cave. After those bats flew over, they were all burned to death by the terrifying strange flames. They let out miserable cries as their bodies burned like charcoal. Ling Xiao just walked forward. He did not even need to attack. The lightning bats along the way could not get close to him at all. Anyway, the width of the cave could only allow one person to pass through. As long as Ling Xiao stayed in front, the black pearl would not be injured. After a long time, the scene in front of them suddenly became bright. In the huge belly of the mountain, there was a huge space. At the entrance, there was a teleportation gate flashing with a faint white light. A small world? I did not expect there to be a small world here. Previously, Ling Xiao had obtained the heaven-shrouding palm. He wondered what he would get this time. Let's go. The two of them passed through the teleportation gate and came to a vast world. As for how big it was, they did not know. Anyway, they could not see the end of it. The flames of the treasure-hunting candle were still burning. They could confirm that the treasure was inside. Be careful. Small worlds usually have a unique law system. It is very likely that powerful beasts and monsters will appear. I even suspect that the demonic humans might be hiding here. You have to be very, very careful. The black pearl reminded, we're thinking of the same thing. I've also smelled the aura of the demonic humans. As a beast god, Ling Xiao was very sensitive to smells and auras. From the moment he stepped into the cave, he had already smelled a very strange scent. It was very similar to the scholar in white. Then what do we do? Should we retreat? The black pearl asked worriedly. The scholar in white had already made them suffer. If this was really the demonic human's nest, they would be in trouble. It's impossible to back out. Since we are already here, we can't just leave without doing anything. How about this? Let's go in and take a look. If we encounter any trouble, you can hide in my Dongsheng Emperor ring. I will think of a way to escape. Ling Xiao might not be confident in other things, but when it came to escaping, Ling Xiao believed that he was at least the best in this Fengdu demon forest. All right, I will listen to you. The black pearl nodded. Perhaps he was just scaring himself. Even if the demonic humans had a nest here, it might not be their main one. Perhaps there were other nests in other places. In order to survive, the demonic humans would definitely not let all their members gather together. Otherwise, they would be easily wiped out. In this dark and damp small world, there was not a single trace of light. There were many glowing crystals here. Although it was not too bright, it was not too dark either. Moreover, any martial artist had the ability to see in the dark. This was not a problem at all. Ling Xiao continued to walk in front. The black pearl paid attention to the movement behind him. This was not the tunnel. Basically, they could encounter danger if they went forward or backward. It was better for each of them to take care of one side. Humph! Humph! Suddenly, a strange sound rang out. Then, a black shadow flashed out from the strange stone forest. End of chapter. Chapter 41-42. A black shadow suddenly flashed out from the forest of strange rocks. It opened its bloody mouth and tried to bite Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't even look at it. He just threw out a punch. With the help of the Tai Chi Eye, he knew how strong these monsters were. Although he had deactivated the undying bird-beast soul transformation, he was still able to fight them. But even with his true form, his defensive martial skill had reached the level of an 8th Order Emperor realm. As long as it wasn't a heavenly core warrior, he had nothing to fear. Besides, he had swallowed the heavenly devil Thunder Jade, and in order to activate its power, he had to use his body to fight more battles. Bang! He threw out a punch, and it landed squarely on the Dark Shadow's body. The Dark Shadow let out a miserable shriek, and it was smashed onto a rock nearby. It then plunged into a stalactite. It was a swamp-tusked boar. It had the strength of a peak Earthcore warrior. It was best at ambushing its prey in the dark. Its terrifying impact could even kill a warrior at the same level as it. Most importantly, it was extremely fast. If you couldn't hit it with a single attack, it would find a chance to kill you. Even if it couldn't kill you, it would find a way to escape. When it came back again, it would bring a group of its own kind with it. Therefore, it was best to kill it with a single attack. If not, it would be very troublesome. After that, both of them encountered many strange demon beasts. But with Ling Xiao's Tai Chi Eye, these monsters were nothing. What both of them were worried about the most was the demon-human clan. The scholar in white was too scary. The blood turtle dove was nowhere to be seen. Who could be sure that there wasn't a stronger demon-human here? As the saying goes, whatever you want will come to you. While both of them were thinking, suddenly, a dense rain of arrows came from the dark. All of them were filled with evil aura. Human demons. Through the Tai Chi Eye, a group of about 100 human demons was hiding in a dark corner. They were shooting evil arrows at them. They are not human demons. Black Pearl also noticed those things. She shook her head and said, "Those should be Gorlin demons that were first researched by the demon-human clan. Gorlin demons are the lowest level demon beasts in the Black Tortoise continent. That was why the demonic human clan had used them for research purposes. The Gorin demons developed are much more powerful than Gorin beasts, and their intelligence is also stronger." Iseon. While the Black Pearl was explaining, Ling Xiao had already released Iseon. All the arrows fell to the ground before they could reach them. Although these Gorin demons were not as strong as the giant demons, they were still at the Earth Core realm. 100 Earth Core realm Gorin demons were not easy to deal with. "You're injured. Continue to heal yourself. I'll deal with them." On one hand, Ling Xiao was concerned about Black Pearl's injuries. On the other hand, he hoped that he could improve his physical body through battles. He wanted to absorb more of the heavenly devil Thunder Jade. All right. Black Pearl also understood that these goblins were not difficult for Ling Xiao. The most troublesome ones were still existences at the level of the scholar in white. Therefore, the most important thing for her now was to recover as soon as possible. As long as her body recovered, it would be more convenient for him to help Ling Xiao later. The Gorin demons noticed that the arrows did not cause any damage to Ling Xiao. Therefore, they all rushed out. More than 100 Gorin demons were like more than 100 short monsters. Not to mention their ugly appearance. The key point was that each of them had green skin. It made people uncomfortable to look at them. They were mumbling, and no one could understand what they were saying. Just as the Black Pearl said, the Gorin demons were much stronger than the Gorin beasts. Not only did they have superior physical fitness, they were not strong enough, but they were flexible enough. And among this group of Gorin demons, there was a guy who stood out from the rest. His body was stronger, and he looked more powerful. Other than that ugly face that was similar to other Gorin demons, there seemed to be no other similarities. "Come on." Ling Xiao stretched his body. Suddenly, he bent his legs, stepped on the ground, and shot out like a spring. He directly attacked the Gorin demons. "Oh my God, this human is not bad. He's not afraid at all after seeing us. He actually dares to charge over. That's not right. Where's that woman? We have to rely on this woman to reproduce." Goron beasts originally had the habit of living like ants. The queen of Goron beasts reproduced. But after becoming a Goron demon, there was a change. Their terrifying reproduction ability could even achieve heterogeneous reproduction. Human women were also treated horribly by Goron demons. Many villages near the Fengdu Devil Forest had been massacred, and all the men had been killed. The women were taken away. At first, Ling Xiao couldn't understand their language. But the Tai Chi I could translate everything for him. Forget it, let's take care of this man first. That woman might be hiding. One of the Goron demons rushed towards Ling Xiao. Although he was short, his muscles were very developed. Holding the long spear with both hands, he kicked his legs and directly stabbed towards Ling Xiao. He believed that he could win, because his spear had once stabbed a human perfect Earth Core Realm martial artist to death. And the man in front of him obviously did not have a high cultivation as that guy. Die for me. Ling Xiao did not dodge or evade, and directly punched the long spear. Crack. The long spear broke into several pieces. While the Goron demon was still in shock, he saw a terrifying fist the size of a jar in front of his eyes. There was no time to react. Bang! His brain completely lost its ability to think. He was directly sent flying. In midair, he did not let out a scream. Because his head directly exploded, the corpse fell to the ground, and the rest of the Goron demons were shocked. They finally realized that perhaps they had underestimated this seemingly weak human. Attack together. The leader of the Goron demons roared. Actually, there was no need for him to say that. More than a dozen long spears had turned into javelins and directly stabbed towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not dare to be negligent. He used Falling Plum Clear Shadow Step and easily avoided these attacks. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The long spears stabbed at the position where he was standing. The body of the spear was still shaking. Goron demons are more terrifying than I imagined. At the same cultivation level, human martial artists are not a match for these guys. It seems like the demonic human clan is really trying their best to make their clan stronger. Ling Xiao looked at the long spears. The attack power was definitely enough to pierce through his black tortoise divine body. He did not dare to be negligent. He quickly entered the King Kong Ape Beast Soul transformation in order to train the strength of his body. This transformation was the best kind. Oh my god, this kid can actually transform. Brothers, kill him and let the masters study him. The leader of the Goron demons shouted again. The group of Goron demons almost simultaneously pounced towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's cold eyes flashed with a cruel light. Facing the Goron demons who were rushing towards him, he actually rushed out again. End of chapter. Chapter 41-43. How could the goblin demons notice Ling Xiao's change? The difference between beast soul transformation and non-transformation was huge. They could only use their own lives to test it. Boom. Golden light flashed on both arms. Ling Xiao punched forward with both fists. The power this time was so great that it couldn't be compared to the previous punch. More than a dozen goblin demons were sent flying. You hit me, I hit you. Some spat out blood. Some had their brains burst. Falling Plum Clear Shadow Step. Falling Plum Shadow. It was not over yet. After Ling Xiao attacked, he immediately used Falling Plum Clear Shadow Step. One person turned into two, like a wolf or a flock of sheep. In the eyes of the goblin demons, Ling Xiao was too fast. So fast that they saw Ling Xiao's shadow everywhere. Every time they wanted to rush forward, they would find that they directly hit Ling Xiao's fist. It was like they were taking the initiative to commit suicide instead of fighting. Damn it! Seeing his subordinates being killed one by one, the goblin demon leader was furious. With a roar, he pounced on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was naturally on guard against him. Seeing this guy coming over, he did not dodge. He flew up and kicked. Golden light wrapped around his right leg. The power was frightening. It directly kicked through the body of the goblin demon leader. Human. So scary. The last goblin demon collapsed on the ground. 100 goblin demons were all killed. Blood dyed the ground red. And Ling Xiao also felt that during the battle, the demonic thunder jade was constantly being absorbed. It was obvious that his physical fitness was constantly improving. After the battle, he released the black pearl. Seeing the corpses all over the ground, the Black Pearl was very surprised. Even for me, it is not easy to kill these goblin demons. You're much stronger than I thought you would be, especially your physical body. How exactly did you cultivate it? So enviable. Let's not talk about this. I seem to feel a very powerful demonic aura. Although Ling Xiao was praised for being good, his brows were still tightly furrowed. He could sense that something unexpected was about to happen. What they had guessed about the human demon lair was most likely true. Boom. At this moment, the entire world seemed to have suddenly lit up. The glowing red lights were particularly eye-catching in this small world. In this blood-red light, Ling Xiao saw at least 1,000 humanoid devils, tens of thousands of forest demons, and hundreds of giant demons. Although he had guessed this before, his heart still couldn't help but beat faster when he saw these human devils. The human demon had actually built an army camp in this small world. It was obvious that he had lived here for a long time. The worst thing was that they had been discovered by these guys. Furthermore, the human demon army was closing in on them. The two of them were in a very dangerous situation. Logically speaking, both Ling Xiao and the Black Pearl should be panicking right now. But in reality, Ling Xiao wasn't nervous at all. The Black Pearl looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. Her originally uneasy mood was also smoothed out by Ling Xiao's calmness. Ling Xiao's strength wasn't as good as hers, but he could still keep calm. What did she have to be afraid of? Qi Yaoguang, Qi Niming, can you fight? At this time, Ling Xiao calmly calculated his battle strength. I'm fine. It's just that my brother hasn't recovered yet. He can fight, but he can't last too long. Qi Yaoguang replied. That's good. Qi Niming, if a human demon of the extreme dance stage appears, you can deal with it. If not, you can continue to heal. No problem. Qi Niming had already rested for a long time and had already recovered part of his battle strength. But because he was hit by the demonic blood palm, he couldn't last too long. I also want to fight. Haiming also woke up at this time. He listened to the Black Pearl's narration of what happened later and was naturally grateful to Ling Xiao for saving his life. You should forget about it. Recuperate well. You can't even stand up. Just as he finished speaking, the army had already surrounded them. There were a few guys standing at the front of the army. All of them were Heavenly Core warriors. The strongest one was a peak Heavenly Core warrior, and he was as strong as the scholar in white. He had a pair of black devil horns on his head. His skin was red. Even her hair was a fiery red. There was a long blade on his waist. That is the young master of the human demon tribe, Emo Hongwan. He is stronger than the scholar in white, and I think he has more treasures than the scholar in white as well. The Black Pearl was the young master of the Black Flame sect, so she knew a lot about the human demon tribe. The second guy had no horns on his head, and his skin was pale white. He looked old, and one of his eyes was squinting. No one knew if he was blind or used to it. The most frightening thing about this guy was the gourd in his hand. He had a feeling that something would pop out from it. That guy is called Throwing Dagger Hidden. He's good at taking people's lives. He is also a peak Heavenly Core warrior. The Black Pearl continued. The third guy was a girl. Her face was covered with a black veil, her skin was green, and she had a long tail. She had a great body, and she only had a single horn on her head. No one knew what kind of ability she had, but her cultivation was much weaker than the other two. She was only an early Heavenly Core warrior. That girl is called Ziyuan. Don't underestimate her. I heard that she will transform into a devil the moment she is born. She is very scary. The fourth guy was a strong man. He was about 3 meters tall, and he looked like a strength-type warrior. His name is Black Barbarian. He is Ziyuan's brother. He is also a late Heavenly Core warrior, but his combat strength is not to be underestimated. Basically, these four were the leaders of the army. All of them were stronger than Ling Xiao. Emo Hongwan, Throwing Dagger Hidden, Ziyuan, Black Barbarian, the Red Turtle Dove outside, and the scholar in white who just died. This group of human demons is really scary. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. Without hesitation, he summoned Qi Yaoguang. Sisters, please be careful when dealing with Emo Hongwan and Throwing Dagger Hidden. I will think of a way to deal with the rest. If you can't defeat them, don't fight them head-on, just retreat. There were too few people on his side, and Ling Xiao had only made the most reliable arrangement. At the same time, he used the Dongshang Emperor Ring to summon 1,000 heroic souls. These heroic souls were all peak 6th Heavenly Core warriors. They had the same cultivation as him, but in terms of combat strength, they were no match for him. But, no matter what, this would reduce the pressure on him. Black Pearl, the Black Flame sect has been destroyed by the Yu family. Why are you still helping those humans? Why don't you just join us? Mo Hongwan obviously knew who Black Pearl was, he said with a smile on his face. Not interested. Black Pearl replied coldly. If that's the case, you can die here. Mo Hongwan suddenly launched an attack. He pulled out the long blade on his waist and leapt towards Black Pearl. The friction between the long blade and the air produced a strange sound. It was very harsh. Judging from the attack's movement and speed, one could easily tell how powerful this attack was. End of chapter. Chapter 41-44. Die? Since I dared to come here, I'm not prepared to die. If I really want to die, you guys can go and die. Black Pearl stood there and sneered. She waved her hand, and a ball of black true essence condensed into 2 balls of black fire. The black fire turned into a lotus and actually condensed into 81 flowers. Then, she released them all. The black fire burned and roared. She actually wanted to burn Mo Hongmaru and his subordinates to death. In the previous battle, the Black Pearl was held back in order to trap the 13 powerful giant demons. She didn't use her true strength. But today, she didn't have any worries, so she naturally wanted to go crazy. Boom. Whoosh. Although Mo Hongmaru and the others blocked or avoided the lotus formed by the black fire, not every human demon could avoid it. The group of goblin demons behind Mo Hongmaru were the first to be unlucky. When the black fire lotus touched them, their bodies immediately burned. They let out miserable cries and rolled on the ground. In an instant, they were burned alive. In an instant, over 100 of them died. I'll go too. For some reason, Qi Yaoguang had a very strange idea. She didn't want Black Pearl to show off in front of Ling Xiao alone, so she also wanted to make a move. The water of the Jasper pool poured down like a torrential rain. The target was throwing dagger show. Of course, at the same time, it also enveloped the other human demons, goblin demons, and giant demons. Similarly, they killed over 100 enemies. Then, Black Pearl and Mo Hongmaru fought. Qi Yaoguang and Throwing Dagger Show fought. 1,000 Donghuang spirits had already started a frontal battle with the goblin demons. Of course, the one who had to face the most enemies was still Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao had never been afraid of the enemy's numbers. Bloodthirsty Plague. He first released the Bloodthirsty Plague, and a large area of red fog quietly began to weaken the strength of all the enemies. This was a large area support skill. Hell Hydra's 9 Snake Poison Domain. This was also a skill that worked together with the Bloodthirsty Plague. Not only could it hide the special effect of the Bloodthirsty Plague, at the same time, it could also poison those demons. Demons used poison, but it didn't mean that they weren't afraid of it. 10,000 snakes. Tens of thousands of poisonous snakes pounced out, assisting the 1,000 Donghuang spirits. Of course, this wasn't the end. In the dark and damp underground, water was abundant. Ling Xiao released his Canopy Beast Martial Soul once again. Water Giant. Yellow Springs Water. The Water Giant continued to assist the Eastern Emperor's spirit in battle. The water of the Yellow Springs continuously corroded the enemy. Then, he released the Cerberus Beast Soul. Scorching Hell. Hell's Gate. The Scorching Hell was formed, and the magma monsters began to wreak havoc. Attack the enemy. The gates of hell opened, and thousands of skeleton soldiers and death knights stepped out. Although their combat strength was not considered strong. However, there were so many of them. At the very least, they could be used as cannon fodder to weaken the enemy. 10,000 Beasts Blood Refining Formation. Plague Bone Dissolving Formation. Lesser Myriad Lightning Immortal Slaying Formation. Ling Xiao didn't hold back and took out all of his abilities to deal with the beast tide. Only then could they make up for their disadvantage in numbers. Kid, do you want to make your tin troll stronger? Yuan Venerate's voice suddenly rang out. I haven't controlled them yet. How am I supposed to control them if I make them stronger? Ling Xiao said with a bitter smile on his face. You have the demon-suppressing black blood pearl, but its true purpose is not to suppress the devils. Its purpose is to strengthen the devils. Yuan Venerate explained, in the past, your master had some connections with the demon emperor, and we talked about the use of this item. I even helped you modify it. You just need to kill those human devils, Gorlin devils, and giant devils, then draw their blood into the demon-suppressing black blood pearl. Then, you can condense the truly terrifying, demonic black blood pill. This item can only be used by the devils. If you use it well, you can raise the combat strength of those giant devils to the extreme core realm. According to my calculations, even if you kill all the devils here, not including those human devils, you can still cultivate 3 perfect heavenly core giant devils. Although the giant devils can't use any martial skills, they can only fight with their bodies. However, you should know how much help a perfect heavenly core giant devil can give you at your current stage. So powerful. Ling Xiao really didn't expect the demon-suppressing black blood pearl to have such an effect. It looked like the people of the Black Flame sect were really wasting resources. Although this cultivation method was really evil. But who would care? In the mystic world, the one with the biggest fist was the king. If you couldn't even survive, why would you care about evil? That was just ridiculous. Kill that kid. He's really troublesome. Right at this moment, Ziyuan and Heyman both rushed towards Ling Xiao. Because they saw it. Although Ling Xiao's cultivation base wasn't high, it was really troublesome. Almost all the large-scale attacks and massacres were carried out under his command. If they didn't kill Ling Xiao, the situation would be really bad for them. Because they could feel that the longer Ling Xiao's formation was maintained, the stronger it became. Falling plum blossom steps. When Ling Xiao saw the 2 guys rushing towards him, he didn't want to fight them head-on. Instead, he used the falling plum blossom steps to avoid them. At the same time, he unleashed the falling plum blossom steps. The Eastern Victory Sky Sword and Eastern Victory Demon Sword appeared in his hands. In today's battle, if he didn't risk his life would be taken away by others. So, of course, he had to use his sharpest weapon. Purple Lightning Bull Beast Spirit, Earth Shaking. The moment he dodged, he released Earth Shaking. All the demons felt the world spinning. Some of the demons even fell to the ground. Innate God and Devil Seal Slaughterhouse. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ling Xiao struck out with both swords. Violent and dense sword chi enveloped the entire battlefield. In an instant, the demons that fell to the ground were all killed by the sword light. It wasn't that they were too stupid, but that all of Ling Xiao's attacks were just right. It was completely released at the right time. The strangest thing happened at this moment. The demon-suppressing black blood bead actually released transparent threads that stuck to the bodies of the dead demons. In an instant, their blood was sucked dry. It merged into the demon-suppressing black blood bead. It's really evil. After the demon-suppressing black blood bead absorbed the blood, it began to refine the demon black blood pill on its own. During this process, Ling Xiao didn't even need to control it. It was all done automatically. Black Pearl, do you know what kind of good thing you gave me? With this thing, my strength will definitely undergo a terrifying change. Seeing this scene, Ling Xiao became more and more excited. Innate God and Devil Seal, Bloodthirsty Forest. Another move was released immediately after. Iseon. At the same time, the Power of Frost was released. Together with the Bloodthirsty Forest, it was another large wave of harvest. Ling Xiao might have a headache dealing with warriors who were stronger than him, but as long as their strength was inferior to him, it would be as easy as cutting vegetables. A large amount of blood continued to be absorbed by the demon-suppressing black blood bead. Finally, a demon black blood pill was condensed. Its entire body was pitch black, as if it was a living thing, filled with terrifying magic power. This was condensed after killing hundreds of demonic beasts. End of this chapter. Chapter 41-45. Ling Xiao deliberately didn't fight with Ziyuan and Black Barbarian. He only killed a large number of minions. The siblings couldn't do anything but worry. Their speed was not as fast as Ling Xiao's. What could they do? Attack the Black Pearl or Qi Yaoguang. If that was the case, Ling Xiao would definitely launch a sneak attack. Attack the Eastern Emperor's spirit? Ling Xiao didn't care. After all, even if the Eastern Emperor's spirit died, it could be summoned again after a day. It was summoned as cannon fodder. He didn't feel sorry for it. Blood, screams, sword beams. The devils were killed one after another. A large amount of blood flowed into the demon-suppressing Black Blood Pearl. Another demon Black Blood Pill was successfully condensed. Kill. Suddenly, a giant devil charged at Ling Xiao. This giant devil was also difficult to deal with. Although his combat strength was not as good as Black Barbarian and Ziyuan, but he was still an early Heavenly Core warrior. Ling Xiao really couldn't do anything to him. When he wanted to dodge, he found that there was no way out. He was surrounded in the sky and on the ground. Run. Why don't you run? Ziyuan let out an angry roar. After struggling for a long time, they finally trapped Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's speed was too difficult to deal with. But fortunately, they had more people. They had the advantage of numbers. I'm not afraid of you, Ling Xiao sneered. Suddenly, a talisman appeared in his hand. It was the divine-grade Heavenly King weapon Flying Sword Talisman that he had bought in the Eastern Puppet City. The Flying Sword Talisman shone brightly. A flying sword directly pierced through the head of one of the giant devils. The giant devil's entire head was cut off. It was this gap that allowed Ling Xiao to escape. The giant devil's blood was also sucked into the demon-suppressing Black Blood Pearl. The effect of the demon-suppressing Black Blood Pearl was very secretive. In addition, it was a chaotic battle, so no one could see it clearly. No one had time to pay attention to it. After escaping, Ling Xiao became even more careful. His flying sword talisman could only be used 3 times, so he couldn't be careless. If he was trapped again, he would have to use the Earth Golden Light skill. That thing not only consumed true essence, but also consumed physical strength, so it couldn't be used too much. Moreover, it was easy to expose his trump card. Very bad. At this moment, in the sky, the battle between Black Pearl and Red Devil Maru, as well as Qi Yaoguang and Flying Dagger Shou, had already reached its climax. They were locked in battle. Seeing that the 2 women were not in danger, Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. He continued to harvest the heads of the demons. Young master, think of something. This brat is very crafty. Purple Yuan and Black Barbarian couldn't do anything to Ling Xiao, so they could only ask Imo Hongmeru for help, even if Imo Hongmeru couldn't be separated. However, he had many treasures on him. Suddenly, a mirror was thrown out. Ling Xiao did not even have time to dodge before he was sucked in. Then, Ziyuan also rushed in. Little brother, you kill all those guys outside. Leave this brat to me. Ling Xiao found himself in a strange space. There was nothing but a vast expanse of whiteness around them. The space was almost endless, as if there was no end to it. This should be a space-type magic treasure used to restrain the opponent. Just as he was thinking, Ziyuan had already charged in. At this time, the anxiety on her face had disappeared. There was only ridicule and contempt. Those blood-red pupils stared at Ling Xiao condescendingly. Let's see where you can run now. Running around like a mouse, do you really think I can't deal with you? Ziyuan sneered. Tisk, it's not your treasure. What are you being so arrogant for? Ling Xiao glanced at Ziyuan disdainfully. He could feel that this mirror-like space treasure was even more powerful than his martial spirit barrier. It could completely block everything from the outside world. Even his Taiji eye could not see the situation outside. Arrogant brat, what is your name? Ziyuan was not angry, because she knew that there was no need for her to be angry here. Anyway, Ling Xiao could no longer hurt her subordinates. You talk too much. If you want to fight, then fight. Do you really think that I'm afraid of you if we fight one-on-one? Ling Xiao showed some disdain. Outside, he did not dare to reveal all his trump cards, but inside, he could use the Tyrant martial spirit without any distractions. In the end, who would be the one to die? This stupid human demon really didn't know in his heart. Okay, then I'll fulfill your wish. Ziyuan was angry again. At that moment, Ling Xiao suddenly felt a terrifying and dangerous aura coming from the void. He did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly used the falling plum-clear shadow steps to dodge. At this time, he realized that there was no way to fly in this space. Moreover, even his speed would be greatly reduced. This was the most terrifying part of this space. Invincible Vajra. At the critical moment, Ling Xiao hurriedly released the invincible Vajra. The devil's claw in the void stretched out. It was directly attached to the invincible Vajra. The invincible Vajra was heavily shattered. That terrifying power even sent Ling Xiao flying. The moment he fell to the ground, he felt a chill all over his body, as if he was about to be frozen. Although the invincible Vajra blocked the opponent's killing blow, but the price was not small. Ha ha ha, you didn't expect this, did you? This magic treasure was prepared for you. And here, your speed is useless. Ziyuan did not continue to attack, because she also suffered a loss. The flames released by the invincible Vajra burned her hands, although they were healed in an instant. But it also stalled for time, giving Ling Xiao time to catch his breath. Otherwise, if Ziyuan continued to attack, Ling Xiao would really have a headache. This woman, no, it should be said that she is a female demon. Her attack power is extremely powerful. Her attack speed is also extremely fast. It seems that this space only restricts the speed of the enemy, but not the user and the user's allies. It's really a good thing. Ling Xiao stood there, holding two swords in his hands. He had already recovered. His body was extremely strong, and he would not be injured by just one attack. Ziyuan was only at the early heavenly core realm. There was no way she could instantly kill him. Bah, as long as I'm not dead, don't be too happy. The final winner is still unknown. With two swords in his hands, Ling Xiao charged forward. Innate seal of celestial and devil, myriad beast unification. A brutal force was gathering in the two swords. This surprised Ziyuan. According to her prediction, Ling Xiao would definitely try to escape. She really did not expect Ling Xiao to take the initiative to attack. Should I say that you are brave, or should I say that you have lost your mind? How dare you attack me? Ziyuan looked at Ling Xiao with disdain. Then she punched out with both her fists. The berserk sword chi was actually completely dispersed. Ziyuan's punch broke through the sword energy and landed on Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao was sent flying backwards. He felt like his bones had been shattered. He fell to the ground and could not get up for a long time. He quickly drank a big mouthful of qi and blood wine. The healing effect of the qi and blood wine was even better than his healing pill. His broken bones were still healing, and they were still intact. Not only that, a large amount of the heavenly devil Thunder Jade's power was also mobilized. It poured into his body. Lightning could be seen jumping up and down on his body. But that terrifying devil energy. End of chapter. Chapter 41-46. How can this be? You're a human. Why is there such pure devil energy in your body? You're not a devil cultivator. Ziyuan was surprised. The situation was a little different from what she had imagined, and she was really confused. No matter what, I'll kill you first. Without giving Ling Xiao a chance to fully recover, Ziyuan dashed forward. Her body turned into a shadow, and her speed increased to the extreme. Although she wasn't as fast as Ling Xiao under normal circumstances, but in this dimension, she was faster than Ling Xiao. In a flash, she arrived in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao could even feel a terrifying chilly wind blowing towards him from all directions. It was like a black tornado that was going to tear him into pieces. Shadow Warrior. In front of Ziyuan, Ling Xiao suddenly disappeared. Ziyuan's punch landed on the ground. Sand and stones were sent flying, and the ground cracked. The dimension felt like it was going to collapse. But what was the use of this? It was meaningless if she didn't hit him. Just a little bit more, that was too dangerous. In the Shadow Warrior form, Ling Xiao was breathing heavily. He was still affected by the attack just now. There were signs of his injuries worsening. Originally, I wanted to use Ziyuan's strength to strengthen my body. But now, it looks like Ziyuan is really terrifying. If I don't use the martial soul of Tyrant, I'll be dead if I take another hit from her. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. He knew he couldn't be careless anymore. Therefore, He unleashed the martial soul of Tyrant. In just an instant, the white dimension turned into a pitch-black universe. Ziyuan was shocked. She wanted to find the exit, but she didn't even know where it was. She could feel that Ling Zhao's strength had become extremely terrifying in an instant. I have to admit, this human devil is really strong. It's not like I haven't killed an early heavenly core warrior before. But it didn't take me this much effort. You're the strongest early heavenly core warrior I've ever seen. Ling Xiao appeared again. His body had also changed. The peerless heavenly rat's transformation had become even more ferocious than before. It was even more beautiful. More importantly, he could sense that the original beast god's aura had become even more frightening. It was as if it had merged with the might of universe Tyrant. Ziyuan actually felt her body trembling. You. Who are you? Ziyuan asked about Ling Zhao's identity twice. It was just that the previous time, it was disdain. But this time, it was fear. Who I am is not important. What's important is that our battle is not over yet. Ling Xiao smiled and did not use any martial skills. With a leap, he jumped toward Ziyuan. His right leg smashed down from the sky. This space's restriction on speed seemed to be ineffective. Of course, Ziyuan would not wait for death. He desperately resisted. However, he was still smashed into the ground by Ling Zhao's kick. What a terrifying power. Why? What did you do? Ziyuan wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. He jumped back. Ling Xiao, who had just been suppressed by her, was actually able to hurt her now. Although the injury was not serious, it was still very difficult for her to accept. Ling Xiao did not answer. He continued to attack. Ziyuan could only defend passively. A human and a human demon fought from the sky to the ground in the space. Then from the ground to the sky. They were completely evenly matched. Awesome. It's really awesome. The battle went on for 100 rounds. Ling Xiao could feel that the heavenly devil thunder jade was constantly being absorbed by his body, and the heavenly devil thunder power in his body was becoming more and more abundant. His physical strength and strength were soaring rapidly. Finally, at the 150th round, Ling Zhao's body burst out with bright lightning. In this light, the dense demonic aura was even more terrifying. Ling Xiao had the heavenly devil bone. With the heavenly devil thunder jade, it could be said that they were connected by flesh and blood and became even stronger. It's improved. 8th level mid-level Emperor realm. He could feel the power emerging from his body. He could also feel the terrifying defense of his physical body. On Ziyuan's side, the more she fought, the more shocked and terrified she became. The shock that Ling Xiao brought to her was too great. Miss Human Demon, it's time for the battle between us to end. He had achieved a breakthrough in his physical body, and the energy in his cultivation sea had also increased to 40%. Ling Xiao felt very satisfied, but he couldn't waste any more time. When he was fighting here, he didn't know what was going on outside. Do you really think you can kill me? I haven't used the heavenly devil secret skill yet. Ziyuan, who had been in her demonic form, was finally going to use her true strength. Because she knew that if she didn't use her true strength, she would probably die in Ling Zhao's hands. Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless. The heavenly sword of East Victory and the demonic sword of East Victory merged into one, the sword of God and demon. It began to condense a powerful force. The blood and killing intent of the blood-drilling heavenly rat were constantly injected into the sword of God and demon. On the sword, there seemed to be a terrifying beast entrenched there. What kind of martial skill is this? It feels so terrifying. Ziyuan frowned, but she didn't have time to think too much. At the same time, she also unleashed her most powerful heavenly devil secret skill. Purple light destroys the world. The bright purple light formed a huge blade and slashed down on Ling Zhao's head. Blood-drilling heavenly rat of the 12 divine beasts technique. Ling Xiao released his attack at the same time. The purple light and the blood-red light were released violently in the entire space. Crack. The mirror in the outside world actually cracked. Boom. More and more cracks appeared. Finally, it couldn't bear it and collapsed. From that space, a terrifying energy flew out and spread in all directions. It was simply sweeping away everything. Originally, under the leadership of the Black Barbarian, the human demons were about to win. The Eastern Emperor's heroic spirits were all killed. The gates of hell were also shattered. Not a single snake was left. The human demons were even cheering loudly. Black Pearl and Qi Yaoguang were also not in the mood to continue fighting. But at this moment, a terrifying explosion rang out. With the original mirror as the center, it swept across a radius of thousands of meters. Everywhere it passed, corpses lay on the ground. Other than the Black Barbarian and about 1,000 human demons who were further away, the rest of the Goron demons, giant demons, and human demons were basically wiped out. Of course, the two fighting in the sky were also fine. Ling Xiao fell to the ground. Ziyuan had long been sucked dry of her blood essence. At this moment, the demon-suppressing Black Blood Pearl was still devouring the blood on the ground. This blood had already turned into a river. With the blood of a strong person like Ziyuan, it actually formed a pill that was even larger than the previous demon Black Blood pill. At a glance, the effect was much stronger. In any case, Ling Xiao wasn't going to get up. He took the healing pill and allowed his body to recover on its own. The reason why he didn't use life backtrack and rebirth from the ashes. Of course, it was because he didn't need them for the time being. Those two abilities were used to save his life. They weren't things that he could use to fight whenever he encountered something. Kill him. The Black Barbarian got up from the ground. Although he was seriously injured, he still had the ability to fight. The 1,000 or so human demons outside were also lightly injured. After all, the more the energy spread out, the smaller it became. They couldn't kill all the demons. End of this chapter. Chapter 41-47. Heh, have you forgotten my array? Ling Xiao sneered in the face of the demonic creatures that surrounded him. Although his body couldn't move, there was no problem in activating the array. Terrifying lightning fell like a torrential rain. The pitiful demons were killed one by one, and their blood once again merged into the demon-suppressing Black Blood bead. Even Imo Hongmaru and throwing dagger hidden in the sky were implicated. In addition to the continuous bloodthirsty plague, 9-snake poison domain, and plague bone-dissolving formation, this caused them to unknowingly weaken. They were actually unable to withstand this torrential rain of lightning. Countless demons died, and only a few people were left. Black Barbarian had completely lost his fighting strength. Although Imo Hongmaru and throwing dagger hidden were powerful, Black Pearl and Qi Yaoguang took the opportunity to attack. Both of them were seriously injured. The dignified human devil's nest, under Ling Xiao's scheme, had finally fallen into a state of extinction. However, just as Black Pearl and Qi Yaoguang were about to kill the murderous demon, suddenly, an extremely terrifying aura was released from the military camp. Black Demon Qi covered the sky and earth. It transformed into all kinds of strange shapes, not only protecting Imo Hongmaru and the other demons. Moreover, it also revealed a terrifying killing intent, forcing Black Pearl and Qi Yaoguang to retreat. Black Pearl and Qi Yaoguang stood in front of Ling Xiao, releasing their auras to repel the demon Qi. Protect Ling Xiao. Other than the Demon Emperor, I haven't seen such a courageous human warrior in a long time. You actually dared to barge into my human devil branch and kill so many of my people. What punishment do you deserve? The demon Qi that filled the sky finally retracted. Then, it condensed into a figure. This figure was somewhat illusory, but one could clearly see its appearance. A tall body, about 3 meters tall. 2 horns on his head, 2 wings on his back. His eyes were scarlet red, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. Dressed in black armor, he was exceptionally ferocious and handsome. Especially those scarlet eyes, they were like a pool of blood, causing people to tremble. Human Devil King, Black Pearl exclaimed, weren't you already killed by the Demon Emperor? The one who appeared in front of him was the Human Devil King. However, it wasn't his main body, but just a clone. Human Devil Kings were the kings of the human devil lineage in the heavenly Devil Ghost region. However, they are much more powerful than the Devil Kings, and even surpass the Devil Venerables. He was second only to the Devil Emperor. The instant the human Devil King clone appeared, Black Pearl and Qi Yaoguang actually knelt on the ground with a plop. The violent pressure made them unable to resist at all. It was too terrifying. This was just a clone, but it had such a terrifying aura. On the contrary, it was Ling Xiao who performed better than them. The 3 mouthfuls of divine wine had replenished his true essence, qi, blood, and energy. He stood up, looked at the phantom of the human devil king, and sneered. The dignified human devil king is actually just a scoundrel. What's wrong with killing you human demons? If they didn't provoke us, why would we need to kill them? Black Pearl and Qi Yaoguang looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. This young man who was weaker than them had such terrifying willpower. He didn't even fear the aura of a human devil king. In this world, what else could cause his expression to change? Ha 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 ha. The human devil king let out a wild laugh. You're just a peak 6 divine core trash. How dare you boast in front of me? Even the devil kings can't kill me. You little bastards still want to destroy my demonic human clan? If I don't kill all of you today, I won't have the face to continue living in this world. Along with the furious roar, a frightening force suddenly descended from the sky. Bang! In an instant, Ling Xiao felt as if a huge mountain had fallen down from the sky, pressing down on his back. Both of his legs bent, as if they were about to break. Black Pearl and Qi Yaoguang were lying on the ground, unable to stand up. The ground cracked like a spider web, spreading out in all directions. The ground even started to collapse. It was a spectacular and shocking scene. Huh! Ling Xiao suddenly let out a furious roar, and the universe of Tyrant appeared behind his back. It was as if his tiny body was supported by the entire universe. He would never fall again. His body unleashed the aura of a human king. Human devil king and human king. Although there was only a difference of 1 word, but the difference was like heaven and earth. If the human king was still alive, he would be able to destroy the human devil king with a single finger. What? The human devil king was shocked. The universe of Tyrant's aura and the human king's aura appeared at the same time. It actually made him feel fear. This fear was even more frightening than when he fought the devil kings. How could this be? He wasn't the only one shocked. Qi Yaoguang and Black Pearl were also shocked. The human devil king's fear was like the mountains and seas, simply impossible to resist. Ling Xiao was actually able to unleash an even more frightening aura. This didn't make sense. Brat, who are you? Why don't you take me as your master? I can let you become a true elite, and you can even inherit my legacy. In the future, when the sky demons descend upon the human world again, you will be the human king. The human devil king wanted to take him as his disciple. This was because the aptitude that Ling Xiao displayed was simply too shocking. If he couldn't take this brat as his disciple, it would be too much of a waste. Ridiculous, you can't even control your own fate. This devil king forced you to live in fear, and you still want to take me as your disciple? Let me tell you, this young master's master is 1,000 times, no, 10,000 times stronger than you. Ling Xiao said with disdain, you will definitely take me as your master, but wait for me to kill these 2 women first. Then, I will capture you alive. After being tortured day and night, I don't believe you won't lower your head. The human devil king wasn't angry, and he seemed to be very satisfied with Ling Xiao. He was looking forward to taking Ling Xiao as his disciple. You 2, enter the Dongsheng Emperor Ring. Ling Xiao waved his hand and kept Black Pearl and Qi Yaoguang. Although these 2 were powerful, they couldn't move under the pressure of the human devil king's clone. Not to mention fighting. He could only put them back. Seeing this scene, the human devil king was even more interested in Ling Xiao. I didn't expect you to have such a treasure. Dongsheng Emperor Ring? How nostalgic. Back then, I fought with the Dongsheng Ancient Emperor. Although it was a draw, that old thing was indeed powerful. It's a pity that he didn't live as long as me, so his strength can't compare to mine. Since you are so stubborn, I will capture you first. Human devil swallowing heaven sleeve. While speaking, the human devil king's clone suddenly flung his sleeve. In that instant, the entire small world lost all light. Nothing could be seen. Even the eyes of martial artists couldn't see through this terrifying darkness. Although martial artists could see in the dark, it was because there was still light in the dark. It was just that it was weaker. But after this human devil swallowing heaven's sleeve flung, all the light was absorbed. It was simply impossible to see anything. Ling Xiao felt that this human devil swallowing heaven sleeve was really able to contain heaven and earth. It was able to swallow everything. This kind of terrifying power was truly frightening. End of chapter. Chapter 41-48. Scoff. Do you think a small human demon swallowing heaven sleeve can contain my universe, Tyrant? Qi Niming, I will support the light for you. You fight. Ling Xiao snorted coldly as he focused on controlling the Tyrant martial soul. Qi Niming flew out from the Dongshang Emperor ring. People who go against fate are like dragons and phoenixes, breaking the dawn of the heavens. Only I am supreme. Kill. With the support of the universe Tyrant, Qi Niming could see everything. The human demon king's human demon swallowing heaven sleeve had no effect. Kaboom! An extremely bright sword light tore through the darkness. It chased away Young Ye. Qi Niming floated in mid-air and stood in front of Ling Xiao. I can only fight for 3 minutes, any longer, and I won't be able to. Think of a way to retreat. Qi Niming transmitted his voice. 3 minutes is enough. That human demon king was injured by the demon emperor, and his strength was greatly reduced. Furthermore, this is only a clone. He might not be your match. Let's try it first. If not, I have a way to escape. Ling Xiao was very calm. That human demon king frowned and was a bit wary. Hongmaru, you guys leave first. The reason why he made such a decision was because he had no confidence in defeating Qi Niming. Kill. Qi Niming did not waste time. He did not have enough time, so he charged over. The sword light was like lightning as it stabbed towards the human demon king. The human demon king only had the ability to dodge and defend. He couldn't even counterattack. Mo Hongmaru and throwing knife Zong brought Black Barbarian and the remaining demons and disappeared into the underground world. Ling Xiao did not chase after them. Although Mo Hongmaru and throwing knife Zong were heavily injured, they were not people he could deal with. As for Qi Yaoguang and Black Pearl, their bones were broken and they could only heal. They could not chase after them. Of course, he could not chase after them. However, Ling Xiao did not let go of the treasures in the human demon nest. He searched for a long time and did not find the demonic Sirius. However, he found a demonic heart and many demon race martial arts that he did not have time to take away, as well as 100 top-grade spirit stones. Ling Xiao said it all. Demon race martial arts was just a method of using demonic power. There was no difference between good and evil. He could still use it when he brought it back. The heart of the heavenly demon was very powerful. By the time his physical body reached the peak of 8th Order Emperor Realm, he had consumed the heavenly devil lightning jade. Then, he could use the heart of the heavenly demon to cultivate the true heavenly demon black tortoise body. That was a peak 9th Order Emperor Realm body refining technique. Ling Xiao put it away. The entire process took less than a minute. The battle outside was still ongoing. Heavenly devil destroys immortals, earth-shattering. With a roar, the human devil king Avatar's hands turned into huge demonic claws that grabbed at Qi Niming. Qi Niming's sword Qi was crushed. Then, it covered Qi Niming's body. He wanted to crush Qi Niming into pieces. Time is like a sword. I will raise my sword and laugh at the heavens. Qi Niming revealed a cold smile. The long sword in his hand turned into a huge sword Qi and stabbed forward. It pierced towards the 2 huge devil claws, even though he had yet to fully recover from his injuries. However, after the incident with the demonic blood palm, he miraculously achieved a breakthrough. He was now a late 9th Divine Core warrior. It was on the same level as the ghost sword. Crack! The 2 devil claws were torn apart. However, the sword Qi didn't stop there. It continued piercing towards the human devil king's avatar. Human devil king, you're just a tiny avatar, and you're trying to do evil? Don't you think you're underestimating us human warriors? Kill. Bang! The human devil king's avatar suddenly disappeared. That guy actually ran away. Because he knew he wasn't Qi Niming's match, he chose to run away. Otherwise, even if his avatar was destroyed, his true body would still be severely injured. The human devil king wasn't stupid. Ling Xiao, I've completed my mission. I'm going back to rest. Qi Niming had been fighting for more than a minute, but he was already exhausted. There was nothing he could do about it. He had just recovered, and his body was extremely weak. Ling Xiao nodded his head. Then he put Qi Niming into the Dongshang Emperor ring. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly saw a storage ring on the ground. "Isn't this that woman, Zi Yuan's storage ring?" Ling Xiao smiled. Then he put away the storage ring and quickly left the underground world. Since there was no demonic epiphyllum, and he had already obtained the other treasures, there was no need to continue wasting time. Otherwise, if the human Devil King's avatar returned, he wouldn't be able to provoke it. After exiting the teleportation gate, Ling Xiao set up a simple formation to seal it. Anyway, he had the formation refining stone, so it wasn't complicated. After sealing it, it wouldn't be so easy for the human Devil King to come out. After that, he left the cave. When he was outside, Ling Xiao saw that there was no one around. Then he took out Zi Yuan's storage ring and began to study it. There were some high-grade spirit stones inside. However, what surprised him was that there were a few talismans. The most amazing thing was that these talismans were all divine-grade, Heavenly King artifact talismans. During the battle with Zi Yuan, this woman was intimidated by the Heavenly Tyrant martial spirit and didn't have time to use these talismans. There were a total of 3 talismans. The first one was called the Demonic Flame Talisman. When it was released, it would release a terrifying demonic flame. No warriors below the extreme realm of Core dared to fight against it. They could only run away. The second talisman was called the Seven Slaughter Talisman. When it was released, it would release poisonous bugs. Even Heavenly Core warriors would feel terrible if they were bitten, and those with weaker cultivation would die on the spot. The third talisman was called the Tin Swords Talisman. It required 10 swords to be used together, and the quality of the swords had to be at least common grade Heavenly King artifact. If not, the effect would be greatly reduced. As long as the conditions were met, the better the quality of the swords, the more powerful they would be. If there were 10 divine grade Heavenly King artifacts, it would be normal for them to instantly kill a peak Heavenly Core warrior. Even an extreme realm core warrior would be killed. What a powerful talisman. Too bad. This talisman can only be used 3 times. Even if I strengthen it, I can only use it 6 times at most. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh. A treasure like this, he would feel the pain of using it just once. But if he didn't use it, he wouldn't be able to do it. The most important thing was, these things could save his life. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly saw a man walking towards him from the darkness. His speed was very fast. Obviously, he had noticed him. In an instant, he arrived in front of Jiang Chen. This man was wearing a white battle robe, and he looked quite handsome. Wasn't he Yang Chu from the Yang family? Yang Chu's cultivation was at the early Heavenly Core realm. What a headache. With Ling Zhao's current cultivation, he would have to use the martial soul of Tyrant to deal with a warrior like this, just like how he dealt with Zi Yuan. But he suddenly looked at the talisman in his hand, and an idea came to his mind. Let's test out the power of this talisman first. Kid, hurry up and give me the talisman in your hand, or else I'll kill you today. Yang Chu felt very lucky. Because his cultivation was weaker than Yu Feng, Yu Qian, and Yang Zhan, he was left behind along with the woman in green, Yuan Meng, and Xue Feiqi. Along the way, they were ambushed by the blood turtle dove and the human devils. As a result, they were separated. Who would have thought that they would run into Ling Xiao? Genius. 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 41-49. Yang Chu felt lucky. Because he had found Ling Xiao, the man they had been chasing for a long time. Besides, Ling Xiao had a few talismans with him, and he was very jealous of them. Although Ling Xiao's performance in the battle with the flying flaming lion was very brave, but Yang Chu had seen it. Besides his speed, Ling Xiao didn't have any other abilities. Besides, it seemed like Ling Xiao had just fought a battle, and his aura wasn't strong enough. He should only have 70% of his strength left. If he was afraid of this Ling Xiao, then Yang Chu, an early Heavenly Core warrior, wouldn't be worthy of his title? Are you trying to compare who has a bigger face? You think you can have such good stuff just because you want it? Who do you think you are? The Golden Emperor? The Eternal Emperor? or the Devil Emperor? Ling Xiao looked at Yang Chu with disdain. If it was Yang Zhan, he might be more worried. After all, Yang Zhan was a perfect heavenly core warrior. Basically, if he wanted to defeat Yang Zhan, it would take a miracle. But Yang Chu couldn't. Although it was difficult to defeat Yang Chu, it wasn't impossible. Ling Xiao immediately transformed into the peerless heavenly mouse. Strategically speaking, he was looking down on his enemy. But tactically speaking, he still had to pay attention to his enemy and never underestimate him. If he failed miserably, it would be a great loss of face. Not only would he lose face, he might even die. Brat, how dare you not listen to me? Yang Chu furrowed his brows. He knew Ling Xiao had a bad temper, and he had seen it in the puppet city. But he didn't expect this brat to be so unreasonable. Yang Zhan had directly rejected his request. Yang Chu's expression became ferocious. It looked like if he didn't use some tricks, he would be looked down upon by this brat. Forget it. In any case, senior apprentice brother Yu Feng said that you must die. Today, I'll just kill you. Do you really think you can defeat me, a heavenly core warrior, with just a few divine-grade heavenly king-tier talismans? You really don't take me seriously. While speaking, Yang Chu circulated his energy. A martial soul appeared behind his back. It was a huge white sheep. The white sheep's fur was as clean as white jade. However, the power it exuded was also very frightening. Whoosh! The instant Yang Chu released his martial soul, he suddenly made his move. 7 strange, cloud-like shockwaves were released. He flew towards Ling Xiao. Wherever the cloud passed, the air was shaken and scattered, producing thunderous booms. The Thunder Mountain was originally pitch black and filled with lightning. However, at that moment, the sky had turned white. Like white jade, it covered an area of several hundred meters. The pitch-black night sky turned into a dazzling white. Ling Xiao frowned. In the analysis of the Tai Chi Eye, the attack that Yang Chu had released was a very unique light energy. It was a martial art that the Yang family had developed using their own martial souls. It was called the White Jade 9 Smelting Demonic Light. This martial art was originally a peak 8th level Emperor class martial art. What Yang Chu learned was not complete. However, its power was not weak at all. Bang, bang, bang. Wherever the demonic light passed, the scene was extremely shocking. Ling Xiao released Invincible Vajra to block it. The demonic light kept colliding, producing a strange sound like metal clashing. It really made Ling Xiao's qi and blood churn, making him very uncomfortable. After holding on for more than 10 minutes, cracks appeared on Invincible Vajra. However, the demonic light was still tough. Yang Chu, I can't be bothered to argue with you when the human demon is causing trouble. Now, you'd better scram. Perhaps I can spare your life. After all, we work together in the southern puppet city. I don't want to kill you. Don't force me. Ling Xiao said this just to make Yang Chu underestimate him. He did not expect Yang Chu to accept this. What an idiotic argument. As expected, Yang Chu laughed disdainfully. Do you know how stupid you are? Why talk about cooperation with me? Are you worthy? Although our Yang family has joined the Yu family, we are now the second largest family in the Fengdu Devil Kingdom. You, a reptilian existence. Are you worthy of cooperating with me? Your defensive ability is not bad, but unfortunately, it's useless in front of me. If you're obedient and hand over those 3 talismans, I can let you go. Yang Chu was also unwilling to fight to the death with Ling Xiao because he did not have much of a chance of winning. Once they started fighting, whether they could win or not was still an unknown. That's impossible. Ling Xiao shook his head. In that case, Ares capture. Yang Chu snorted and directly attacked. Since it did not make sense, he could only kill Ling Xiao. With a cold snort, the 9 demonic lights merged into one, turning into a giant white hand that slapped down at Ling Xiao. This was to directly smash Ling Xiao into a meat patty. At that moment, Ling Xiao could feel a holy power descending from the sky. It was trying to invade his body. It pressed down on him until he could not breathe. However, he was not even afraid of the human demon king's aura. So how could he be afraid of a mere Yang Chu's aura? He snorted coldly. He directly blasted a palm toward the sky. Heaven-covering palm. The heaven-covering palm collided with the giant hand condensed from demonic light and actually shattered the giant hand. It was a fight of mutual destruction. What? Yang Chu was stunned for a moment. He did not expect Ling Xiao to know such a terrifying martial skill. This heaven-covering palm was extremely brilliant. It was a pity that Ling Xiao's cultivation was too weak. Otherwise, in this collision, he would definitely be the one at a disadvantage. I don't believe that I can't kill you. Yang Chu was ruthless and crazily attacked. Ling Xiao retreated as he fought. Because fighting outside was too eye-catching, he retreated into the cave. They fought in the narrow tunnel. In this way, Yang Chu's advantage would be reduced, and his advantage would be greatly increased. Now, the strength of his physical body had reached the mid-8th level of the Emperor realm. It was much stronger than before. If it was just a head-on collision, he would not lose to Yang Chu. It was indeed much easier than when he fought with Zi Yuan. It was really because of the stronger black tortoise divine body. Shadow Warrior. In the next moment, Ling Xiao passed through Yang Chu, came to the direction of the cave entrance, and changed positions with Yang Chu. The other side was sealed by his formation, and this side was guarded by him. It was as if Yang Chu was sealed in a sealed space. Hee, I'll give you something fun. The reason why Ling Xiao created this kind of space was naturally to test the power of the spirit talismans that he had just obtained. If he did not use the spirit talismans, no matter how powerful they were useless. Therefore, when he could use them, he would definitely not be stingy. Moreover, from using them, he could also study the use of these spirit talismans. In fact, as mentioned before, the spirit talismans of the Black Tortoise continent were completely different from those of the Immortal Court continent. This thing was the result of the ingenious combination of formations and formations. If one understood formations, then after understanding them, as long as they got the materials, they could make it themselves. Let's start with a demonic flame talisman. Ling Xiao suddenly pinched the demonic flame talisman with 2 fingers and activated his vital essence. A terrifying jade-green demonic flame spewed out and turned into a fire snake that pounced toward Yang Chu. Yang Chu's expression changed, and he hurriedly activated the demonic light to block. Genius. 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 4150. The devilish light and devilish flames were fighting in the tunnel. A sizzling sound could be heard, and it was extremely uncomfortable. Next, it's time to use this 7 slaughter talisman. To make this 7 slaughter talisman, besides knowing how to use formations, there were still 7 other poisons. He also needed to collect 7 types of poisonous substances. There was no limit, but they had to be poisonous. Furthermore, the stronger the poison, the more ferocious the attack. This 7 slaughter talisman contained the rainbow poisonous snake, witchcraft spider, self-exploding ant, lightning venomous bee, bloodthirsty mosquito, flying golden silkworm, and virus moth. These 7 poisons, before they were made into the 7 slaughter talisman, each of them had the strength of a peak 7th divine core warrior. When they were gathered together, they would work together with the formation. Not only were they invulnerable to fire and water, they were also extremely poisonous. Once bitten, even a heavenly core warrior would be in a terrible situation. Using the same method, Ling Xiao activated the talisman. From within the talisman, a strange cry could be heard. Suddenly, a group of frightening poisonous snakes flew out from the talisman. These poisonous snakes were all rainbow-colored, and they even had rainbow-colored wings on their backs. They looked like flying snakes. They had triangular eyes, ferocious and cruel. They turned into a rainbow-colored mist and leapt towards Yang Chu. Yang Chu's attention was attracted by the devilish flames, so he didn't notice what was happening. The rainbow poisonous snake was extremely frightening. They ate all kinds of poisonous creatures in the world. Then, they would gather in their bodies. Even if they were eaten by other demon beasts, they would release their poisonous creatures before they died, and they would die together with the demon beasts. If Yang Chu was stronger and had reached the peak heavenly core realm, these rainbow poisonous snakes might not be able to do anything to him. However, Yang Chu was just an early heavenly core warrior. His white jade 9 smelting demonic light couldn't hurt the rainbow poisonous snake. The rainbow poisonous snake went through the devilish flames and entered the devilish light. Its body started to change, but it wasn't destroyed by the devilish light. Immediately after, another group of poisonous bugs flew out. These were the frightening self-exploding ants. They also had a pair of strange transparent wings. Their bodies were red. Their poison was weaker than the rainbow poisonous snake, but the scariest thing about them was that they could explode. Although they were small, once they exploded, the effect was similar to that of a peak Earth core warrior exploding his own core. After exploding, the poisons poisoned to kill them all. It was suffocating. Following closely behind the self-destructing ants were the lightning venomous wasps. The advantage of the lightning venom bee was its speed. Their poison was also a lightning toxin that could paralyze people instantly. It was very small. The poisonous needle was very conspicuous. There were even blue electric currents flashing on it. It looked very shocking. Behind them was a group of blood-sucking poisonous mosquitoes. The effect of the bloodthirsty killer mosquitoes was almost identical to Ling Xiao's bloodthirsty plague. It was just that it was bigger. Therefore, the direct damage would be even more terrifying. The bloodthirsty killer mosquito's entire body was red like blood jade. They were basically the size of a fingernail. Feeling that long straw made people shudder. It was said that the toughness of the bloodthirsty killer mosquito straw was equivalent to a divine-grade heavenly king artifact. He could become even stronger the day after tomorrow. Boom! Just as the bloodthirsty killer mosquitoes flew out, a terrifying explosion suddenly occurred over there. It was the self-destructing ants. Ling Xiao looked up and saw that the suicide bomb ants had already reached the center of the magic light and exploded one after another. The demonic light was scattered by the explosion. Terrifying indeed. Ling Xiao sucked in a breath of cold air. Fortunately, Ziyuan didn't have time to use this thing to deal with him at that time. Otherwise, he would definitely have a headache. Yang Chu originally felt that the situation wasn't right. Ling Xiao lured him into this cave, but he didn't continue to escape. He didn't escape out of the cave either. Instead, he suddenly attacked and released the demonic flame talisman. Although this demonic flame talisman was powerful, he was confident that he could easily resist it with his white jade 9 smelting demonic light. But what he never expected was, Ling Xiao actually thought that the demonic flame talisman wasn't ruthless enough. He actually released the 7-kill talisman. Within the 7-kill talisman, the 7-colored poisonous snake was the first to arrive. The suicide bomb ants followed, but they flew slower. The lightning poisonous bee arrived first. At this time, Yang Chu felt that something was wrong. He also took out a spirit talisman and prepared to deal with it. But at this moment, the suicide bomb ants were approaching. All of a sudden, a terrifying roar erupted. Not only did the explosion cause the demonic light to collapse, but it also allowed the demonic flames to enter and burn the spirit talisman in his hand. He didn't have time to feel sorry. This was because he had encountered a very serious problem. He had no choice but to run deeper into the cave. These poisonous insects were flying at a very slow speed. Aside from the lightning poisonous bee, he didn't believe that anything could catch up to him. The cave looked very long, and it should extend all the way to the inside. There should be a lot of space inside as well. Therefore, he had no reason to be afraid. Idiot! Ling Xiao sneered, then he chased after Yang Chu. Right at this moment, he heard Yang Chu's miserable scream. There was indeed a portal there, but it was sealed by Ling Xiao. How was he going to get out? Ling Xiao, I'm from the Yang family. If you dare to kill me, you'll die a horrible death. Yang Chu roared out. He knew he was at the end of his rope. He crazily circulated his true yuan and attacked. But right at this moment, all 7 poisonous insects had been released, and they were attacking him, together with the demonic flames. There was no way he could fight them alone. Ling Xiao knew that there was no need for him to fight anymore. Using these 2 spirit talismans together, killing an early heavenly core warrior wasn't a problem at all. Of course, you had to have these spirit talismans first, and you had to have enough true yuan to activate them. Alright, I won't kill you. As long as you let me go, these 3 spirit talismans are yours. Also, I'll give you some of the spirit stones in my storage ring. What do you think? Yang Chu was basically begging for mercy. But even though he was begging for mercy, This guy was still acting like he was some big shot. Was he so used to acting tough that he couldn't change his habit of begging for mercy? Perhaps others would fall for this trick, but Ling Xiao didn't. If you hadn't attacked me, I would have kept your life. But too bad. You wanted to kill me and take away my spirit talismans. How could I let anyone know about this? That Yang Zhan is pretty strong. I'm no match for him. Therefore, you should just die obediently. Ling Xiao laughed disdainfully. As for the things in your storage ring, don't worry. After you die, I'll take them myself. There's no need to trouble you. No. Another miserable scream sounded out. Some poisonous insects had bitten Yang Chu. Yang Chu let out a miserable scream. After a few moments, he was killed by the poisonous insects. Return. The spirit talisman flashed, and all the poisonous insects returned to their original positions. Ling Xiao walked over and took away Yang Chu's storage ring. There were a lot of spirit stones in Yang Chu's storage ring, and they were all upper-rank spirit stones. There were about 1 million of them. There weren't any martial skill manuals. What a disappointment. No wonder this guy wanted to bribe him with spirit stones. The key was that there was nothing else. Perhaps all the people who entered the Fengdu Devil Forest had put the best things in their homes. Only a demonic human expert storage ring would have such good stuff. What a pity. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 4151. After killing Yang Chu, Ling Xiao continued to walk up the Thunder Mountain. He passed through the pitch-black fog area. Finally, he felt that the environment seemed to have become a little more comfortable. He had a feeling that the higher he went, the safer it would be. It was probably because the Western Puppet City had set up an array formation to block the lightning. However, after the environment became clear, his vision became wider. He felt as if he was in the clouds. That kind of situation was really like becoming an immortal. People who practiced martial arts also dreamed of becoming immortals and saints. Ultimately, this was the reason why one practiced martial arts. The plants here were even taller than the ones he had encountered before. Piercing through the clouds, the diameter alone was estimated to be more than 10 meters. Moreover, it was filled with electric currents, making people not dare to touch it casually. Ever since he saw the human demon, Ling Xiao felt that this trip to Fengdu Demon Forest would not be so smooth. The human demons that he had killed before were definitely not all of them. Besides, there were not only human demons here. Didn't they encounter a beast tide in the southern Puppet City not long ago? Was the beast tide really just an accident? That might not be the case. Rumor had it that the demon race of the savage beast race was best at communicating with demon beasts and controlling them. Even the human demon had been seen. Who could be sure that there were no demon race here? In any case, even though there was no danger now, he still had to be careful. Who knew what would happen the next time they met? He didn't know how many of the hundreds of thousands of warriors were left. In any case, many must have died. Just the battle of the southern Puppet City alone left more than 20,000 lives. The test of the demonic Sirius flower in Fengdu Demon Forest was like a trial deliberately arranged by the Demon Emperor. Sigh, I hope it's just a trial. If the appearance of the human demon was an accident, then it would be really troublesome. There would definitely be more troublesome things. It would be even more terrifying than the previous beast tide, even more terrifying than the human demon. The Western Puppet City might become the final battle of Fengdu Demon Forest. Only 1/10 of the warriors would be able to reach there. To be on the safe side, Ling Xiao still entered the shadow warrior form and quietly advanced. His speed was neither fast nor slow. If he was too fast, it would be easy to ignore some dangers. If he was too slow, it would be terrible if others snatched the demonic Sirius flower away. Along the way, he saw many beasts. However, they all avoided him. He didn't like meaningless battles. After walking for a while, he looked up. He still couldn't see the top of the Thunder Mountain. According to his estimation, he had only walked 1/3 of the way until now. The height of the Thunder Mountain was truly astonishing. Of course, the most important thing was that the uphill road was not easy to walk. Many roads had to be taken. This also increased the travel time imperceptibly. Along the way, he witnessed with his own eyes a group of people being besieged by a group of demonic beasts. In the end, all of them died tragically. However, he did not make a move. The reason was simple. It had nothing to do with him. Moreover, those people were all members of the Yu family. Saving one of them was equivalent to having one more enemy. This was different from the beast tide. Suddenly, he stopped. He came out of the shadow warrior form. It was not that he was willing to do so, but there was a very special existence here. Things that were hidden in the dark would reveal their true forms. Ling Xiao frowned, knowing that he might be in trouble. However, since he was already here, it was impossible for him not to move forward. Suddenly, he saw a person screaming and rushing over. A moment later, the scream turned into an angry roar. He pounced towards Ling Xiao as if he had gone mad. Ling Xiao recognized this person. It was Yang Mao. In the Yang family, he was considered a young master. Unfortunately, his cultivation was only at the peak 7th divine core realm. This guy had plotted against the Black Pearl and had been following Ghost Sword. Since he was here, it meant that Ghost Sword had appeared as well. "Save me! Save me!" Yang Mao shouted as he ran over. Ling Xiao felt strange. This guy's expression seemed to be constantly changing. One moment, he was angry, as if he wanted to kill him. The next moment, he was in pain, as if he was begging him to save his life. "Brother Ling, be careful. This guy must have encountered the cannibal bees." Qi Niming hurriedly shouted. Before Qi Niming's voice could even land, Ling Xiao had already stabbed out with his sword. Yang Mao's head was pierced through. A yellow light flew out from his head. It was extremely fast, and it pounced towards Ling Xiao. Burn! Terrifying flames suddenly appeared on the surface of Ling Xiao's body. As soon as the yellow light touched his skin, it was instantly burned to ashes. We have to deal with Yang Mao's body as well. Otherwise, the larvae of the cannibal bees will control this body and turn it into a terrifying walking corpse. It will go and harm other people. Qi Niming hurriedly said. Ling Xiao didn't know how terrifying the cannibal bees were, but seeing how nervous Qi Niming was, he didn't dare to be careless. Just as he was about to make a move, suddenly, a sword came from the side. A man stood in front of Ling Xiao. He roared, "How dare you kill a warrior of the Yang family? You're finished." Before Ling Xiao could say anything, Yang Mao, who had fallen to the ground, suddenly stood up. He bit the man who claimed to be a warrior of the Yang family. Ling Xiao's Tai Chi eye caught a strange scene. White larvae crawled out from Yang Mao's body and then drilled into the warrior's body. "Ah!" The man screamed. After a brief moment, his eyes lost their luster. So terrifying. This was something that was hard to explain, and it was the most terrifying thing. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. Then he immediately threw out a flame and burned it. But too bad, it only burned one of them. As for Yang Mao, he actually ran away at an incredible speed, running forward. Ling Xiao wanted to chase after him, but he was stopped by a warrior who walked out from the bushes. "Brother, don't go to your death. If you keep walking forward, you will reach the territory of the cannibal bees. Many people have had their brains sucked dry by the cannibal bees, and their bodies have been controlled, turning them into mindless walking corpses. Do you want to be like them too?" This was a warrior in his 40s, and his cultivation base was at the peak 6th divine core realm. He wasn't strong, but he was very experienced. His caution and experience allowed him to survive, and he was able to reach this place. Cannibal bees, are they really so terrifying? Ling Xiao's expression turned ugly. If this was the case, didn't that mean he wouldn't be able to move forward anymore? Terrifying, of course they're terrifying. Although those cannibal bees haven't existed for a long time. I heard that it was the experiments of the human devils that caused them to mutate. That's why these monsters were born. Compared to the legendary ancient creatures, they are even more terrifying. That's why we call them evolved creatures. Qi Niming explained. But I can't just stop here. Maybe the heavenly devil epiphyllum is still in the Western Puppet City. What others can't do, I, Ling Xiao, can. Ling Xiao thought for a moment. Considering his advantages, he felt like he could give it a try. He couldn't be so scared that he couldn't move just because of a few words from someone. It would be too embarrassing. "Brother, what are you doing?" The warrior who spoke just now asked. "We're going to the Western Puppet City." Chapter 4152. Although the frightening cannibal bees had terrified many people, even Ling Xiao was a little scared of them. But being scared didn't mean he was scared. It didn't mean he was going to back off. He raised his foot and walked forward with determination. The further he walked, the more people he met. There were people from their teens to their 40s. After the first transition, people in this age group were called teenagers. In fact, Ling Xiao couldn't be considered a teenager anymore. He was a teenager in the truest sense. Those under 50 years old were called teenagers. After all, after entering the cycle of reincarnation, a warrior's lifespan would increase to 500 years. Although there were a lot of rumors in the streets, but this was an official record, so it shouldn't be bad. Most of the people Ling Xiao met stopped where they were and didn't dare to walk any further. Looking at the huge flower field in front of them, their expressions were ugly. The flower field was more than 1,000 acres in size. One had to walk at least 1 mile to get out of here. There were also people walking through the flower field. But, from time to time, there would be screams that could freeze one's heart. If I knew there was such a monster, I wouldn't have come here to compete for the heavenly devil epiphyllum. What does that have to do with me? Sigh. I'm so regretful. Now that I'm stuck here, I can't move forward or backward. This is so depressing. In order to pass through this flower field, one has to be at least a late Earth core warrior. And that's just the basic requirement. If one only cultivates and has no combat experience, he will still die. Oi, that idiot is going to die. Hee. Peak 6 Divine Core Warrior. He's weaker than me. I really don't know what he's going to do. Idiot. There will be a good show to watch later. The people who were talking couldn't help but be stunned when they saw Ling Xiao walking in front. They had seen people who were courting death, but they had never seen someone who was courting death like this. Ling Xiao laughed with disdain. A bunch of ants. How could they understand the thoughts of a hawk? He continued to walk forward, treating those taunts as nothing more than dog barks. In front of him was the flower field. There was nothing special about this flower field. It wasn't as weird as the trees from before. They all looked like ordinary flowers. There were all kinds of flowers. But the more this is the case, the more terrifying the cannibal bees are. That tiny bee was actually able to frighten a powerful divine core warrior to the point that he didn't dare approach it. The look of the cannibal bees is not fear. It was exactly the same as a normal bee. However, the cute little bee had a terrifying characteristic. It could turn powerful human warriors into walking corpses, become their nourishment. The number of the cannibal bees is huge. At a glance, the whole flower field is full of them. There is basically no gap for you to pass through, although most of the warriors were blocked by the cannibal bees. However, these hundreds of thousands of martial artists were all geniuses of the Fengdu Devil Kingdom. Naturally, they would not be stopped by this little cannibal bees. Although the cannibal bees were frightening, their strength was at most at the early 7th Divine Core realm. All of them combined could unleash a combat strength equivalent to a late 7th Divine Core warrior. As long as it was done properly, even a late 7th Divine Core warrior would be able to pass this test. Even an early 7th Divine Core warrior with a special martial soul or martial skill would be able to pass the test. As for the warriors above the 8th Divine Core realm, those cannibal bees wouldn't even dare touch them. They would just avoid them. Logically speaking, Yang Mao's strength wasn't weak, and he should be able to pass this test. But too bad, he only had a cultivation base and no combat experience. His performance was even worse than many early 7th Divine Core warriors. In the end, he was hit by the cannibal bees and became a walking corpse, a puppet of the cannibal bees. Many people passed by. Many people died. This was a cruel test. This fiend emperor was also really ruthless enough. In order to select the most outstanding young geniuses, countless lives had to be sacrificed. Luckily, humans had a pretty good reproductive ability. If not, humans would have gone extinct a long time ago. Lightly shaking his head, Ling Xiao stepped into the flower field. Immediately, a group of cannibal bees leapt towards him. That guy really jumped in. TSK. There really is someone who isn't afraid of death. Humph, it's just another joke. No one thought Ling Xiao would succeed. After all, Ling Xiao was only at the peak 6 Divine Core realm. In these people's eyes, he was trash. Maybe he has some kind of treasure, Bullshit. He's not from the Yu family, the Yang family, or the Three Sections. What kind of treasure does he have that can stop these frightening cannibal bees? I've seen a few warriors from the Yu family pass the test with the help of talismans or treasures. That's what a real big family is like. Ling Xiao didn't hear any of these discussions. Right now, there was only one thought in his mind. That was to arrive at Puppet City, find the heavenly devil epiphyllum, and save Ling Jiaojiao. The swarm of cannibal bees was charging towards him. Ling Xiao sneered. Then, the heavenly flame started burning on his body. According to his deduction, the reason why the cannibal bees wouldn't attack an 8th Divine Core warrior was because there was no hope for him. In the end, he might even lose his life. His body was a mid-8th Order Emperor, the Black Tortoise Divine Body. He was stronger than almost all mid-8th Divine Core warriors. Naturally, he wasn't afraid of the cannibal bees' attack. But, just to be safe, he unleashed the heavenly flame to burn these cannibal bees to death. Crackle. A series of firecrackers sounded out. When the cannibal bees got within 1 foot of Ling Xiao, they suddenly exploded into pieces. Dead bodies fell all over the ground. Looking at this horrifying scene, the cannibal bees were so scared that they started backing off. They didn't dare get any closer. So boring. Ling Xiao shook his head. The cannibal bees that everyone was talking about had now reached him. It had actually become an inconspicuous piece of trash. He didn't even need to attack. He just kept walking forward. It was as if he was enjoying the scenery. The swarm of cannibal bees didn't get within 1 foot of him. They even avoided him when they saw him walking towards them. Although the cannibal bees had small brains, they still had some. It was impossible for them to attack an enemy they couldn't defeat. Beside him, there were countless battles going on. Some of them went through a tough battle and finally managed to keep their lives. They finally managed to take a few steps forward. Some of them were killed on the spot. But no one would have thought that Ling Xiao, who was considered a joke, would be so relaxed. Brother Ling, you really surprised me. Qi Niming said with a bitter smile. I was worried for nothing. As for those idiots outside, they were all dumbfounded. This guy must have some treasures on him. He must be a warrior from some big family. He is purposely playing with us. I heard that Ghost Sword from the Black Fiend Devil Kingdom also entered the Fengdu Devil Forest. Could he be Ghost Sword? Impossible. He is only at the peak 6th Divine Core realm. I heard that Ghost Sword is a 9th Divine Core warrior. Everyone were discussing, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't figure out Ling Xiao's identity. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version update website, M. Chapter 4153. People couldn't guess Ling Xiao's identity. In the end, they could only conclude that Ling Xiao was a lucky guy. He must have bought a treasure in some puppet city. Only then could he safely pass through this flower field. They couldn't watch the joke anymore. People were a little uncomfortable in their hearts. Especially the person who mocked Ling Xiao just now was the most proud. At this time, Ling Xiao had already walked a few hundred meters away, but he was still standing at the entrance of the flower field and didn't dare to move. Don't push. Can't you see I'm watching the show here? This person was slapped in the face by Ling Xiao, and he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. Just at this time, he felt crowded behind him. He cursed angrily. This time, he was kicked into the flower field by someone, and in an instant, his blood essence was sucked dry by the cannibal bees. The moment before he died, he saw a face. Yu Feng, one of the top geniuses of the Yu family. Yu Feng stood there, looking at Ling Xiao coldly, his eyes flashing with crazy hatred. When he was in the southern puppet city, Ling Xiao made him lose face. He had been jealous until now. After chasing all the way, he finally found Ling Xiao. Magic Blade, Yu Feng, the super genius of the Yu family, second only to Ling Jiaojiao and Yu Qiong. He actually appeared. Everyone cried out in alarm and hurriedly stepped aside. They were afraid that they would be thrown into the flower field. This person is definitely one of the most popular candidates to obtain the demonic epiphyllum. Only Ghost Sword and Yu Qiong can be ranked in front of him. Ling Xiao, I'll see where you run to. Yu Feng roared angrily and jumped into the flower field. A terrifying aura completely erupted. Hundreds of cannibal bees were killed on the spot. Then, he tore through the air, his speed extremely fast. Like a knife god, holding a sharp blade, he chased after Ling Xiao, his eyes revealing an incomparably cold aura. Along the way, the knife cut the flower field into a mess. Countless cannibal bees died under his knife chi, frantically fleeing in all directions. This kind of scene had never happened before. It wasn't that no one was stronger than Yufeng. Like Ghost Sword, he didn't like to cause such a big scene at all. Instead, they would pass through quietly. Therefore, the scene was naturally not as domineering as Yufeng's. So strong. Yufeng is Yufeng, but who is Ling Xiao? Ling Xiao is the kid with the strange flame burning on his body, right? How did this kid provoke Yufeng? Who knows? But since he provoked Yufeng, he definitely won't be able to survive, right? Everyone watched as Yufeng behaved atrociously in the flower field. Ling Xiao's gaze turned cold. This Yufeng was really like a lingering spirit. Logically speaking, he had saved the flying flame lion's life by killing it. This bastard didn't even have the slightest intention of repaying his kindness and even wanted to kill him. This was simply unreasonable. Kill him. Kill that kid. Many people did not know Ling Xiao, but they overwhelmingly supported Yufeng to kill Ling Xiao. To put it bluntly, it was because Ling Xiao was just a nobody. If a nobody performed too well, they would be envied by others. And Yufeng's high-profile and overbearing performance would be admired by others. The reason was that simple. A moment later, Yufeng had already arrived in front of Ling Xiao. The long saber in his hand suddenly slashed down. The ground was cut off. Die. Clang. Just at the moment when Yufeng's saber slashed down, a sword blocked his saber. The ice-cold sharpness sent the saber flying. It plunged into the ground. Boom. The sound of an explosion came. Countless cannibal bees died tragically. Who? Yufeng looked over angrily. Who was it that dared to stop him from killing Ling Xiao? This made him very angry. He saved me. Whoever kills him, I will kill. A cold voice came out from the mouth of a black-clothed youth, like a gloomy iron sword, revealing a terrifying murderous aura. Ghost Sword. Yufeng was taken aback. Why did it have to be him? Kid, just you wait. I don't believe you can hide under the protection of Ghost Sword. Yufeng knew that with Ghost Sword, he definitely couldn't kill Ling Xiao, so he could only fly away. Ghost Sword didn't say anything, turned around and left. Looking at his back, Ling Xiao shook his head gently. This person is really straightforward. Actually, you don't need him to fight, do you? Both of us have almost recovered from our injuries. Any one of us can defeat Yufeng. Black Pearl said in the Dongshang Emperor Ring. That's right. Qi Yaoguang also said. Forget it. He has already made a move. No need to say this. Let's move on. Ling Xiao shook his head gently. At this time, he found that because of the battle between Ghost Sword and Yufeng, a large number of cannibal bees were killed, and some cannibal bees fled directly. This made many martial artists who were afraid to move forward take the opportunity to pass through the flower field. The threat of the flower field was greatly reduced. But this had nothing to do with Ling Xiao. Whether there were more or less people, the real competitors were still those few people. Most of the martial artists were actually just bystanders. He walked out of the flower field and continued to head up Thunder Mountain. But at this time, he found that he seemed to be surrounded. There were a total of a dozen people surrounding him. These people were not from the Yu family, the Yang family, or the Three Sections. They were martial artists from some small families. They were quite strong. Ling Xiao looked at these people indifferently and asked, "Do you have any advice?" "Kid, don't play dumb. We all saw that when you passed through the flower field, you used a treasure. This allowed you to avoid being attacked by the cannibal bees. Be obedient and hand over the treasure, and we can let you go." One of them sneered, "And as long as you hand over the treasure, we can protect you. Don't think that you are safe after passing through the flower field. I can tell you the truth, the higher you go, the more dangerous it is. Human demons, and monsters, you don't know what you will encounter. With us, you will be safer. Take that treasure as your reward. I am not used to being protected by a group of trash. I will give you 10 breaths of time. Get lost. Otherwise, die." Ling Xiao was very merciful Little brat, you don't want face. Brothers, get him. The group of people did not understand Ling Xiao's good intentions at all. They shouted and pounced on Ling Xiao, wanting to kill Ling Xiao and snatch the treasure on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao shook his head gently. In this world, there were many people who did not understand their own situation and insisted on courting death. Ling Xiao had never had any sympathy for such people. He never thought that evildoers should be forgiven. Mercy should be given to those who do good, not to those who do evil. If they made a mistake, they should be punished. Evildoers had no right to live. This was especially true for those who wanted to kill others. Die. Ling Xiao's figure suddenly disappeared. A moment later, a total of 16 people died on the spot. Their bodies were all smashed. If people did not see this battle, they might think that they were smashed to death by a hammer or other weapons. But the people who were hiding in the distance were very clear. These people were killed by fists. Too scary. Who the hell is this guy? End of chapter. Chapter 41-54. Come out now. I know where you are. After killing 16 thieves, Ling Xiao suddenly looked towards the front. His cold voice was filled with impatience. If anyone dared to stop him or threaten him again, he wouldn't waste his breath. He would kill them all. I told you, he has already found us. Why are you still hiding? If you have something to say, just say it. A person walked out from the darkness. It was a girl, and she looked very similar to Ghost Sword. Underneath her cold face, there was a sense of pride. But Ghost Sword was a sword user. This girl was using 2 daggers. Her dark eyes were filled with an unsettling aura. She was a veteran, and her hands were stained with the blood of many. Hee, Miss Night Demon is indeed a good judge of character. A laugh sounded out. It was Xue Feiqi from the Blood Spirit sect. This surprised Ling Xiao. After Xue Feiqi left, 2 more people appeared. One was the girl in green from the Green Vine sect. The other was Yuan Ming from the Red Robe sect. Xue Feiqi, the girl in green, and Yuan Ming were only at the early heavenly core realm. Their overall strength wasn't too strong, but all of them were stronger than Ling Xiao. As for the girl called Night Demon, Ling Xiao couldn't see through her cultivation, but he guessed that she was slightly weaker than Ghost Sword, but not by much. After they came out, Night Demon didn't look at Ling Xiao again. Instead, she kept looking into the depths of the forest, as if she was paying attention to something. It was said that the Devil Emperor had 13 disciples, and all of them were outstanding. But only Ghost Sword, Night Demon, and a few others were famous. The rest of them were either in secluded cultivation or had never left the Devil Emperor Palace. That was why not many people knew about them. Ghost Sword always killed people openly, and that was why he was famous. When Night Demon killed people, she came and went like a shadow. Those who were targeted by her wouldn't be able to sleep at night. Night Demon's arrogance wasn't something she pretended to be. It was an arrogance that came from deep within her bones. She was the personal disciple of the Devil Emperor. Her talent was outstanding, and she was definitely favored by the heavens. She was too lazy to talk to an ant. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. In such a world, even an ant could become a dinosaur. If one was too arrogant, the chances of being slapped in the face were too high. If the Devil Emperor's disciple was placed in the heavenly Devil Ghost region, he might really be a peerless genius. However, this might not be the case in the entire 4 regions and 9 worlds. However, this had nothing to do with him. He was more concerned about why these 4 people were looking for him. Is something the matter? Ling Xiao asked indifferently. Xue Feiqi, you're the one who's looking for him. Why don't you tell him? Yuan Ming said impatiently, in my opinion, the 4 of us are enough. Why should we add such a burden? Brother Yuan Ming is right. How can he help us? The woman in green said disdainfully. You 2 don't understand, do you? Back in the southern puppet city, you fainted too early, so you didn't see his performance. He wasn't even afraid of the flying flame lion. With him around, their chances of winning will be higher. Xue Qi explained. He can kill the flying flame lion? Night Demon finally spoke again. She seemed to be very surprised. Could it be a cub? Miss Night Demon must be joking. If it was a cub, how could it cause such a large-scale beast tide? That's a terrifying existence at the peak of the Dan realm. It's all thanks to your brother, Ghost Sword, and Yu Cheong from the Yu family. With the help of this little brother, we were able to kill the flying flame lion. Xueqi explained. Brother actually killed the flying flame lion. Night Demon directly ignored Ling Xiao and Yu Cheong. In her opinion, if there was someone in this Fengdu demonic forest who could kill the flying flame lion, it would definitely be her brother, Ghost Sword. It was impossible for others. All right, I'm not here to listen to your nonsense. What's the matter? Just say it. I'm very busy right now, Ling Xiao said with a frown. He still had to hurry on his way. He wasn't here to listen to these people bragging. Kid, you've become a hero because of Ghost Sword and Yu Cheong. Do you not put us in your eyes? Yuan Ming said coldly. Believe it or not, I'll kill you right now. Brother Yuan Ming, why bother with a frog at the bottom of a well? Don't be angry, don't be angry. The girl in green held Yuan Ming's arm and persuaded. Xueqi frowned. He also felt that Ling Xiao was a bit too arrogant. Night Demon was proud. She was the disciple of the Devil Emperor. What did he have to be proud of? But in order for the next operation to go smoothly, he suppressed his anger and said, It's like this, brother. If we walk forward from here, we will pass through the most terrifying area of the Thunder Mountain. That is the territory of the Thunder Demon race. Brother, if you team up with me, your chances of passing will be higher, right? This is called helping each other. Thunder Demon race? Ling Xiao had never heard of this race. It's actually the demon race. It's just that after being tempered by the demon thunder for many years, these demons have the ability to control demon thunder. Their strength is very terrifying. It's a very special race on the Thunder Mountain. The human demon race had wanted to rope them in before, but they failed. They were beaten very badly. Of course, that's because there was no human demon king. In the Dongshang Emperor ring, Qi Niming answered. This brother really knew a lot. Team up with them. With them, you can avoid a lot of trouble. At least ordinary martial artists won't dare to find trouble with you. Qi Niming suggested. Ling Xiao also had the same intention, so he didn't directly refuse. Okay, we can team up. Ling Xiao nodded and said, Brother, how should I address you? Xueqi asked. A small character, not worth mentioning. My surname is Ling. Ling Xiao said indifferently. What arrogance. I asked for your name, and you only said your surname. Forget it. No one cares what your name is anyway. Yuan Ming snorted and said, All right, Xueqi, let's go. Yu Feng and the others have already gone. Let's go, Brother Ling, follow me. Xueqi didn't have any good intentions in recruiting Ling Xiao. At the crucial moment, using Ling Xiao as cannon fodder was the best choice. After all, no one knew what they would encounter on the way. The situation might be very complicated. Ling Xiao was well aware of these people's thoughts. He didn't bother to say more. He walked at the back alone and opened his Tai Chi eye to observe the surroundings. At the crucial moment, he would release Qi Yaoguang, Black Pearl, He Ming, and Qi Niming, and they could all kill those people in front. Of course, he wasn't the kind of person who liked to kill. If the other party was fine, then he would pretend nothing had happened. After the flower field, it was a dense forest. However, compared to the forest in front, there were traces of lightning everywhere. Even a rabbit that was suddenly startled and ran away was surrounded by lightning. The sharp aura made one's skin feel very uncomfortable. Of course, Ling Xiao was an exception. His body now had a part of the demonic Thunder Jade's power, and he had the ability to resist evil lightning. Something like evil lightning was even beneficial to him. Evil lightning could stimulate the demonic Thunder Jade to release more power. End of this chapter. Chapter 4155. Along the way, Night Demon was basically walking in the dark. Her movement skill was similar to Ling Xiao's shadow warrior form. But under the Tai Chi eye, everything was exposed. She didn't talk much, and her personality was similar to Ghost Sword. Perhaps in her heart, Ghost Sword wasn't just her brother. He was her idol. Xueli followed behind her vigilantly, observing the surrounding situation. Yuan Ming and the girl in green were chatting. It seemed like this couple had a good relationship, but they would laugh from time to time, which made people frown. They knew how dangerous this place was, but they were still laughing as if no one was around. It was hard to tell if they were idiots or just daring. But it did make it easier for Ling Xiao to communicate with the 4 people in the Dongshang Emperor Ring. Your demon emperor really knows how to have fun. The cannibal bees are already so terrifying, and now there are even human demons. I think this thunder demon tribe is even more terrifying than the human demons. Aren't you angry at the demon emperor for testing you? Ling Xiao said with a smile. Angry? Of course not. The demon emperor is our supreme being. Naturally, he had his reasons for doing so. Besides, the heavenly devil epiphyllum is too important. In order to break through to the divine physique realm, almost all cultivators need the heavenly devil epiphyllum's guidance. In the Fengdu Devil Kingdom, I've never heard of any cultivator who didn't use the heavenly devil epiphyllum when breaking through to the divine physique realm. It's such a precious item. If we can get it so easily, who will we give it to? This is the only way to test you. Qi Niming explained, I've read about the Thunder Demon tribe strength in the ancient records. I don't think they can be compared to the human demons, because the strongest warrior in the Thunder Demon tribe is only at the perfect heavenly core realm. None of them are at the extreme core realm. Most of the Thunder Demon tribe members are at the 6th and 7th level of the divine core realm. We can still deal with them. Also, there aren't many of them. There are only around 30,000 of them. Compared to the hundreds of thousands of geniuses, it's just a small number. Thunder Demon tribe. They are demons who have merged with the power of demon lightning. Their combat strength might be even more terrifying than a beast warrior from the beast realm. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Actually, he didn't hold any grudges against the Thunder Demon tribe. As long as the other party didn't attack him, he couldn't be bothered to kill. His great ambition was to unify the profound world and restore the coexistence of 10,000 races. Therefore, be it the demon race or the beast race, they were all intelligent races. There was still room for negotiation. He did not have to be killed. Of course, if they dared to make a move on him and infuriate him, he wouldn't hesitate to kill them. In that case, he would not show any mercy. He would even kill humans, let alone demons. Suddenly, Night Demon revealed his figure ahead and said coldly, There's a situation. Ling Xiao looked ahead. There were more than 10 corpses in the area where the Taiji Eye had locked onto, and they were all hung on the trees. The scene was somewhat frightening. If a newbie who had never seen the world saw this scene, he would probably be scared to the point of incontinence. Despicable Thunder Demon Clan. This method is too vicious. It was one thing to kill people, but to actually hang these martial artists as specimens. They were all drained of blood. What a miserable death. Xue Feiqi gritted his teeth. Don't touch them. Seeing that Xue Fei was about to put down the corpses, Ling Xiao hurriedly said, What happened? There's a trap. Ling Xiao reminded. There's no trap. Don't listen to this kid's nonsense. Yuan Meng said disdainfully. You're the one who's bullsh**. There is indeed a problem. Night Demon didn't notice the problem at first. However, after hearing Ling Xiao's words, she took a closer look. She found that there was an explosive talisman placed in each of the corpses. Once touched, it would cause a series of explosions. Even a heavenly core warrior wouldn't be able to withstand such power. What a cunning Thunder Demon clan. Xue Fei was startled. The more cunning they are, the more they use such tricks, the more it shows that they are not confident in their own strength. Night Demon sneered and ordered everyone to retreat. Then, she waved her hand. A cold light passed through a dozen corpses. Terrifying explosions sounded more than a dozen times in a row. The trees in the area were all blown to pieces. Seeing this, Yuan Ming was stunned. He glared at Ling Xiao fiercely, feeling that Ling Xiao had embarrassed him. But in fact, Ling Xiao didn't even bother to talk to him. He had seen too many people like him. Won't such an explosion attract the Thunder Demon clan? Xue Fei was worried. That's why I want them to come. Night Demon smiled devilishly and then quietly disappeared into the darkness. Since the Thunder Demon clan had set such a trap, they would definitely come to check it out. When the explosion sounded, the first thing the Thunder Demon clan thought of was that a prey had taken the bait. At least, they would send someone to check it out. At that time, as long as they caught this guy, they might be able to find the Thunder Demon clan's nest. This was Night Demon's idea. Ling Xiao instantly understood, so he also disappeared into the darkness. The other three weren't stupid either. They all hid. They didn't wait long. Suddenly, Ling Xiao's Tai Chi eye caught a figure. It wasn't a human warrior. It wasn't a human demon either. It should be the Thunder Demon Clan. The Thunder Demon Clan was actually a collective name. Among them, there were rabbit demons, cat demons, wolf demons, etc. The only thing they had in common was that they all had demonic lightning. This time, it was a cat demon. In the dense forest, it was extremely fast, and it was extremely agile. In the blink of an eye, he turned into an afterimage. Early Heavenly Core Realm. Ling Xiao confirmed this cat demon's strength. He wasn't going to fight. If he fought with an early Heavenly Core cat demon, he would expose a lot of things he shouldn't. After all, there were many people here who were stronger than him. He would just let them deal with it. As for himself, he would just hide for now. He's here. Night Demon was indeed the strongest of these people. Soon, he discovered the enemy's presence. I'll deal with him. Without waiting for Night Demon to attack, Xue Feiqi jumped out. This guy is pretty active when fighting. Did I misunderstand him? Ling Xiao glanced at Xue Feiqi. He had a subtle feeling in his heart. But what was subtle about it? He couldn't tell. But since Xue Feiqi said he would attack, with Night Demon's pride, he wouldn't fight for the kill. As for Yuan Ming and the girl in green, they wouldn't do it either. These two didn't plan to attack at all. The cat demon's body was very agile. His body was slender. This made it easy for him to move with great agility. His head looked like a cat's, but his body was closer to a human's. He had an agile tail that allowed him to hang from the tree at will. Right now, he was standing on the tree, looking down at Xue Feiqi coldly. He had a disdainful expression on his face. He looked around and said with surprise, I didn't expect you to see through our plan. Just a small trick. Xue Feiqi said arrogantly. Then he turned into a blood-red beam and charged towards the cat demon. The cat demon didn't show any signs of weakness. He also charged towards Xue Feiqi. End of chapter. Chapter 4156. The cat demon's hands turned into sharp claws. In the dim environment, they were still shining with the luster of thunder and lightning. The Thunder Goblin clan was indeed powerful. Not only did they have the terrifying physical body of the Goblin clan, but they also had the characteristics of Goblin Thunder. Speed, strength, and physical strength were all there. And their cultivation did not lose to Xue Feiqi at all. The only thing weaker than Xue Feiqi was probably their martial soul. The Thunder Goblin clan did not seem to have a martial soul. What they relied on was their physical bodies and the power of lightning. The Goblin clan was the same as the Beast clan. In their beast form, they were the most terrifying. But in their beast form, they could not use martial skills and could only rely on their physical strength and innate skills. Their fighting style was too monotonous and easy to be restrained. And in their beast and demon forms, although their physical strength would be greatly weakened, but they could use martial skills that only humans could use. Their bodies also became more flexible. If they really fought, it was hard to say which form was stronger. It could only be said that each had their own merits. The Thunder Goblin clan's cat demon had just started fighting and suppressed Xue Feiqi. It forced Xue Feiqi to use his martial soul. Xue Feiqi's martial soul was extremely special. It turned out to be a pool of blood. This pool of blood was very strange. Not only could it transform into a blood snake to attack, but it also had a powerful corrosive effect. It could suck the enemy in. After using his martial soul, Xue Feiqi gradually turned the tables. The cat demon's advantage was getting smaller and smaller. In the end, he suddenly turned around and ran. Despicable humans, you just like to bully others with numbers. But you will definitely die in this forest. Just you wait. His cry came from afar. Xue Feiqi had already chased after him. Aren't you going to chase after him? Xue Feiqi is alone. If he falls into the trap of the Thunder Goblin clan, I'm afraid he won't be able to survive. Ling Xiao walked out of the darkness and looked at the other three indifferently. Shut up, you trash. Who allowed you to speak? You can't help it all and still dare to talk nonsense. A mere goblin clan is as stupid as pigs and dogs. You can even set a trap? Yuan Ming said disdainfully. Pa. Suddenly, Ling Zhao's figure flashed and slapped Yuan Ming's face. His cold fingertips drew a bloody mark on Yuan Ming's throat. Try saying that again? He had a bad temper. Yuan Ming had provoked him time and time again. So how could he swallow this humiliation? Let me go, Yuan Ming shouted in horror. In that instant just now, Ling Zhao's speed was simply too fast. Although he wouldn't die even if his throat was pierced, he would definitely be seriously injured. That would be too unpleasant. Let him go. The green-clothed woman urged the dark green flame and coldly looked at Ling Zhao as she spoke. Slap yourself 10 times. Slap yourself once. Say that you're wrong once and I'll let you go. Facing the threat of the woman in green, Ling Zhao was not moved at all. That woman, I dare to guarantee. I can kill him before your flames touch me. Despicable brat, if you have the ability, fight me one-on-one. What's the point of a sneak attack? Yuan Ming roared. Pa. Ling Zhao slapped him again and said coldly, try saying that again. Night Demon stood there as if he did not see what was happening here. Why should she care if the ants were making a ruckus over there? Kneel down. Ling Zhao kicked Yuan Ming's elbow and said coldly, brat, you're courting death. I'm from the Red Robe sect. How dare you touch me? Yuan Ming was still showing off. Too much bullshit. Ling Zhao suddenly raised his hand and was about to chop off Yuan Ming's arm. But he was stopped by the green-clothed woman. Needless to say, the green-clothed woman was very strong. If Ling Zhao fought one-on-one, if he didn't use his martial soul or some other special ability, he wouldn't be able to defeat either of them. Get lost. The devilish flame talisman was unleashed. A ball of devilish flame shot out from the talisman, scaring the green-clothed woman and forcing her to take a few steps back. A divine rank Heavenly King talisman was powerful enough to kill an early Heavenly Core warrior. So you have this kind of treasure on you. No wonder you're so arrogant. Fine, brother Yuan Ming, just do as he says. I can't save you. The green-clothed woman was very smart. Looking at the situation, she knew it was hopeless to save Yuan Ming. Yuan Ming's face turned red. But if he had to choose between living and losing face, he would definitely choose to live. Therefore, he slapped himself 10 times in the face. He also shouted, I'm sorry, 10 times. Remember what you just said. If you still dare to act recklessly after I let you go, I'll kill you. No matter what you do next time, I'll kill you. Ling Zhao let go of Yuan Ming, and in an instant, he reappeared 10 meters away from Yuan Ming. Yuan Ming was not a weakling. He had to be careful. But Yuan Ming was very obedient. He didn't act recklessly, although a hint of hatred flashed through his eyes. But this guy had become more obedient than before. That's good. Ling Zhao sneered. He stood there and waited for Xue Feiqi to finish. What the hell was Xue Feiqi doing? Judging from the interaction just now, he didn't seem like an impulsive guy. Why did he chase after Yuan Ming alone? Ling Zhao's heart was beating like a drum. He had a feeling that this whole thing was a conspiracy. But he couldn't tell what kind of conspiracy it was. His eyes seemed to be covered by a layer of fog. No matter how powerful the conspiracy was, it was not as good as powerful strength. Thinking of this, he simply closed his eyes and waited silently. Not long after, Xue Feiqi came back, and he seemed to be injured. What's going on? Yuan Ming asked. Don't mention it. We were ambushed. Damn it, I didn't expect the Thunder Goblin clan to play dirty, but I still escaped. And I'll tell everyone a piece of good news. I found the lair of the Thunder Goblin clan. I don't know if you dare to go, but there are many powerhouses there. Xue Feiqi's injury was not serious. Ling Zhao took a closer look and found that he was indeed injured by the Thunder Goblin clan. But he felt that it was different from the injuries he suffered during the battle. But he didn't say it out loud. He was now sure that Xue Feiqi was plotting something. But he wasn't interested in this conspiracy at all. He was more interested in what the Thunder Goblin clan was guarding. In the Fengdu Devil Forest, there must be other treasures besides the Heavenly Devil Epiphyllum. He had already obtained the Heaven-Covering Palm and the Heavenly Devil's Heart. Presumably, other martial artists should have also obtained some unique things. This Thunder Goblin clan was such a powerful clan, so they probably had powerful items guarding them. Maybe it was not as good as the Heavenly Devil Epiphyllum, but it must be very useful. Go. Night Demon's cold voice sounded. This woman was obviously a bold person and was not afraid of any conspiracy at all. She was the same as Ling Xiao, believing in strength more. With enough strength, any conspiracy in this world could be solved. I'll go too. Yuan Ming had a stomach full of anger with Ling Xiao, and she was obviously going to vent it all on the Thunder Goblin clan. If Big Brother Yuan Ming wants to go, then I'll go too. The green-clothed woman said. Brother Ling, what about you? Xue Feiqi smiled and said, if you are afraid, you cannot go. I won't force you on this matter. End of this chapter. Chapter 4157. Why don't we go? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. As for whether they would attack or not, that was another matter altogether. There was nothing wrong with going and taking a look. What if the heavenly devil blooming Sirius was there? Or perhaps other precious treasures would appear. All right, let's go then. A cruel look flashed across Xue Feiqi's eyes. But no one noticed it. Ling Xiao didn't notice it either. But he could feel Xue Feiqi's sudden evil aura. Although it was just a flash, he could clearly capture it. The five of them set off again. This time, their speed was very fast because Xue Feiqi had already been to the Thunder Goblin tribe's nest. Naturally, he was familiar with the way. Along the way, they saw many traps set by the Thunder Goblin tribe. Most of them used the corpses of warriors as bait. This caused Ling Xiao's brows to furrow even more. Although he yearned for the profound world that was unified by all races. But he was a human after all. The way the Thunder Goblin tribe treated human warriors made him very disgusted. Killing on the battlefield was inevitable. But after killing, they still humiliated them. This was too much. While the five of them were on their way, they were also ambushed by the Thunder Goblin tribe. But they were all killed by Yimei alone. Yimei's strength was very strong. Ling Xiao speculated that she might be stronger than Yufeng, but she should only be at the peak Heavenly Core realm. Compared to Guijian, she was far weaker. From the beginning to the end, he didn't make a move. Because there was no need to. Yimei alone could kill all the Thunder Goblin tribe they encountered. She was much better than Xue Feiqi. Suddenly, a miserable scream came from the front. It was a woman's scream. Ling Xiao frowned. It looked like another martial artist had met with misfortune. That's one of the Thunder Goblin tribe's nests. Xue Feiqi said. Let's go. Yimei didn't even think and rushed out. Ling Xiao couldn't help but shake his head. Although this woman was strong, she was too reckless. Sometimes, her strong strength would become a means for others to use against her. But since Yimei had already rushed out, they couldn't not follow. Xue Feiqi, Yuan Ming, and the woman in green followed. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, sank into the darkness and took on the form of a shadow warrior. Where's that guy? When they arrived outside the Thunder Goblin tribe's nest, Xue Feiqi suddenly realized that Ling. He could not help but ask. Don't bother about him, let's go in. Yuan Ming said Yuan Ming. He only dared to mutter a few words when Ling Xiao was not around. Previously, Ling Xiao's performance had really frightened him. Tiwi. Xue Feiqi whispered. The lair of the Thunder Demon tribe was more like a cave. If he hadn't seen Thunder Goblin guarding outside, it would have been hard to confirm. At this moment, in the cave, a woman was kneeling there in fear. He stared blankly at the corpse of his companion on the ground. Both of them were Peak 6 Divine Core warriors. The only reason they entered this place was to search for treasures. In the beginning, they were quite lucky, as they didn't encounter any Thunder Goblins. But when they reached the depths of the cave, they were surrounded by the Thunder Goblin tribe. The man had been killed. The woman was completely dumbfounded. But the Thunder Goblins didn't kill her. They dragged the woman into one of the forks and disappeared. The cave became quiet once again. We're not waiting anymore, let's go. Outside the cave, the woman's scream caused Yimei to furrow her brows. She dashed into the cave. Xue Feiqi, Yuan Ming, and the woman in green didn't dare delay. They quickly followed her. After all, Night Demon was the strongest amongst them. Following Night Demon was obviously safer. It was pitch black inside the tunnel, but there would be a bright soul stone lamp in every place they passed. This lamp consumed soul stones to light up the cave, and it was very effective. The four of them were walking carefully, but Yimei was walking too fast. Soon, she disappeared in front of Xuefeiqi and the other two. Damn, this woman is drunk. Xuefeiqi cursed in annoyance. Right at this moment, he suddenly heard some rustling noises. He quickly turned around. When they came in, they didn't see any thunder goblins. If there were any thunder goblins following them in, they should be able to sense it. But the rustling noises obviously came from behind them. No way. Could it be that we've been tricked? Yuan Meng turned around as well. Her expression darkened. Watch out. Right at this moment, the woman in green suddenly shouted. A figure suddenly jumped out from the wall. He thrust his sword at Yuan Meng. Luckily, the woman in green reminded her, and Yuan Meng quickly blocked the attack with her sword. She barely blocked the attack, but more and more thunder goblins walked out from the wall. What's going on? The three of them were startled. Damn it, we've been tricked by these demons, Xuefeiqi said with a frown. Luckily, the strongest thunder goblin is only a peak 6th heavenly core warrior. He's no match for us, so it'll be easy to deal with him. Yuan Meng observed the strength of these thunder goblins. Although there were a lot of them, nearly 100 of them, they weren't strong. Is that so? You stupid humans, do you really think the thunder goblin tribe is weak? A rough voice sounded out from the tunnel. 10 figures blocked Xuefeiqi and the others' path of retreat. These 10 guys were much stronger than the 100 cannon fodders. The strongest one was a late 8th heavenly core warrior. Although he wasn't the strongest existence in the thunder goblin tribe, he was still one of the strongest. Furthermore, the combat strength of a demon was much stronger than a human warrior at the same cultivation level. Therefore, even Yimei might not be able to defeat this guy. Among the other 9 thunder goblins, 8 of them were perfect earth core warriors, and 2 were early heavenly core warriors. All of them were pretty strong. This gave Xuefeiqi and the other 2 great pressure. The profound world belongs to us, the Demon King. It's the human king who took over our land. Therefore, all of you humans should die. The leader of the thunder goblins was a thunder lion. It had the head of a lion, and it looked very ferocious. Its body was covered in lightning, and anyone could tell that it wasn't easy to defeat it. Where did these guys come from? Even now, Yuan Meng and the others still didn't understand. They had been very careful when they came in, but they still fell into the trap. Right at this moment, on the other side, Yimei had retreated. Following behind her was another group of thunder goblins. It wasn't because she couldn't defeat these thunder goblins. She was just worried about the safety of her companions. This woman looked cold on the outside but warm on the inside. She was a nice person. Those below the 7th heavenly core realm, step back. The leader of the thunder lions ordered. He knew that although there were only 4 humans, they were all very strong. Although they were only 4 humans, they were very strong. If he sent his men to fight them, they would just die in vain. Therefore, he decided to send out his elites to deal with these guys. That woman, I'll deal with her. After saying that, he chose Yimei. The Thunder Lions could tell that Yimei was the strongest amongst the 4, so of course he would choose her. End of this chapter. Chapter 4158. A bunch of demon beasts. How dare you look down on us humans? Fine. Who dares to fight me? Yuan Meng was almost killed by Ling Xiao, and now she was surrounded by thunder demons. She was really angry. She wanted to vent her anger. Let me. The one who spoke was a thunder demon with a wolf head. He rubbed his palms together and suddenly dashed towards Yuan Meng. I'll kill him then. The one who spoke was the cat demon they encountered earlier. He looked at Xuefeiqi and immediately charged towards him. As for the girl in green, she was surrounded by the remaining 7 perfect earth core thunder demons. When it came to women, they would only capture them, but not kill them. Because they had other uses for women, the battle had begun. But no one knew where Ling Xiao had gone. Ling Xiao was actually in the cave. When he entered, he noticed that there was a cave under each of the energy stone lamps. The cave was hidden under the lamps. Therefore, he couldn't see it. It was easy to miss it. Ling Xiao checked the tunnels near the cave, but he didn't find any thunder demons. There was nothing good here. This made him feel disappointed. Just as he was about to continue moving forward, he suddenly heard the sound of a battle. He transformed back into his shadow warrior form and walked over. A group of thunder demons had blocked the entrance and exit of the tunnel. Right now, Imei and the others were fighting. On the other hand, Night Demon was pretty strong. He was locked in a fierce fight with the late 8th Divine Core Thunder Lion. No one was able to do anything to the other. Shuefeiqi and the Cat Demon were on par with each other, and this had been proven before. Although Yuan Ming talked a lot and didn't respect Ling Xiao, she was still strong. But he had to admit that this genius from the Red Robe sect did have some skills. Although the Thunder Demon had suppressed him, he couldn't defeat him. Also, during the battle, it seemed like Yuan Ming was learning and becoming stronger. Perhaps the girl in green was the most unlucky one. The martial skill taught by Lu Luo wasn't suitable for fighting. It was more suitable for supporting. It didn't have any powerful martial skills. Even the Jade Flame was used to save people. Being besieged by 7 perfect Earth Core stage Thunder Beasts, she was in great danger. If not for his strength, he would have died long ago. But if this continued, it was only a matter of time before she was killed. These Thunder Demons are blocking the entrance. I'm afraid I can't pass through directly. Although the Shadow Dancer form could pass through objects, even people, it was impossible for it to pass through them. But there were limits to that. If he transmigrated too many times at once, he would reveal himself. Let's just kill our way over. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao suddenly revealed himself. He punched into the Thunder Goblin group. The sky was filled with corpses. He had no sympathy for Thunder Demon. Just now, in the forked cave, he saw a scene that would make any human angry. Abused women begged him to kill them, because they were used as tools for Thunder Demon to vent his anger. They were even treated as breeding machines. After the demon race cultivated into a human form, they possessed the ability to combine with humans. However, demonic chi would greatly shorten a human's lifespan. In order to expand their scale, the Thunder Demon clan actually learned from Gorlanimo. Such a disgusting creature. How could Ling Xiao sympathize with them? Seeing Ling Xiao appear, Shuefeiqi furrowed his brows. But the woman in green, Yuan Ming, and Night Demon were all delighted. No one would reject the arrival of a helper. Deal with that woman. Send one of you to deal with that young man. As the leader, Lei Shi could easily tell Ling Xiao's strength. Peak 6th Divine Core Realm. He was nothing to worry about. But, judging from Ling Xiao's performance just now, perhaps his combat strength had reached the 7th Divine Core Realm. Therefore, he sent out a Peak 7th Divine Core Thunder Demon to deal with Ling Xiao. He thought it was more than enough. This Thunder Demon had the head of a human, but the body of a snake. He could also control lightning. A human who is here to die. With your weak body, what can you do? The Snake Demon looked at Ling Xiao with disdain. He felt that the Vice Clan Chief was looking down on him. Why did he arrange such a trash opponent for him? But, since it was the Vice Clan Chief's order, he couldn't disobey the order. As he spoke, his body had already darted out and wrapped around Ling Xiao. That idiot! Night Demon smiled bitterly. When Ling Xiao entered the battlefield just now, his performance was pretty cool, but now, he was back to his original form. He was wrapped around by this Snake Demon. This Snake Demon had a terrifying strength, and once he was wrapped around by it, he would definitely be strangled to death. Ha 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 ha! I'll strangle you, puny human! The Snake Demon was excited as well. After killing you, I have more important things to do. Why are you in such a hurry? Why don't we have some fun? Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face. Night Demon furrowed her brows. She didn't understand Ling Xiao at all. How could he still laugh at a time like this? Idiot, weren't you very strong when you fought me just now? Why did you suddenly become trash? Yuan Ming couldn't help but roar out. He was hoping that after Ling Xiao killed the Snake Demon, he would go over and help him. He was currently being suppressed by the Thunder Demon. Although he wouldn't be defeated, he still felt uncomfortable. Shut up. If you keep talking, I'll kill you right now. Ling Xiao said coldly. Don't brag. You can't even protect yourself now, and you still want to kill me? Yuan Ming said disdainfully. Can't protect myself? Ling Xiao smiled and suddenly opened his mouth to bite the Snake Demon. F***ck. Is this human crazy? How dare you compare your teeth with ours? The next moment, the snake demon let out a shrill scream. The snake's skin on his body had been bitten off. A piece of snake meat was bitten, and blood flowed out. It was so painful that he saw stars. I'll kill you. The snake demon bit harder and opened his mouth to bite Ling Xiao. Once my poisonous fangs bite you, you will be paralyzed. You will be immediately paralyzed and unable to move. Finally, you will die slowly. You will die in the most painful torture. Really? Ling Xiao spat out the flesh in his mouth. It's really disgusting. Sure enough, it's better to cook snake meat. It's not good to eat raw. Crack. At this moment, the snake demon had bitten Ling Xiao, but that feeling was as if he had bitten on a piece of heavenly iron. His poisonous fangs were actually broken. F***CK. What is this guy's body made of? Why is it so abnormal? The snake demon was frightened. He finally realized that he might have underestimated this guy in front of him. It's too late to know that I'm abnormal. Ling Xiao suddenly let out a roar, releasing a terrifying power. The pitiful snake demon was directly broken into several pieces. In the end, it was burned to ashes by the flames. This scene left everyone dumbstruck. To be honest, Night Demon and Xuefeiqi did not put Ling Xiao in their eyes at the beginning. They only invited Ling Xiao to join them because they felt that there was one more person and one more strength. Thunderous Lion Vice Patriarch did not take Ling Xiao seriously either, so he sent a perfect Earth Core stage warrior to deal with Ling Xiao, who knew that he would be killed instantly. End of chapter. Chapter 4159. The snake demon was sent flying away. Its body was broken into pieces, and it was burned into ashes by the flame. Ling Xiao lightly flicked the dust off his body. Then he threw a disdainful glance at the thunder demon who was feared by everyone. He was able to win against a demon in terms of strength and body. He was probably the weirdest of the weirdest. The few people who were fighting over there didn't expect the battle to end so quickly. All of them suddenly stopped. This gave Yuan Ming and the girl in green a chance to catch their breath. Damn it. Leave two of you to deal with that girl. The rest of you, go and deal with that guy. The Thunder Lion was obviously angry. He also realized how frightening Ling Xiao was. Therefore, he only left two perfect Earth Core Thunder Demons to deal with the girl in green. The rest of the four Thunder Demons leapt towards Ling Xiao. In his mind, Ling Xiao's threat had surpassed the girl in green. Hiske, I don't have time to waste with you. Bang! After knocking away countless Thunder Demons, Ling Xiao ran deeper into the cave. He was here to search for treasures, not to fight. Because the Thunder Demons were blocking his path, he was forced to reveal himself. Now, he had to continue his treasure-hunting journey. Chase. The four perfect Earth Core Thunder Demons chased after him like crazy. The deeper part of the cave was where their real nest was. The old, weak, women, and children of the Thunder Demons lived there. And of course, their most important breeding machine. They couldn't let Ling Xiao destroy it. That's great. I can finally relax. Seeing Ling Xiao leaving with the four Thunder Demons, the girl in green let out a sigh of relief. She had been suppressed by the Thunder Demons for half a day, but she was still able to deal with two perfect Earth Core Thunder Demons. She even had the upper hand. No matter what, she was an early Heavenly Core warrior. She couldn't embarrass herself. Yuan Ming felt a bit depressed. He was hoping that Ling Xiao would help him after dealing with those Thunder Demons. But now, Ling Xiao had left? F***CK. Didn't that mean that he had to face this terrifying Thunder Wolf Goblin alone? This Thunder Wolf Goblin was probably the strongest after the Thunder Lion. He was even stronger than Xuefeiqi's opponent, the Cat Demon. Not only was he extremely strong, but he was also extremely fast. If he, Yuan Ming, had not grasped some powerful martial skills, he would have long been torn to pieces by this guy. Damn it. How annoying. He looked back and saw that the four Thunder Demons were chasing him closely. Ling Xiao couldn't help but frown and simply stopped. This was someone else's territory, and he was unfamiliar with the place. It would not be easy to get rid of these four people. It would be better to kill three of them first and leave one as a guide later. Thinking of this, he suddenly stomped on the ground and rushed towards the 4 lightning demons. The thunder demons were originally very fast, but they did not expect Ling Xiao to suddenly change direction. It was too late to stop. Boom! One of the thunder beasts collided heavily with Ling Xiao. At this time, Ling Xiao had already entered the beast soul transformation of the everlasting heavenly rat. His sharp claws pierced through the dantian of the thunder demon. Like human martial artists, the monster race could cultivate their inner cores. It was just that their inner cores were called monster cores. It was not the same as the crystal cores of monster beasts. Gotcha! The monster core shattered, and energy flowed into Ling Xiao's body. That guy actually dared to absorb our monster chi. Isn't he afraid of going insane? The other 3 thunder demons looked at Ling Xiao in surprise, and they were all very confused. The next moment, Ling Xiao told them with practical actions that he was fine. Not to mention monster chi, Ling Xiao could absorb any kind of energy. His tyrannical sky martial spirit was no joke. Transform. This kid is not easy to deal with. Seeing the situation, the remaining 3 demon race knew that they had encountered trouble. The human in front of them was more terrifying than they imagined. While talking, the 3 demon races' bodies were wrapped in shining lightning. Their bodies were changing. A black panther, a pangolin, and a giant bat. These were the true forms of the 3 demon races' demons. Because the cave wasn't big, after transforming, their bodies weren't that big. At most, they were 2 meters long. If they became too big, moving around in the cave would be a problem, let alone fighting. But don't underestimate them just because of their small size. After transforming into their demon beast form, the combat strength of these demon races' demons had increased tremendously. Although these 3 demon races' demons were not at the early heavenly core realm, they were at least at the early heavenly core realm. But when they worked together, their combat strength was at the early heavenly core realm. They could definitely pose a threat to Ling Xiao. Do you think you're the only ones who know how to transform? Do you really think Daddy can't transform? Ling Xiao sneered. He had also transformed into his complete beast form. He had transformed into the infinite heavenly rat. A pair of wings that looked like blades appeared behind his back. His sharp claws and teeth were shining with a cold light. His body wasn't big either, but his overall combat strength was skyrocketing. Under normal circumstances, Ling Xiao didn't want to transform into this form. It was too ugly. But when facing a demon race, he didn't have to worry about that. Roar! A horrifying roar sounded out. When he flapped his wings, the sand and rocks in the cave were blown away, creating loud rumbling noises. And this was because Ling Xiao had controlled his strength. If not, the cave would have collapsed. After transforming into a complete beast form, my strength and speed have increased tremendously, allowing me to defeat an early heavenly core warrior with just my body. But I can't use any martial skills or secret skills. This is a small flaw. But if I can solve this problem with my body, why should I use any martial skills or secret skills? Let's just do it. Ling Xiao could feel how terrifying his combat strength was when he transformed into this form. Within his terrifying body, there was a killing intent that even the demon race was terrified of. Don't be afraid. He's only good-looking but useless. Let's do it. The demon race was always confident in their bodies. They felt that even if a human transformed into their appearance, it would be useless. The 3 thunder demons turned into 3 lightning bolts and leapt towards Ling Xiao. They opened their bloody mouths and sharp claws, trying to bite and devour Ling Xiao. Along the way, the lightning bolts shattered all the rocks on the ground. They were all turned into dust. Don't underestimate these demonic lightning bolts. They were very powerful. The reason why Yuan Meng was having a hard time fighting the Thunder Wolf was because of these demonic lightning bolts. If not, she wouldn't have been in such a disadvantageous position. But these lightning bolts were nothing to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's body unleashed a blood-red murderous aura. Although he was only a meter tall, the terrifying murderous aura made him look like a human being. But the murderous aura seemed to have occupied the entire cave. It was like a devil that had been sleeping for tens of thousands of years had suddenly awakened. The 3 demon race warriors were so scared that they stopped in midair. Ling Xiao didn't care if they were scared or not. He let out a loud roar and shot out like a cannonball. Crack! His claws easily crushed the bodies of two demon race warriors. The flames burned their bodies at the same time, and the energy flowed into Ling Zhao's body through his arms. The remaining Black Panther turned around and ran. End of chapter. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.